God. I got blinded by the light. Hi. Hi everyone. Why do I keep blinding myself at the start of the stream? Happened yesterday too. I don't know why. Hi. Hello. Hi Jaeger. Congrats on being first. Hi. Thank you for the hydrate as well. Hi H. Oh god. It's Wheel Wednesday. I'm looking forward to it. Didn't sleep. I mean, I slept well enough, I guess, but um I basically, oh, I need to charge my watch actually. Now that I think about it, I'll do that. Um, but I slept like 5 hours at max, I think, something like that. 'Cause what the heck was that? Was that a sound just now? I don't know. I thought I heard something. Was there a sound? Because there shouldn't have been a sound. Um, anyway, I'm hearing things apparently. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could also be something like outside, and then the noise canceling makes it so you don't hear it, and then I just sound insane, which is also possible. Um, it could be the lack of sleep too. True, true. What I was saying is I basically was still awake probably at 5 a.m., something like that. Um, yeah, I've not been doing good. Like my sleeping schedule has been moving, which is not the best. I keep wanting to not do that, and yet I fail every single time. I went, it went all right for a while, and then I just mess it up again. Um, for some reason, I just gravitate towards being a night person, I guess. I was on the treadmill for a while yesterday too, which was nice. Um, but that was actually at like 10 or something, 10 p.m. So it wasn't that bad. Um, oh yeah, my average this week for sleep is 5 hours 51. That's terrible. That's so bad. Average fall asleep time 4:43. What have I been doing? That is, and yet I feel fine. Like I feel awake. Is that weird? It probably is weird. Maybe I'll crash later. Just don't sleep. Yeah, exactly. Just forfeit sleep. Why would I even sleep anymore? It's not necessary. We don't need no sleep here. Definitely not. It's not like I'm slowly just wasting away. No, that's not true. I'm not no wasting away. That's excessive. But I am noticing that like I can't every time I actually want to do stuff, I'm just like, and just lie back down, you know? It's that type of stuff. Um, but I guess I don't feel that tired. It's more of a like lackluster feeling of like I don't want to do anything. Um, I mean, right now at least we're streaming, which is good, right? Streaming is good. Wheel is good. We love the wheel. So I'll definitely enjoy that. Hopefully, I will actually later sleep a bit better. That would be nice. That I actually get some rest. Some proper sleep. Maybe actually wake up at a, a normal time. That would be fantastic. I mean, that's actually... I wake up at a normal time. I don't get out of bed at a normal time. I should... There's a difference there, right? We're about to see if the wheel is good or not. That's true. We don't technically know. It could be a really bad wheel today. Though I don't even know what that would look like. What would a bad wheel look like? Would it look like this? I mean, this doesn't look like a bad wheel, right? Would you like to guess how many options there are on the wheel currently? Does anyone have a guess for how many options there are? Because it's a lot. Don't forget the 2 new ones. I already have added them. The fact that you haven't seen them yet says a lot. Right here, there's one of them. See? Actually, they're right next to each other here. Both of them. So, yeah, everything's there. I think we could just spin the wheel. I'm kind of ready. 64 options? No, it's more. It's 70. It's actually 70 options. Sadly, if you hadn't redeemed that last one, Jaeger, it would have been 69. And you ruined it. I'm sorry. You did. You can't take that back anymore, you know? Well, let's have a spin. Let's see how this goes. What do we get? Oh. Oh my god. Well. Full milestone 1. That's been a while. Oh my god. Story continues. Yeah. I played that in August. What the heck? It's been over 3 months. Let's start this then. I'll see if I can play it for a bit longer than last time, because last time I only played it for 50 minutes, apparently. How did I capture it last time? Did I just... Does this work? Maybe today the thing happens? What thing? Okay, it's not capturing. How did I capture it last time? Was it window? It was window capture. And then can I... Do you remember if I had to, like... Okay, this looks fine, right? This looks fine. Oh, if I tab out, it's gone though. Okay. Classic. Milestone 1. There we go. Okay. Category is set. Let's continue with this visual novel here. Oh god, this is gonna be so confusing because so the 2 girls on the left, I'm gonna try to remember how it went. So the 2 girls on the left, they came in here with like, this is like capital of a city, as far as I'm aware. They came to assassinate or like kidnap the princess. I think killer, right? I think they wanted to assassinate. Princess had a bodyguard, they fought. Then the bodyguard, in the last moment, she used like a magical thing to transport her and the princess somewhere else, and they're like in a forest somewhere. I think that about sums it up, right? That is about what happened. They wanted to sass her to death, yes. Definitely. Okay, what is the stray effect? Wait, can I look at the log here? Is there a log? There's encyclopedia. Isn't there usually a log? To see, like, previous messages? Do you know if there's a button for that age? Because they're talking about the stray effect and I don't know what the context of it was. Nopers? Okay. Does it have here? Probably not, because they're just talking about it. Yeah, they have mana, colored mana, mana craft. So, yeah, the main thing is that there's like every person is like part of a craft, and the mana craft are like mages, right? Kind of. They use mana to do stuff, and on battlecraft are like warriors. Requires special training. The majority of people who use battlecraft undergo one of the rituals of exaltation, which forcefully alters the characteristics of their internal purified mana. Wow. Mind dive. Person being connected to has the right to choose the memories that can and cannot be seen. Yeah, so they just can connect to memories and stuff. Okay, I'm trying to remember how this all goes. It's fine, but maybe we'll pick it up as we go again. You know, having over 3 months between sessions doesn't help me remember anything. Maybe if you play a game for 50 minutes, don't put it down for like 3 months, because then you'll probably not remember much. It's just, somehow that doesn't work very well. You can't find anything about a log? Fair. Okay. So that doesn't have a log function. Okay. The stray effect. Yeah, it's a bizarre phenomenon that suddenly moves people, animals, or things to some faraway place. You've never heard of it? Like stories of other people suddenly becoming stranded. After calculating how long it took to rescue them later on, they'd ended up in places too far away to reach on foot in that amount of time. But this is a phenomenon, the kind that sounds like the stuff of rumors and superstition. Oh wait, that's her. I think. Doesn't look like something they could intentionally cause. See, lately there have been some discoveries about that. Basically, there's a theory that says it works similar to how Comcraft works. See, Comcraft works by having a mana line in synchronization between two people. They turn what they want to communicate, words, feelings, into a certain mana wavelength and then send it through, right? So just imagine when that stuff turned into mana and sent, except with an actual physical thing. Just how is that? Damn it, do I have to explain all of that too? To put it in another way, it depends on how you convert something into mana and how you synchronize with the receiver. If you do it right, sending things or beings isn't exactly out of the question or something like that. So it's kind of like the teleportation stuff in oh god. Well, most teleportation stuff, right? Where you just get reduced to like particles and then reconstructed somewhere else. It's kind of like that. Where they just become mana and then poof somewhere else and then become themselves again. So prior to the stray effect question, you just had the game intro play. Right. Yeah, I think so, because I would have saved it right after. That's why I was confused, because I was like, was there anything before it? So it was literally like her showing up and then them asking about the stray effect. Because they were probably talking because it had cut from the other two in the forest to this. So I imagine there was like a slight gap in time, and they try to indicate that they had been talking by them just asking a random question. I think. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Are you still with me, Coco? That's ridiculous. There's no way that could possibly be true. Hmm? And just what makes you so sure? Are you serious? Because it's well and beyond what any human could possibly accomplish. Yeah, and I'm asking just what makes you think that? So what? Do you mean to say that with just the use of Manacraft, a single person could deconstruct two whole people down to the mana particle level, send themselves to some faraway place, and then reconstruct themselves without any single flaw whatsoever? Bingo. So you do get it. Are you crazy? What? And just on what planet do you think a person who could use magic like that exists? Stop trying to make a fool out of people. Like I said, I'm asking you what makes that all seem like crazy fantasy magic. Okay, fine. Let's just assume that a single person could perfectly, instantly turn two people into mana. You'd have to be some crazy superhuman to handle that much mana and move it while keeping stable. That's not my point. Look, just think about it for a second. Besides, you think you can find a mana line? One that can handle all of that? Then why don't you just try? Oh, come on. Well, alright. It's not the kind of mana line that you connect between two people. Coco, will you just calm the heck down? You're making a whole lot of amateur assumptions here. Oh, get off my back. You're always explaining everything so roundabout. Just get to the point, why don't you? Coco. Yeah? You need to relax. Just calm down. Yeah, that's right. Calm down. Down. Sorry. Now, before you just try to deny everything I say, why don't you look at the facts? Regardless of what your common sense dictates, the two of them really did disappear from there. Xian. Yes? Enemy used glass, bend light. Glass, you say? Yeah, that's right. The selfie girl was actually there the entire time. She was right in front of me, but I didn't see her at all. It's freaking cheating. Maybe, possibly, they're nearby. Hiding. Some kind of optical camouflage using reflected light, huh? Didn't even know you could do that. Wait, you didn't know you could do that, but you knew you could teleport things. Okay, interesting. Never heard of any technology like that, but I'm certain that they're not hiding anywhere near here. Ever since you reported that Self-Fiend disappeared, I've been scanning the whole area, but I haven't detected any movement since. They must have escaped using some kind of craft that we don't know about. I see. Gotta hand it to Rugenshade. We made sure to seal him in tight before striking at our target. The princess still managed to escape. But... oh jeez, are you still talking about that? Miss Milano. Oh, who's this? Hi. Yeah, everyone. Looks like you're just about wrapping up things here. Not nice eavesdrop, sis. Oh, well, sorry about that. But you know, I've been up here this whole time and not one of you noticed me. That's not nice either. Please forgive us. It's not nice that you were watching us either. You could have called out to us or something. But then you'd know I was there. I mean, eavesdropping is like listening in when no one knows you're there and you're seeing if people started talking bad about you, right? So she does admit eavesdropping. Okay, so who is this then? I like her design. But what do I get? No one notices me, no one talks bad about me, and whatever you're talking about is boring. So I just decided to end it before it gets any worse. Worse? We would never badmouth you. Anyway, to sum it all up, the Princess of Arugensade and her bodyguard managed to escape right under your noses, is that right? What's this, Coco? Are you shaking? I'm sorry, Miss Milano. I had them trapped, but they did something completely unexpected. No, you're so cute. It's like, oh, that's it. You're like an adorable little pet. Oh, yeah, cute little pet. Just like a furry little hamster. How lovely. Yes, about that. We were discussing about just what went wrong. Yep. When you make a mistake, you need to figure out why. Right, Coco? Yes, you're right. Oh my, Coco, your face is just deathly pale. Sis, I think that's enough. You're right, she looks kind of sad now, all curled up. Coco, raise your heads. Yes, ma'am. I know you're strong, but you're only human. You can make mistakes. Am I wrong? Well, Don't worry, no need to be so afraid. Please, for... Really though, being able to recreate the stray effect using mana craft, It's hard to believe it myself, but I'm sure your explanation is right for the most part, at least. Words cannot express my gratitude. Now, Coco, look up at me, in the eyes. I want you to answer one question for me. Yes, ma'am. There aren't any idiots among my subordinates, right? Everyone makes mistakes. We can't help it. Humans are just humans, after all. Now, Coco, an idiot is someone who makes a mistake just like everyone else, but learns absolutely nothing from it. Worthless garbage. Now answer me, Coco. You are an idiot. Yes or no? No. Next time, I swear I'll... Even a rat can reflect on its mistakes. I won't fail you. Next time I'll definitely... You better improve as if your life depended on it. Because there are no idiots in my subordinates, understand? But I think she means it. I just have a feeling that she might mean it, you know? Okay, so back to these two. The mana stream covers the world in a net-like weave, and its ebb and flow are constantly changing. However, there are also parts of it which are fairly stable. In these gentler streams, artificial mana can be applied to reinforce its flow. The technology we use draws on the stray effect, allowing us to travel through these fixed mana streams. It's called long-distance travel craft. Okay, so they actually know how it works. A stable mana line is in fairly good condition that could support enough particles worth for both me and Selphine. It took nearly a year just looking for a line that was both stable and usable. We spent another year breaking in the mana line so that I could send my mana through it, and then yet another year to be able to send one more person's worth of mana through the line. It was the first long-term project that I'd undertaken since becoming Princess Selphine's formal guardian. Wait, so it took them like 3-4 years? How long has she been the guardian? Like, she must have been super young, both of them. The mana line was supposed to connect to an emergency shelter in Vasteralkrat, constructed with the cooperation of both countries, but for some reason or other the line's destination seems to have been off. Now that I think about it, the fact that we managed to get off with just this much is our saving grace from today's disastrous events. The mana line easily could have diverted further into the sea. If that were to have happened, we'd probably be drowning to death by now. Ratona, just how many craft do you know that I don't? Excuse me? It's just, we've always been together, but I've never seen you use something like this even once. Sophine's expression clouds over. I can't really blame her. She's seen an entirely new mana craft by being used by someone you thought you knew inside and out. This mana craft is still in the middle of development. To my knowledge, it's never even been used once. I suppose it seems like I'm just making excuses for myself now, but this isn't mana craft that should be used outside of circumstances like this. How come? This mana craft is unilateral. Huh? Unilateral. It only works one way. Therefore, we can't go back through the same mana line that we used to get here. So that means, yes, from here on, we walk. Well, I mean, makes sense. At least you got out that hair. Could have been worse. Road trip, yeah! Through the forest. Finally, we got a fire going. Just what is with this place? The concentration of mana is abnormally low. Is it low? No, that's not quite right. It's like my senses have been dulled. I can't even perceive the mana stream around us. It's fine. I'm sure it is. As long as Princess Selphine survives, as long as the path down is preserved, then the country can be rebuilt again. I have to believe that for now. Damn it. Stray fact. I was prepared for something to have happened, but I didn't expect the craft to be this unstable. No point brooding about it now. Let's wash the blood off these tattered clothes and get some rest. I couldn't get even a wink of sleep. Hey, it's me! It's me! For some reason, my body feels so much heavier than usual. Is it because I haven't had any sleep? Sleepless spells, yeah. It's like all my muscles have gone slack. It's a terrible feeling. Unbelievably unpleasant. Morning. Sophie greets me with a troubled expression. Good morning. It pained me to see her long dress covered in dirt and twigs. Even though we had no other choice, I still regret having to sleep outdoors. Did you sleep well? Sophie looked quite out of it as she shook her head. Her eyes seemed to be slightly swollen. Me neither. I was just so worried about my father and everyone in the country. Damn it. I can't help but curse my own powerlessness. We need some information. Yeah. Just who were these people who attacked us? We didn't even know something as basic as that. Why do you think they were after my life? Oh my god, this music. Oh my god. It's a bit excessive for what's happening right now. Did they not want me to become queen or something? Putting a stop to the monarchy, eh? Who knows? We can make wild guesses one after another, but we know too little right now. Let's prioritize getting out of this forest and ascertaining our location. Or is it? Okay, fair. Fair dues. And then we can think all we want later. Okay. For now we need to focus on surviving and making it back to Rugenzaid, or any of the Alliance's territories. Anything else we can put on the back burner. After walking for tens of minutes, we finally found the first sign that we didn't have to live off the land. It was a small trail. Rocks and other vegetation were cleared, exposing just the bare dirt. This wasn't the work of animals. There are clearly signs that was done intentionally by human hands. A settlement must be near. I guess we go this way. Looks like it. For safety's sake, please stay close to me. Okay. As we were finally assured we were making our way back to civilization, another worry surfaces. All these trees don't look familiar at all. That's right. Just where is this place? The forest is full of vegetation that I'd never seen before in the woods surrounding Rugenshade. Rugenshade. I keep saying Rugenshade. It's Rugenshade, right? I keep saying it wrong. Trolls, hello. I hope you're doing well. I just need to keep saying Rugenshade. Rugenshade. I mean, who thinks of those names anyway? Despite being a forest, the air felt incredibly thin. If we started running here, we'd likely feel lightheaded very quickly. It's not the humidity or the heat, but it just feels like it's lacking something. I have a bad feeling about this. Salphine, milady. What? If where we isn't Alliance territory, then we need to prioritize acquiring sediment as soon as possible. Huh? Sediment? You mean the stones for storing mana? What for? Our Comcraft line has been severed. What? Oh, you're right. Alliance to King Vala and to the Knights of the Quinn Order have also been severed. I did notice last night that my line with my father wasn't working. I kept trying to call him, but nothing happened. But why are they cut? At face you're making. It's not good, is it? I can think of 2 reasons. 1, the lines were cut as a consequence of the stray effect. And the other? The other is that we've been sent so far away that the lines ended up getting cut. The shelter is well within the coverage of the Comcraft lines. I've personally verified it. For the line to be cut, then there's really only one possible answer. In any case, we're effectively operating alone. It's certainly quite a problem that we can't contact anyone in Rugenshade. But if we were to get separated, then we would have no way of getting in touch with each other. I absolutely cannot allow that to happen. If I could, I'd re-establish a Comcraft line between us right now. But we don't have any sediment. Exactly. From there, another hour passed. The amount of trees diminished as we continued to make our way through the smoothed out paths, and there we saw... Oh? A city! Interesting. It's not just a small settlement or anything. It looks pretty big. Well, what is this place? I can't detect any signs of life or mana. Are there actually any people living in a place like this? I mean, that is very strange. She was at a loss for words. The words written on signage, the people going to and fro, the language being spoken, the architecture, technology, materials. I'd never once seen or heard a single thing about any of them. This is bad. This doesn't look like any one of the Alliance's territories. It doesn't look like we're even on the continent of Sun Adrijda? Adrijda? Is that? Sure. Close enough. Sun Adrijda. Don't kick a Kemi, Cage. I'm trying. Unless that wasn't about the pronunciation. All of this was far removed from the culture we were familiar with. Just heading into town will need some audacity. Princess Salphine. I suppose this much is obvious, but let's restrict all conversation to using Eroratum. Agreed. And when asked, we should conceal our true identities. Just as a precaution, let's not utter the name Rugenshade. Yeah, we don't even know what country we're in. Until we learn anything useful, we're nothing but a pair of travelers. Okay, got it. Alright, we need to tune the Araradum first, so leave the conversation to me. Araradum? Everyone is staring at us. Oh wait, does it say Araradum in here somewhere? Because I don't remember what that is. Has it ever been mentioned? I guess not. I don't see it at least. Yeah. They like to using terminology without actually mentioning what it is first. We'll need to find out later. Everyone is staring at us. You're right. Everyone who passed by us turns around for a second look. Seems like our clothes stand out. Well, that would make sense, yeah. We should find a change of clothes after getting a sediment stone. Stay close to me. Yeah. Isn't there anyone unassuming looking enough whom we could try to talk with? Just thinking isn't going to get us anywhere. You there. Excuse me. I was looking for a general store. Would you be so kind as to point us in the right direction? Oh, great. Looks like I'll need to make some adjustments. Let's word that more simply. We're lost. Could you help us? Even with this, are they just like on the keyboard? I don't think there's even. What is this? Are they just like sis? Yeah, sis, and then what a semicolon. What is that? Why the semicolons though? Is that intentional? It might be. Because it just looks like they just wrapped their hands on the keyboard, you know, and it just made a sentence out of it. Key smash, exactly. Jeśli obecnt if dumst jeśli upite zoom. So this word was in the last sentence as well, so it doesn't look random. At least. Seems like some of it got through. I think you're a little off, Returna. Let me... Sorry for the sudden question, but we're looking for the general store. Could you please show us the way? What? Why do they think that stating the question differently will make them not... I don't know. Also, how is the stream, by the way? Because my stream manager keeps saying it's unstable, but it doesn't look unstable to me, and I'm not dropping any frames, so I'm confused. I don't know why Twitch is like, it's very unstable right now. It seems stable? Yeah, that's what I thought. You think they're just calibrating the craft? Yeah, I think so too. But it's... It does... Imagine if you're this person that they're trying to talk to and you're just like hearing gibberish. Like different gibberish every time. Like they're just trying to talk to you and then some of the words maybe come through and some don't. And you're just like, what the heck are they... What is going on here? It's like talking to Donald, yeah. Up enough is him so stupid. But is she Tofi Toji if you bit at oh dear. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Sound like I'm having a stroke. Uh-huh. Seems like what the Selfine's saying is getting through. But now I'm the one in the dark here. You should watch your intonation for word endings. Oh, and there's different levels of politeness. After a short explanation... Oh, there we go. There it is. There's a lot of different kind of stores here. What are you looking for exactly? Oh, I understand him now. As expected of the princess, she's exceptionally good at this. Sorry, we're just travelers passing through and we're completely lost. Does this country use any form of currency? Do we use currency? Do you think there are any countries out there that still operate on the barter system? I suppose not. And I suppose that means you don't have any money. Planning to do some shopping? Something like that. So you're short on cash. How about a pawn shop instead? There's one right outside of town. The young man earnestly guided Selfine to the pawn shop he mentioned. Thank you very much. You've been so helpful. Oh, it was nothing really. As he slowly parted from us, he would occasionally sneak a glance at us. My goodness, he's like an open book. Really? It took a while before you managed to tune your Araradam to understand him. That's not what I meant. It's still not very good at Araradam. Well, even without Araradam, Selfine was fluent in no less than 8 different languages. One can understand, convey, and receive thoughts from other people using Araradam more quickly the more they studied linguistics. Ah, okay. So Araradam is like a universal translator type thing. That's interesting. H, what the heck? Aura, hello. I saw Age right above Aura and then I got confused when I tried to talk. Hi Aura. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. If I may, King Rudson hates the third style of governance centered around the use of words as a means of bridging countries. As a result, Araradam, a form of comcraft, was developed in accordance with his will. Of course, that sentiment was also passed down to his descendants, Princess Selfine. Please don't compare me to royalty like yourself. When it comes to skills like these, we're on a completely different level. I won't deny that I have no linguistic sense either. Oh, come on, let me brag at least this much. Got no other talents but talking anyway. Nonsense, milady. You're skilled in so many other things. Cooking, medical craft, archery. Oh, come on, I'm just as good with those as any typical person. I'm talking about being better than average at something like you, Retona. Nonsense, milady. Have more confidence in yourself. Nothing good will come of putting yourself down so much. But you always do it yourself, Retona. Ooh. True. It's the do as I say, not as I do type stuff, isn't it? No self-bully, milady. True. I'm fine. I'm nothing but an amateur. Now you're contradicting yourself. Oh, jeez. I'd love to be able to invoke some flashy mana craft. Knowing more words isn't exactly going to be of much use. Nonsense, milady. If you wanted to, you could converse with anyone in the world in an instant. Isn't that a wonderful skill to have? If it were just me here, then I could have taken days to tune myself to the language. Yeah. Please do value yourself a little higher. Princess Selfine, you will eventually have to bear Ruxenhade's weight on your shoulders as the nation's queen. Only fools would judge someone based on how flashy or how amazing they look, so please stop. Please don't make me utter things that only a conservative member of the cabinet would say. What? Okay. Oh god. Yeah, Retona, you're way too young for that old lady talk. Oh, Retona, wait, I was just joking. This is the place? Well, you're in the same area still. You have never left this area. Having followed the young man's directions dutifully, we arrived at an old pawn shop outside the city. You look like you're still inside the city, not gonna lie. They just circled the block, yeah. Seems this country still uses money. Judging by how the man spoke, it seems this society still operates on currency. It dawns on me just how advanced Ruxenhate has become. It seems we'll have to abandon our preconceptions from Ruxenhate while we're in this country. Yeah. Is there something wrong? No, it's just that it's the first time I've ever seen or held money before, so I'm kind of excited. Oh, such materialistic things. Besides, Ruxenhate has sane notes that we use for foreign trade, right? But I've never used them once, just heard about it in stories and all. Imagine having never touched money, that's interesting. She has a point. Money is the embodiment of the devil and twists your heart and mind, right? True. It's true. Oh. They say just touching money would allow us to cool the demon of avarice to steal your soul. Facts, yes. All facts. My soul is already gone anyway, it's fine. Sakul can have it. You know, he can have it. What kind of cursed item are people making it out to be? Sounds really interesting, I'm so excited. Sophine is a young girl brimming with curiosity and holding an interest in many things without concern for their actual nature. No self-bully, milady. It wasn't meant to self-bully. Said that it was once the lifeblood of any country, you know. Love for money is not universal. Probably. Whatever the case, as long as we retain our senses as people of Ruxenhate, we shouldn't have anything to worry about. That's also just a guess. Yeah, I just wanted to say it is all. The real problem would be the gap between our differences in values. Hopefully we have something on us that holds worth for them. Perhaps a precious metal? Alright, let's go in. Pawn shop. This is some real platinum, ain't it? And it's real well made. Never seen manufacturing on this level before. Seems to be pretty excited with the Guardian's knife that came with my formal wear. The owner seems to be genuinely surprised. Looks like the people of this country have the same sense of value as we do when it comes to precious metals. You plan on selling this, or you want a pawn? I'd like to sell. I've used this for years and years. It's got a lot of sentimental value to me. I'd like to sell it at a good price. I'll return as sure as the smooth talkers. It's just a knife for show. This is an antique, you mean? Looks pretty dang new. No patina on it yet. It was given to me when I was 15, so I've been using it for 40 years now. 4 years. It goes by as fast as a fart for an old man like me. Phrasing. Why you gotta talk about farts, sir? Years and years, like you said. Does that mean I can expect an even higher price for it then? I suppose, with something of this quality, I'll be offering a pretty fair price for it. Let's see, how about 500 gallows? I don't know what 500 gallows is. I see. Something up. Something up. Something's definitely up. 4 years may be nothing but a fleeting moment for you, but they were such a huge part of my youth. The knife has been with me all that time, in both happy times and sad. I wasn't lying when I said it had a lot of sentimental value to me, don't you understand? What does the knife have to do with her youth, I wonder? What does the knife have to do with her youth? Fine, 600 gallows. See how it is, you don't put any value on the adolescence of a young girl, clearly. Now if you'll excuse us, I suppose we'll try another shop. Oh my god, she's very good at this. She doesn't even know how much the value of what he's offering is, and she's still trying to drive him up, which is amazing. I love that. She's like, no, I'm not accepting your first offer or the second. Go higher, my dude. Fine, 630 gallows. I'll give you 630 gallows. Sorry, but that's my last price. Take it or leave it. Very well. I won't forget this good deal, sir. Jeez, you're really throwing me off here, Missy. It's Ratona's evil grin. I haven't seen that in a long time. That was amazing, Ratona. Do you know how much a gallows is worth? Of course not. How could I possibly know that? But I was just slowly raising the price and felt that it was the right time to take it. I think if I pushed even harder, I could get him to go just a little higher. It's the devil. It's a cool in disguise. No, she's already been taken. She didn't even touch it. She didn't even touch it since Sakul took her. It's gone. Should we head off? Ratona, what about the settlement? Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. Is the money going to be enough? Now don't be silly. Sediment is nothing but mere pebbles when compared to a knife made of platinum. Excuse me, we almost forgot, but we're looking for something. No? What do you need? Are you selling sediment used for use in Minecraft? Oh my god. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about, probably, right? Sediment, you say? Koner's expression changed instantly. What's wrong? Should I keep going? Class 3? No, even class 4 stones should be enough for our needs. He's glaring daggers at me. Suddenly he feels like he's taken charge of the whole conversation. And then... he then scoffs at us. What's going on? I've been thinking about it since you came here, but you ain't from here, are you? Judging by those clothes, you're traders? In a sense. Still haven't heard your answer. If you don't have any sediment, then could you introduce us to some stores that do carry it? I thought it was weird. If you're here to trade, you should have paused by a town or two on your way here. Oh what? You came here fully aware of what this place is? You want to make a fool out of me by asking that? Is that it? Excuse me? Oh, don't tell me you want me to spell it out for you, miss. That's just downright harassment, you know. What are you talking about? You know real well that a little shop like this couldn't possibly afford to deal with something so precious as sediment. What? Precious? Did some other shop sent you in here just to cause a ruckus? Oh no. Sorry, but I've got enough trouble to deal with on my plate. Just do me a favor and get out. Wait a minute, is sediment precious? What do you mean? It's just class 4 sediment. Those are good for nothing but serving as little children's toys, right? Wait, don't tell me. So that's it. You two ain't from here. You're outsiders. Out? I'd heard from people about people like you. Let's see, so where you grew up, just class 4 sediments is practically just a plaything for little runs, huh? Outsiders? Excuse me for asking a foolish question, but is this place the outer pole? Huh? Are you two really traders? Sure, wander around all you want, but you better look up the places you're headed to, or you're gonna run into some trouble sooner or later. We have our reasons, though I can't get into details, but I promise you we're not here to cause any trouble. Please just answer me. Just not gonna let me go, are you? Yeah, that's right. This place is Kadia City, located in the 3rd sector, south-southwest from the second pole's center. It's the largest outer pole region in the world. Pretty famous, seeing as the entire island's part of the outer pole. Seriously, you didn't even know that? Well, where'd you two even come from? The second pole? This is the other side of the world. A rude awakening. Thank you for the information. Let's go, milady. Okay. Now hold on there. No, Missy over there said she needs sediment for communicating, I suppose. I'm not sure what you mean by communicating, but are you too many mana crafters or something? Sorry, but I can't answer that. Fine then, just pretend I'm talking to myself then. Now see, this here is the outer pole. This place been forsaken by the gods of mana that you worship or whatever. There ain't no mana crafters around here. Concentrating of natural found mana is real low, so of course our culture here don't work with mana craft. We don't live like the other 70-80% of other folks who do have it. We ain't blessed with the land here, but that's exactly why we've gone and come up with power that anyone can use, science. Even if the lands here barely got any mana, we use the power of science to squeeze out every little bit we can. Do you get what I'm trying to say here? More or less, the gist of it. Mana's part of every little thing in the living thing in the world. It's inside every one of us. You could say this is it's the source of all life. And us people on the outer pole ain't no different. Except unlike you outsiders, we can't just pull out the mana that we got inside us. Mana crafter trafficking and slave trade. That's right. Here in the outer pole, there ain't nothing more precious than purified mana. Especially humans' purified mana. And that's what why sediment stones are even more valuable than precious metals, because they can store that mana. Mana crafters can fill that sediment with purified mana. Just imagine a golden goose like that, walking over all around town. I think you can tell where I'm going with this. They'll be kidnapped in an instant to spend the rest of their lives in a dark sweatshop forced to fill up sediment with mana. Watch yourself. Even if you ain't mana crafters, there ain't no shortage of people who don't take so kindly to outside folk like yourself. At the least, don't go mouthing off things like just class 4 sediment that's just begging for a fight. As people here in the outer pole, we're all just scraping by, trying to make the most of the tiny bit of mana we got here. Thank you for the word of caution. Okay, well, oh, hi. Outsiders? Who's this? Was she listening in on us? Shaking my head. Good grief. Can't believe this is happening. We put in so much effort just to stabilize that mana stream. Why has all this happened? What's the matter, milady? I just feel so disgusted at myself. What brought this on all of a sudden? I've heard stories about them, about people who suffer because there isn't enough mana. My father told me those stories, like they were worlds away from us. When I heard about them, none of it felt real to me, and I didn't know what to think. But after hearing the shop owner tell us all this, all I thought was, good thing I wasn't born in a place like this. How do I put it? I wasn't even thinking about how to solve the problem or how to lend a hand to them. The very first thing I thought of was myself. The fact that all I'm thinking of is myself. I know absolutely nothing about this world, and I'm the princess of an entire country? It's ridiculous. As humans, we're insensitive to suffering and misfortune that we ourselves have not experienced. And besides, in our current state, we don't have the luxury of extending a helping hand to anyone, even if they were right here beside us. I don't think you should burden yourself with the thought too much. I know, but I just can't shake this feeling of self-loathing. Say, Mertona. Yes? The world isn't so small after all. Indeed. I too felt the same way. Excuse me. What? Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to surprise you. I messed up. What the scare? Oh, no, I can't sense her presence at all. I'm sorry, this is sudden, but would you happen to be from an outside country? Well, we are... Not this music. It's great. Oh, why are you crying? Oh no, they're looking at me really suspiciously right now. Oh, that's right. Where are my manners? My name is... is Rune. Sorry for surprising you like that. As an apology, please let me stew you around town. Rune? No. No worries, sorry, I stuttered. It's just Rune. Oh, I know, I'm just teasing. Teasing someone with such an old-fashioned joke. Trust me, I'm not anyone suspicious, really. You couldn't find anyone plainer and normaler. I'm like one of those extras in the crowd, and what's up with this girl? I feel like if you have to say you couldn't find anyone plainer, you're not plain. I am the most plainest person ever, actually. I'm not suspicious at all. Trust. Thanks, but no thanks. You clearly have some hidden agenda. What are you really after? I'm not after a single thing. I'm not going after you or anything like that at all, really. What? Well, now you're just making it sound like you are. Just what the heck am I saying? Well, okay. Me not having a single ulterior motive might be just a little bit of a lie. I suppose I'm just making myself look even more suspicious, huh? That, and you've basically confessed to having an ulterior motive. I do, but it's nothing bad. It just that I was going to guide you around town and slowly get you to open up to me. Then I gently try and get some stories about the outside or something. Really totally harmless plot. Is that it? They're staring daggers all over me. So just so you know, I'm not normally this awkward, really. So if you could please stop staring at me so piteously, we could end this without my self-esteem taking a huge hit. I'd really appreciate that. Could you just give us a moment? Sure. Maybe you should take her up on her offer, Ritona. She doesn't look like a bad person. She certainly doesn't seem like she has any malicious intentions, but it's not the only thing I can't sense. I can't even sense any life from her. What do you propose, my lady? Fidget, fidget. If she's just showing us around town, why not? There's some other stuff we need to get to. Understood. Let's see how it goes. If she starts getting too suspicious, we should depart from her as soon as possible. What if she asks for our names? Let's not use any pseudonyms, to make sure that we don't end up being unable to respond when called. As long as we don't reveal our family names, it should be alright. Got it. Have you, made your decision? Yeah, Rune, was it? Yeah, but could you not say it out loud? It's a little embarrassing. Maybe, I guess. Would you like us to call you differently then? Oh, let's just go with the Rune. Alright, nice to meet you, Rune. Please. Enough of that joke. Okay, let's get the tour started. Sure thing. Just ask me anything you like to do. Oh, with a lovely smile. I wonder how old she is. Oh, your name's Delphine? What a wonderful name. Thank you. I really like the name myself, so feel free to call me that. People from other countries have such marvelous names. Could I have your name? It's Ritona. Sorry for staring you down so much earlier. I do apologize. No, not at all. There's no need to apologize to someone like me. Wow, now that I have a better look at her, she's really beautiful too. What is it? No, nothing. Just admiring how beautiful you two are. Well, what in the heck am I even mouthing about now? Thank you, but you know, Rune, you're far prettier than I am, really. No way. You may say that, but you're way more beautiful than I could be, Sophine. Oh no, God. Oh my God, that's just... Really? That's not true at all now, is it, Ritona? I'd prefer that you not put me on the spot and make me choose between only yes and no. By the way, sorry to spring this on you so suddenly, but we're in need of a few things. Yes. You weren't able to find what you wanted at the pawn shop earlier, right? The pawn shop? Rune, don't tell me you were there. Yes, I happened to overhear. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but there weren't any other customers, so I just ended up hearing it all. She really does have no sense of life in her. This isn't exactly a good way to put it, but she's like a talking corpse. So, what exactly are you looking for? Alright. We need to make preparations for our long journey back home. A map, some water, rations, a number of other things. Wow, you sure sound like travelers already. Alright, I know quite a lot of great shops. I'll do my best and show you around. Hey, wait, we need some sediment and clothes first. Hey, Rotona, hurry up. We're gonna go without you. What's up? How'd they... Undead waifu? I don't know if she's actually undead, though. Like, why would she have no signs of life? Is the question. But I'm sure we will find out. We sure got quite a lot, didn't we, Rotona? And we've kept well within our budget. We still have over 300 gallows left. You know, actually, the townspeople here do me a lot of favors and stuff. So if there's anything else you need, feel free to let me know. You aren't pressed for time or anything, Rune? Oh no, not at all. Today's my day off, so I'll be with you every step of the way. I'm the one who proposed the idea anyway. Please, don't hold back. Because she's rock solid. Oh no. Now, Rotona, we've gotten just about everything we need, right? No, we're missing some things. Have you forgotten our original plan? Oh, sediment and clothes, right? Well, whatever. Rune. Yes? Are there any stores here that handle sediment? Sediment, you say? After having heard from the pawn shop owner, I think I have a fairly clear idea about how this whole area is like. That doesn't sound like it. Okay, I think that's not a great sentence right there, but I get it. Okay. Well, I do know a place that has them. But when it comes to something as precious as sediment, I don't think I can get you any VIP discounts. Oh, it'll probably set you back quite a lot. Not an issue, just showing us the way would be more than enough. She's right. You've already helped us out so much. We'd feel bad asking for even more from you. Is that so? Alright then. Well then I guess I'll help you just a little bit. Please follow me. Welcome. Oh my, a trio of lovely ladies today. What a surprise. Hello. Good day to you. What may I do for you today? Is the manager here? The manager, you say? Sorry, but I need to know what your business here is. Well, you know, Rune approached the salesperson and whispered in his ear. And suddenly... Mr. Sevitz? I'm so sorry, I'll be right back. The salesperson's face turned pale and dashed into the back of the store. Forgive me for the delay. Even if that clerk didn't know any better, I apologize for his rudeness. Oh no, he wasn't rude at all. Mrs. Evans, my goodness, he should have contacted us earlier, and we could have prepared to welcome... wait, aren't you... The manager inspects every detail on Rune's face. Oh no, I'm here for a specific reason. A specific reason? Like a surprise inspection? The manager suddenly goes off on a tangent just by Rune mentioning a specific reason, but she quickly corrects him. No, I'm not here for that. Not at all. Just what is this conversation? I see now. So it's for your companions. We didn't mean to raise a ruckus here. I apologize if we've caused any trouble. Oh no, not at all. Any friend of Sir Zavitz is as good as a business partner to ours. Business partner? Oh, Rotona, you wanted some class 4, right? Oh yes, you're looking for some sediment then. Class 4 sediment is somewhere in the storage. Please give me a moment. You've been fairly priced based on the current market value as well. Hey you, get the sediment. Have the guards open storage A. Understood. Well, ladies, instead of standing around here, why don't we head on inside the VIP lounge? VIP lounge? Please feel free to. Just pretend you're doing me a favor and letting me serve you to the fullest. This sure turned into a pretty big deal, huh, Rotona? Yeah. I apologize for the long delay. Here are the cuts of class 4 that you requested. I've also brought cuts of classes 3 to 1 as well. Please take your time. Thank you. Such beautiful crafted cases. I'm sure the contents are even more valuable. Let's see about that. This is terrible. All of this sediment looks like nothing but plain old rock. Sediment can be divided into two general categories. One kind has slowly absorbed the mana present in the ground over a long period of time, natural sediment. It's practically just rock that's absorbed a mixture of all 5 kinds of mana: pyro, aqua, terro, aura, arrow, and void. The other kind is natural sediment, which has undergone a treatment process, allowing it to be filled with mana. These used in Manacraft are used in Manacraft and referred to as crafter sediment. When referring to sediment, it's usually the latter. Once filled with mana, crafter sediment is ranked according to how much of the mana stored inside remains unchanged. For a low quality cut, such as a class 3 or 4, mana put into the stone will change it to another kind regardless of how pure it originally was. This is referred to as impurification. For example, even after filling a stone with 100% aqua mana, it might turn into an 80-20 mix of aqua and terra. Fair, okay. Being exposed for a long time to the same type of mana will end up leaving it slightly aligned towards that type of mana. This makes achieving the required ratios for crafts harder, and no amount of processing will help, which is why the class is lower. Hence, it's common practice that class 1 sediment is filled with only with 100% purified mana when sold. Purified mana not having any attributes is the easiest to impurify. To prove that a cut of sediment is of high level of purity, filling it with purified mana is the fastest way to go about it. The sediment that the storage manager referred to as class 1 had some slight impurities in it. This normally would never be classified as class 1, probably closer to class 2. Even putting all of that pretentious monologue aside, not the best way to put it, but seeing the strange juxtaposition of exquisitely made cases like this, stuffed with sediment with quality this poor, it's laughable. It's like stuffing a solid gold case with a pile of acorns that some child picked off the ground. Rune is a sir? No, I think they keep referring to the runes like Rune's probably like a servant or like they say Sir Zevitz, but they don't seem to refer to Rune as him, right? More like she's there in relation with him, and because she is related to him in some way, either as an assistant or whatever, right? As soon as she drops his name, they're like, oh, okay, we have to like handle this. Interesting. The only one worth anything seems to be this class 3 cut. This appears to be the one with most truth to the given class. You have a keen eye for quality, miss. I would expect nothing less from an acquaintance of Mr. Zevitz. Still, the comments on this cut are all so strange. Just how did they process it for it to become like this? Sediment is processed in such a way that when filled with mana, the mana can be retained without seeping out. This process is referred to as a commit. The way it's tied off, so to speak, shows you the kind of character of whoever did the processing. Oh, that's amazing, Returner. You can tell just by looking? Well, yes, to some extent. What's the price for this class 3? Yes, here are our rates. Excuse me? That's a lot. This is on a totally different level. Really? I think the prices are pretty normal though. I do believe these prices reflect the current market value. Now I see what the owner of the pawn shop meant. With prices like these, there's no way any normal shop could deal with this product. This class 2 here. What's with this strange commit? And a class 3 and this class 4, all of their commits are just... Is there something wrong, ma'am? No, well, it seems like the same person formed the commits, but the way they're done is just... How should I explain it? It's complicated, I suppose. It's needlessly complex. Normally you wouldn't seal them up like this. You need to remove the commit in order to use them, so common practice is to tie them off as simple as possible. Exceptions do exist, which are intentionally made complicated and difficult to use, however. Oh my, such amazing insight. I'm truly in awe. Is something the matter? These are prototypes formed by the latest compressor on the market. Their selling point is that their mana compression rate is double that of the previous models, but the commit ended up being incredibly complex. The seal being so complicated to remove makes it more difficult to operate. We have taken that into consideration and lowered the prices accordingly. However, these sediments will not be used for Minecraft anyway. Most of our customers have mentioned that the aspect does not have to be recreated so faithfully. Unless you mean to say you don't plan on simply admiring these, but you intend to use them? Why would you just admire them? Apparently they look like rocks, right? They look like nicely cut rocks. Why are they just like... Are they putting them on like the wall? Or like a pedestal? They're just like, oh, it's beautiful. It's like an artwork. That's so stupid. No, I... What's the matter? What exactly is a compressor? Well, it's a device that extracts mana from the mana stream and compresses it into sediment. A device? Do you mean to say these commits were created by a machine? Well, yes. What about it? So these sediments were not filled by actual humans? Vertona. Oh my. Oh, Vertona, that was a good one. Oh. What a provocative joke. Your delivery was just so realistic that I was completely taken aback. Real important sediment for crafters' use is just far too great in value. And besides, in this day and age, you have all these rumors here and there. You're totally right on the money. Quite the avant-garde joke for a friend of the good sir, dear me. Good sir? Oh no. What? Sorry, but we have to get going. Eh? What seems to be the matter? I'm so sorry, but I remembered we have an urgent errand to run. Anyway, if you'd excuse us... Hey, wait. I want pretty chords to attune my energies, don't harsh my mellow. True. Just need that... Need that zen in your life from all the crystals around you that are worth millions. Got to get that demon out of you somehow, right? The money demon. What was that all of a sudden? What a scare. This is the second time today. So sorry, but the manager is pretty perceptive. Perceptive? Oh, it's nothing. Just talking to myself. Please, don't mind what I said at all. In any case, Rune, there must have been a better way to change the topic of the conversation. Well, yeah, but I'm not really good when it comes to that kind of stuff. So you're the type who can't tell a lie? You're a real enigma, you know that. Enigmatic? I sure hope you didn't mean enigmatic in a bad way. But really, that sediment was just far too expensive. How could we possibly buy some now? I apologize for that. I should have asked about your budget beforehand. Oh, no, sorry, I didn't mean it that way. There's nothing you need to apologize for at all. She's right, we're the ones imposing on you. But honestly, if that's expensive for you, then I don't think you'll be able to get any sediment anywhere in town. When he said he studied the market for the prices, he was pretty right on the money. Is that so? This is a problem. I hope Selphine and I don't end up getting separated then. Anyway, putting that aside, Rune, do you mind if I ask you something? Yes? Wherever we go, everyone seems to know who you are. Are you some kind of celebrity in town or something? Huh? I've noticed that too. The salesperson and manager immediately treated us differently after seeing you and hearing who you are. Are you from a well-to-do household here? Oh, not at all. It's just that the work I do is a little special. Rather, it's not something I'd like to talk about, and it's a pretty unique way of making a living in this place. Special work that you'd rather not talk about with others? God. So I'm guessing you're a prostitute? No, not even close. How the heck, how did you even come to that conclusion in the first place? Well, it was just the first thing that came to mind. Why princess? Come on. I mean, I know her phrasing was weird, but you're a princess. Come on, you can't just say stuff like that. I am such a Ratona. I am very much a Ratona, yes. Hey, Ratona, are you okay? I'm choking on my own saliva. It's true. Good grief. The way you managed to make the connection just because of the word unique makes you even more unique. In any case, the sun is about to set. Oh, that's right. You wanted to hear about what it's like on the outside, didn't you? My lady, why is she just dying? Huh? Oh, but we haven't finished all your shopping. Once we get the last thing on the list closed, then we can go have some dinner. I don't mind. Then we can have it. If you don't mind, then we can have it together. And I'll tell you all the sorts of stories over that. You don't mind, do you, Returna? No, I don't. Fuck. Why is she just... It wasn't that bad, jeez. She's just... Oh god. I get that she's uncomfortable after it, but... Why does she sound like she's just dying? Are you serious? Really? I wouldn't want to intrude or anything. Of course you aren't. It was a promise between us friends, right? Eh? Come on, Returna, let's go. Okay. She did say she was choking. Well, yes. But surely she wouldn't still be... I don't know. It shouldn't last that long, I feel. Friends? There's a signboard hung up on at the front of the clotier. The sign reads Growley's Apparel. Growley's Apparel. Glad to be closed. Glad to be closed is such a good line on the sign, actually. You never almost died like that then? Just me? No, I have. Just... Not in the middle of conversation, I don't think. They're glad to be closed, it seems. So they are. The sign sure gets on my nerves. It's a little early to be closing up shop, isn't it? I'm sorry, we should have come here earlier. The stares from everyone around us as we were shopping were becoming too difficult to bear. We simply just stand out too much. There isn't a single person in town wearing a cloak. A black cloak is necessary for a mana crafter and is generally part of most formal wear outfits. Furthermore, what I'm wearing now identifies me as a royal guardian, the most formal of such outfits. And Selphine is wearing a peach-colored dress that really sticks out. Certainly what a princess would dress with. I should be alright for another night. Once we get to an inn, I can just scrub the clothes clean. Laundry is one thing, but I'd really like to take a nice hot bath. We did sleep outdoors last night, after all. What should we do? Should we head to the inn first? No, there should be a lot of places to eat just nearby, right? It'll be a hassle to head back here anyway, so let's just have some food first. Yay, so she says. You sure are excited, Selphine. I'm so excited to try another country's cuisine. I was about to ask if she'd forgotten that we were swept away from our own country, but I restrained myself. If she can forget about everything that's happened just for now, why not? I mean, she didn't forget though, because she literally is talking about another country's cuisine. She's just trying to make the best of it at this point. Had it just been Selphine and me today, I'm sure she wouldn't have been this bright and cheerful. I'm glad that Rune accompanied us today. Rune, your gelato looks delicious. Oh yes, it's very tasty. It's cold and red. What does the color have to do with flavor? Now you two, why are you spoiling your appetite just before dinner? On the way, the two were enjoying ice cream they purchased from a vendor who had a frozen treat stand. To be specific, Selphine's was milk flavored and Rune's was strawberry. Because we're hungry. I suppose that's true. At least she has an appetite. Well then, I guess we really should have some dinner. Yeah, I'm super hungry. Where would you like to eat? I want to eat something nice and hot. Something hot, if that's the case. Una. She's a real mystery. We've only just met, but I can't help but feel totally relaxed around her. A person this free of malice is certainly a rarity. Ah! Whoa! Oh no, I dropped my ice cream! No, not the ice cream! I'm not going to think about the way she's just slightly off. That makes me suspicious of her motives. I'm not. Is something troubling you, Retona? You're making a pained expression. No, that's... sorry. What's this about all of a sudden? Good evening, ladies. Just as we were conversing, a barker approached us. Abel's Tavern's got discounts this whole week. Stop by and have a look if you like. Abel's Tavern? It's a tavern at the edge of town, pretty famous since a long while back. A tavern? Ergo a bar, a place for drinks. And we've just got some new ale on tap. And to celebrate, we've got everything at 30% off. Tona, did you hear that? 30%! 30 whole percent! 30%? Gee, that's something one would never expect to hear from a princess who's lived in a royal palace all her life. Well, we can't buy any sediment, but we have more than enough money to get food. Why don't we go to a more typical restaurant instead of a tavern? I mean, the demon's taken her, obviously, right? The discount demon. That's true, and this place has quite the peculiar atmosphere. Well then, take this. He hands her in a small slip of paper. A special coupon reserved only for lovely ladies such as yourselves. Another 20% off. Half of everything. Tavern forward march! You fall for it just because of a discount? She's never lived a life of wanting, so just where does this sense of chasing savings come from? You weren't raised to be like this. Aratona, you sound just like your mom. Tavern forward march! Selphine seems to be pretty up for it, so why don't we just take a look at least? Would you like me to show you the way? Well, it's a pain to think any further. I'll just let Selphine take the reins on this one. Look, Selphine's just excited, you know. After a short walk, we emerged in a decidedly darker, dingier part of town. The ambiance of the entire place contrasted starkly with the central district of town where we shopped earlier. There was a slight air of danger that wafted around. I wouldn't even think of passing through an alleyway, even if it was a shortcut to someplace. This place had the dark, desolate feeling to it. Well, looks like things are getting pretty interesting. I wouldn't say interesting is the right word for this place. Woon suddenly walks ahead of us. Milady, are you sure you want to have your dinner in a place like this? What's wrong with it? What's wrong, you say? Doesn't anything come to mind just looking around? Scary, for one? Scary? I see. No, not really. I mean, You're here with me. What's wrong, Retona? It's nothing, just... You might want to exercise a little more caution is all. I'll be fine. I doubt Rune will bring us anywhere dangerous. Besides, even if something does happen, you're right here by my side. It'll be alright. Goodness gracious. After 10 or so minutes, we arrive at an absurdly large building. Here we are. This is Abel's Tavern. We follow after Rune, pushing the doors open and... Nice. Wow! Hey Retona, look! It's like super amazing! It certainly is. I'm awestruck. Abel's Tavern. The huge wooden structure has an aroma of smoke and wood chips drifting through the air. It's just like one of those taverns you hear of in fairy tales. Wow, Retona, what's all this? Delphine squatted down and stared at what lay spread out all across the floor. It was covered in some kind of sawdust or shells or some sort, leaving the original flooring completely concealed. Sure is a pretty interesting place, right? Have a look at that. Moon pointed towards the middle of the building. What? It's enormous. The interior of the structure extended all the way to the 3 whole stories, resembling a coliseum of sorts. A spiral staircase using a large tree as its motive extended all the way to the top floor. The stairs were used for delivering orders and such. Is that a real tree? Now that I look at it again, the large tree's canopy reaches all the way to the top and acts as a ceiling for the uppermost floor. You wouldn't notice it until you get a closer look, but you can see the night sky through the gaps between the leaves of the tree. It is indeed. This entire place was constructed around this tree. That's amazing, marvelous, truly marvelous, isn't it, Retona? What are they going to do when it rains? The interior was lined with casks and casks of alcohol. They seem to reach all the way to the 3rd floor. Do the casks serve as some kind of divider? Truly befuddling architectural design. This place is one of Cadia's main attractions. The brewery at Abel's is responsible for producing 60% of all liquor in Sector 3. Oh my god. That's a lot of liquor. Brewery, you say? Behind those casks is the brewery, separate from the tavern itself. Is that so? Suddenly. Hey man, everyone! Hey everyone, listen up. Sorry. We hear a voice from above, resonating through the entire tavern, and the entire place falls silent. As we look up, we see a man standing on the railing of the 2nd floor, a glass of beer in hand. Today I've finally gotten myself canned from work. Now I don't ever have to see the damn boss man ever again. Time for a celebratory drink. All you bastards in the tavern, your next drink's on me. Good old hedge fund. A flurry of cheering roars throughout. Ain't that boss man of yours your old man? You're damn right he is, that stupid old coot. And I bet you you're gonna be begging to head back tomorrow or the day after. Not bite me like hell, I'm gonna do that. Keep it coming, Archman. Here's the more free booze. Sure, I'm more free booze for you. Just give me a job first. Hey, if you got fired, just how the hell are you gonna pay me for all the booze you're giving out? Well, of course I sure as hell can't, you numbskull. Looks like I'm washing dishes for you for a month. Oh my god. Wow, Hirschman, you're such a generous gent. Oh, that's so, then why don't you marry me? Over my dead body. What the heck is going on? Everyone laughed up a storm. Alright, bottoms up everyone. Every single person in the tavern goes woohoo as they all share a hearty toast. The cheers roared with an intensity that shook you to your very core. This place is sure something. Yes, that's just how this place is. So I suppose for you two it might be a little... Well... I'm already used to it, so I don't mind, but Sophie might not be ready for a place like this. Look at those eyes. She's loving it. She's loving it. We have to find a quieter place. I love it! What? Oh no. She's got that sparkle in her eyes. Retona, let's eat her, okay? It looks so fun! But if some kind of trouble popped up, Waiter, I'd like a table for 3, please. In an instant, Selphine vanished from my sight. Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm a little busy here, so could you just seat yourselves in a booth inside? Aye, aye, wee! Wait, Selphine? What, really? We're eating here? Apparently so. Good grief. A penchant for merrymaking must run in Rugsnade's blood. Just what do you plan to do if something happens? I whispered to Selphine. Huh? We'll be fine. I mean, everyone's having so much fun. It doesn't even make any sense. I really love places like these. It's also fun and warm and cozy. Oh, King Vala also had this side to him. He didn't place any distance between himself and his people. The king was close to his citizens. On the surface, you'd think it was a wonderful, charming thing. However, things weren't actually that simple. Royalty must always stand atop others. Without a strong, charismatic presence, the citizenry will become uneasy. A king who's friendly with his citizens is nothing but the stuff of fantasy. That's not true? From what I've heard, King Vala was quite troubled with this during his youth. There has to be an appropriate distance between a leader and his followers. Otherwise, the relationship will cease to be. Sooner or later, Selphine has to come to that realization as well. Should I caution her? I take a quick glance at Selphine beside me. No. Selphine stuffed her mouth with walnuts, looking happy but oh so undignified. Well, the store's pretty good. Don't get so happy over a bunch of walnuts. A hamster's in our midst. A princess like her is enjoying something so pedestrian. No. Walnuts are great. What are you talking about, Retona? Walnuts are great. I'd be stuffing my mouth too. Selphine had such a carefree smile on her face, more so than usual. She sure is nuts for those. Why did they have to put the pun in there? They had to, right? Well, Selphine, your face looks so funny. Rune laughs. Delish. And Selphine laughs along with her. Oh, you can just toss the shells onto the floor. Oh, I see. So all of this stuff on the floor is those shells. That's pretty cool, isn't it, Retona? Magnificent! Ah, well, never mind. She's having fun anyway. Really though, it's been so long since I've come here. Did you come here regularly before? Oh, did you come here regularly before, Retona said. Nope, just once, a while back. Is that so? I suppose that makes sense. These kinds of places don't suit you at all either, Rune. Eh? You think so? This isn't the kind of place a girl all by herself would go to. I suppose that's true. Right. How do we even order food? Point taken. Oh, you look at the menu and choose from there. Everything that's being served here is written in there. Rune hands me a thick booklet placed at the edge of the table. Oh, it's so thick. What is this? These drawings are pretty impressive. The menu had numerous drawings of some of the dishes. It's not watercolor. Looks like something somewhat like graphite lead, but there's color? This is the outer pole, so they couldn't have used mana to make these. Just what kind of drawing technique did they employ to come up with such realistic pictures? The level of detail present in these drawings is beyond what the human hand can achieve. Oh, those aren't drawings, but what we call photographs. Photographs? Yes, actually, do you not have menus where you come from? How do you order things? Normally it was set up such that whenever you enter an establishment, the Comcraft line would be activated. From the line, a list of ingredients would flow into your conscious. Just by entering the shop, you would already know everything they serve. There'd be no point in leaving these bundles of paper at every table. A menu, huh? Pretty inefficient way of doing things. But they have no choice, there's no mana here. That is, Something similar to this? We have a lot of small establishments from where we are. There's usually a large display board hung just above the kitchen. Apparently that's how it was like before the advent of Comcraft. I've only ever seen mock-ups of it though. Huh, these cultural differences sure are interesting, huh? Even with something as simple as this. Yeah, our countries definitely are different from each other. Now that we should... What should we eat? I can feel a strange aura from beside me. What in the... Sophine looks completely different. Her eyes are so fixed to the menu with an expression more serious than I've ever seen. Could it be... I'd say those eyes are once able to see things that no normal person could see. Stern, dignified, clear eyes. The eyes of royalty. Has she finally awakened? But why now? Why here? What's the matter, milady? I feel her gaze pierce my very being. What's wrong, Sophine? Retona? Rune? Yes? Gulp. I can't read this menu. I suppose that much is obvious. We'd relied on Rune the entire time, so we didn't realize it until now, but we can't actually read the language. Araradam can only interpret what is audible, not written. God damn it. All that suspense. I love it though. Just like... Get wrecked magic, yeah. All the suspense only for her to be like, I can't read. At least there's pictures though. There's pictures, you can just point at it. Miss Sophine? If you just told me, then I would gladly help you read, so please don't make such a scary face. Okay, thanks. Sophine doesn't even notice. Rune's gone totally pale from seeing her expression. Oh my god, I love this drawing. I'll take everything. Oh, you won't. Absolutely not. But everything looks so delicious, I can't decide. Just how much do you plan to eat? You're going to get fat. I'll be fine. I'm already this hungry. That's no excuse. But Retona, look, everything's so tasty. That doesn't mean we can just order every single thing. But then how about ordering this sampler then? It has many of the items on the menu, but in bite-sized portions. I'll take that then. I'd like something easy on the stomach. Is there anything like that? This that's easy to digest? Well, there's really just soup, I suppose. I'll go with that. Oh my god, the food. It just appears. A line of servers brought each and every single dish on the menu to our table. Wow, this looks amazing. Sylphine's order of samplers completely covered the entire table. This is quite a lot of food. Can she even finish all of this? It looks delicious. Mind your manners, seriously. Oh, come on, lighten up, Retona. It's time to get some grub. Sophine is getting so excited that her persona is already giving way. You two are just too funny. Don't tell me you're actually traveling entertainers? Funny? Absolutely not. Oh, Retona, are you alright with just soup? Is that going to be enough? Yes, I'd like something light for tonight. Might be because the flow of mana here is weak, but I have no appetite. Retona, if you don't eat anything, you won't get any energy. I realize that, milady. But honestly, I just can't get rid of this feeling of languidness. I don't particularly feel bad, but it's like the chill you feel right before a strong fever sets in. The feeling of your very bones weakening. Alright, they said the discounts were to celebrate the new ale, right? How about we try some of that? What? Retona, are you alright with ale? That's a mighty fine question there, Rune. No need to hide anything now. Retona here can match your drink with any man, even one bigger than... I panic and cover Sylphine's mouth. Rather than she not say too much. Retona, are you a heavy drinker? No, not in the slightest. Indeed she is. Retona's a real aficionado of alcohol. Sylphina escapes my grasp and proclaims that in a loud voice. There's no need to shout. Well, then we really should order some. Here, they say that alcohol is the best medicine. I'm sure it will help you feel better. And Tavern's Ales is really famous. I've always wanted to try it myself too. Is it alright for me to do something so imprudent? Excuse me, waiter. We'll take 2 steins of your new ale. Wait, since when were you the one in charge of ordering? How sly. And I'll have a glass of pomegranate juice. You got it. Just a moment. This game is funny. It's ridiculous. I do love it. In less than 10 seconds, he casually pours beer into a couple of steins. Starting off with some ale, ladies. You all look pretty young, too. We heard that the new brews always sell out so quickly, so we figured we ought to have a head start. You sure did, and they're nice and cold thanks to our new aqua box. Enjoy. Okay, let's toast to our new friendships. I drink to that. The 3 of us clink our glasses together. Ah, this is so good. Really good. There are very few places where you can get brewed this good in Ruxenheid. Ah, wonderful. It's the first time all day that I've seen you relax like this. It is? Have I been on edge all day? You were totally serious the whole day. Is that so? I must have been more tired than I realized. Phew, that was delicious. Sure was. Perhaps because of the ale, I was able to eat much more than I thought I could. Well then, let's settle the bill and head back to the... What the... Sounded like a lot of glassware shattering nearby. Eek! What's going on? Please wait here, you two. I leap out of my seat and head towards the sound. You better keep your word. That's what a real man does, right? Right? Huh. Don't give it a bull about being a man when you can't even pay for your own damn drink, you mooch. The hedge fund fellow from earlier was quarreling with a man much larger than him. The hell you say to me, a little... Smash. The man smashed a wooden table twice as thick as his arm in 2 like it was nothing. What is with that man? A subject. Both of you, please stand back. Perfect timing. I've always wanted to see what this body of mine... How this body of mine's gonna work on a living, breathing person. What the heck? The man pulls out a cask from the packed wall using just one hand without even breaking a sweat. And then... What are you up to? Hey! He lifts the cask up overhead, its size even larger than his entire body. Is that cask full of alcohol? It was a surreal scene, so surreal that the jeering bystanders were all silenced. Don't tell me you're gonna hurl that thing at me. Are you gonna kill a man over some lousy tab? Yeah, I will. They'll teach y'all to just run your mouths off. You, what the hell are you doing? Shut up! He flung an empty stool in the air as he was shouting in response. The heavy bar stool zoomed through the air in a straight line. The waiter just barely managed to dodge the stool, which quickly smashed into the wall behind him, breaking apart into pieces. If y'all don't want to die, then back the hell off. Persona, I'm working on it. Damn, the man in the air's too thin. I can't get the synergy right. Just have to do this with my own mana. Please make it in time. I begin to refine my internal purified mana into Terra and Pyro. The right ratio, the right timing, the right synergy. Terra, Pyro, materialization, polishing, cooling. Stop screwing around. You can still stop this. Calm the hell down. Finished. I leap off the ground. Please let me get there in time. Then suddenly, running your mouth got you into this mess, you little piece of... Shadow flies through the corner of my eye. Wow. Crash. For a moment, I couldn't tell what exactly happened. Hirchwan had vanished from in front of me. Rue? And in his place was... Rune! Rune's body flying from the impact of being struck by the cask. What the heck just... You bastard. You bastard! More like, probably. I use a nearby table as a launching pad and jump. Using all of my strength, I swing my sword downwards. The sword met no resistance. It was a clean slice. The cask was cleaved in two, spilling ale all over the tavern. What? The man loses his balance and falls flat on his rear. What the hell you... What? His eyes fixated on the strange object pointed at his throat. A transparent sword? This glass sword can cut through even metal. Your neck is nothing in comparison. It'll cut easily through it like a hot knife through butter. Listen, I'm only going to say this once. Don't move. Why, you little... He screams at me with hate, but our match is already over. As I've got his neck pinned to the ground, the clattering of his boots against the floor tells me all I need to know. Rune. Lady, how is Rune? Ah. A reaction. Reaction. Owie. So she wasn't even hurt, huh? Okay. Interesting. Then Rune, are you okay? I'll patch you up in a sec, okay? Wait, what? Oh, sorry, I must have tripped. You tripped? What's wrong? There isn't a single scratch on her. What? I mean, they did kind of drop all pretenses. Did no one go like, where did you get that sword from? What was this? Did no one actually say anything about that? I guess not. Are you sure you're fine? Rune just rose to her feet without a single mark or bruise. I'm fine, really, I just tripped a little. No, that's impossible. I'm 100% A-okay. Just look at me, perfectly healthy. You three, wait a minute. Dang, really thanks for the help back there. If you girls weren't around, I'd be pushing up daisies by now. No, I didn't do a thing. Save your gratitude for this girl. No, oh no, I didn't do anything either. I just happened to be around and then I accidentally tripped. This girl, she's still terrible at lying. Wait, aren't you... He takes a close look at Rune. Nah, can't be. It's nothing. Never mind. Well, anyway, seriously, thanks. Please, could you let me do something to return the favor? Oh, why? You don't really need to. Wait, on your shirt, does that read Grauclay's Apparel? Yeah, it does. Name's Hirschman Grauclays, second generation owner of Grauclay's Apparel. So you are, then that's perfect timing. What do you mean? Well, actually, Rune explained our predicament to Hirschman. So as you can see, these two girls really stand out, so we've been looking for a new set of clothes. Well, is that it? Leave it to me. I'll stitch you up some new clothes even nicer than what my old man could ever put out. Come with me. Wait, we're going there right this moment? It's fine, right? The night's still young. Let me do you this much, okay? Besides, you'd rather have this done as soon as you can, right? This is true. But just how is he going to tailor while drunk? Gotta strike while the iron's hot. I'm in the mood. You let me do this tonight, I'm not even gonna ask what these are for. Once tomorrow hits, then I'll be all sobered up and my curiosity's just gonna get the better of me, you know? That's just ridiculous. Why, you make clothes for us? Sure as hell am. You girls are my saviors. These outfits are gonna be the best I make yet. While drunk, of course. Oh my god. Wow, Retona, look! This fabric feels really good. Oh, this is quite... Wow, you two look fantastic. Of course they do. Who do you think I am? I mean, I feel like they would still stand out though. Am I wrong? Didn't she say something about cloaks being the thing that no one wears? But they still have cloaks. Like, they're not purple. It's like hers is not purple, the royal color, but still. I feel like they would still stand out. But now they're local cloaks. Right, of course. I was totally taken unawares. Herchman's tailoring was second to none. Anyway, I made them nice and simple like you asked me to, but the models using the clothes are just too beautiful that they stand out anyway. Oh my god. This guy. Herchman keeps looking back at Selphine as he tilts his head. Yeah, you said I'm a great model. Well, of course. She was born to a king said to be the most handsome of the land and a queen blessed with both looks and intelligence. If she weren't beautiful, I'd be filing a complaint to Mother Nature herself. God. Still though, miss. Do you mean me? How do you like your outfit? I can't say it's the most original color palette I've ever tailed it up, black on black with a shade of grey. You're quite the looker yourself, don't you want to put on a little more color? I think it'd look great on you. No, I'm fine with this. The color black has a tendency to absorb mana. As mana is absorbed into your clothing, it becomes easier to feel the levels of mana around you. For battlecrafters who can start and finish a craft in a split second, it isn't rare that wearing black can tip the outcome of battle. Mana crafters always have to keep that function in mind for their clothing. Putting on cloaks though, that style's 30 years old, you two. You think so? I think they look really cute. Ah, I see. Thanks for letting me know that. Wait. Oh, no, that's not... That wasn't harsh. What am I doing? Whatever. Pretty young ladies like yourselves really are the best for modeling this stuff. Modeling for what? Trends, fashion is always changing. The fact that you girls like this kind of look is proof that it'll be the in thing again soon. You've got a point there. I mean, maybe. Like them looking around or walking around, people are just gonna be like, hey, they look kind of cute. I want stuff like that. And then they go to Herchman, and he's like, yeah, free publicity or something. I don't know. Boy, oh boy, it's been a long time since I've done up outfits this pretty. Feels great. Thank you so much, Mr. Herchman. Anytime. Wait, weren't you fired? Can we just waltz in here and do all this? Yeah, it's fine. Old Koo just says whatever he wants to, so you gotta learn to let it go. Otherwise, you ain't gonna last. Should have put a giant G on the backs of the cloaks for promo. True. True. What happened between you two? He said something real crazy to me. Insane, absurd. Totally not something you'd ever say to your own flesh and blood son. A family business, huh? It's not something that'll always go smoothly. What did he say to you? He told me not to drink while on the job. Sounds perfectly rational to me. You were clearly in the wrong there. I was tailoring up some suits for a bro's wedding. It's like the rule that you gotta drink to celebrate good times. There's no such rule. Yo, Herchman, you okay from earlier? Ah, sorry ladies, just give me a moment. Herchman steps aside and begins to converse with the couple who passed by. The fabric here makes it so easy to move. Indeed. You two look really great in those outfits. He really wasn't joking, the materials he used are fantastic. The quality of the cloth is just as good, maybe even better than my formal wear outfit. I wonder how much this would have cost if we were gonna pay. What's with the dry laugh? I took a look at the store's price list earlier. How much would this have been? You know what they say. Ignorance is bliss. Was it that expensive? Just who is this Herchman fella? Sorry about that, ladies. Was that your friend? Yeah, well, actually he's just a guy I bump into sometimes at Abel's. Hey Herchman, I heard you picked a fight in the tavern, is that true? It wasn't a big deal. Don't put too much worry on my fragile little heart now, okay? Worry? You? Me? Again, Herchman heads over to converse with the lady who passed us by. Oh, if you say so then. Come on, no need to pout like that. Let's head over there sometime for dinner next time, just the two of us. What do you say? Not a chance. Not even a chance? If you insist. Heck yeah, I do. I'm up for it any time. After they finish talking, the lady leaves. Sorry for bailing again. What? This guy. He's just talking to everyone. You sure know a lot of people. We're the only ones here that tailor up formal outfits. Well, you've been doing it for this long, you and your customers are practically best buddies. Hertzman takes out a flask of alcohol and swirls it around, inhaling the vapors. Don't you think you've been drinking too much? You should slow down your pace a little. It's fine, I've gotta do this. This is part of my job too. Drinking is a part of your job? Yeah, it sure is. The city needs a village idiot, a class act, someone to bring on the laughter. What do you mean by that? Everyone in the city is tired, exhausted. These here parts, every day there's something... There's news about how mana-related sicknesses are spreading or how the outer pole's borders are shrinking. It just gets to you. Everyone's on edge. The borders of the outer pole are shrinking? Ooh. Oops. Never heard of that phenomenon before. Actually, now that you mention it, we haven't heard any good information about that in a while. But ladies, you know, it's times like these, tough times, that people have to laugh, to smile. We gotta enjoy every single day we're on this planet. Mr. Hirschman? What? I think you're a fantastic person. Yeah, to say nothing. I just love my booze. Hirschman laughs up a storm. Anyways. Thanks. Aw. Let me actually save because I haven't in a while. And I don't want things to crash. No, Ray, really? It's pretty interesting, isn't it? Oh, and food. Farming and agriculture are just booming back in my country. That's incredible. I know, right? Just amazing, really. Exactly. Your homeland seems like such a fun place. I'm so envious. You're from such a wonderful place. Why would you want to leave that just to travel? Well... Oh, did I say something I shouldn't have? Let's just say we have some things to deal with. The only thing crashing is this ale right here in my belly. Exactly. To put it another way, we're not so much traveling as we are making our way back home. We didn't intend for this to happen. Oh, I'm sorry for bringing that all up. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I've never been to San Adrista myself, but from what I hear, the continent's pretty far away, isn't it? Yes, it is. It's on the completely opposite side of the planet. There isn't a place further than that. Curses. It's the age of exploration right now. While it may sound like the perfect time for adventure, the truth is that all the other nations are busy trying to protect and expand their own territories. It's utter chaos. Honestly, we need to get back home as soon as we can, but we're in a bind. We're absolute novices at traveling, so we don't even know how long the journey will take. Does that mean that I've done nothing but get in your way as I was dragging you all over town? Not at all. It's nothing to be concerned about, Rune. We were only able to gather this much in supplies with the amount of money we had thanks to Rune, after all. She's right. We're really grateful to you, Rune. So hold your head up high, okay? Okay. Well, thanks very much for everything today. No, the gratitude is all ours. Thanks so much for helping us out today, Rune. I share your sentiments. You have my gratitude, Rune. Oh, I know. Hey, Rune. What is it? Phil cereal. What? Huh? Okay, you do this. Sophine sticks her hand out with her thumb and pinky spread out, while the other 3 fingers are kept together. Rune mimics Sophine's gesture and they do a Ruxenhate style handshake. Oh, with the pinky there. Interesting. Interesting. Good job, Rune. What was that? Cereal. It's a greeting we say in our country's native language. It means luck be with you. Tona? With every encounter, luck is part of the beginning and of the end. It's one of the traditional sayings we have from our country. Whenever you greet or say goodbye to someone, you tell them Viserial. Zelphine, oh, this has been the best, funnest day I've had in my entire life. Your kindness brings me to tears. Oh, don't exaggerate. Retona, Viserial to you too. Yeah, Viserial. I shake her hand. She sure cries easily. The sun's totally set now. We can walk you back. Yeah? Did you say yeah? It's alright. I'm fine. No need to worry about me. I don't think anyone in the city would even think of doing stuff to me, like kidnapping or whatever. Anyway, moving on. Yes? We to be leaving town by tomorrow? That's the plan, tomorrow morning. Is that so? Why do you ask? What about evening? No, noon. Could you please wait for me until noon? Hey, Retona, you awake? I am. What do we do tomorrow? Do you mean about Rune? There's something I'd like to give you. I don't think she has any hidden intentions. I've kept an eye on her behavior all day today, and she seems to be genuinely doing this out of kindness. Of course she is, Retona. You've always been so suspicious of everyone. I'm your guardian after all, just treat it like an occupational disease. I know, we've been together for so long, right? I wonder what she wants to give us, though. Shall we extend our stay to just noontime tomorrow, then? Of course, we've managed to make a friend. Who knows when the next time we'll meet will be. I can understand what you're feeling exactly. She certainly had her peculiarities, but I've grown rather fond of Rune as well. Who wouldn't? Even though we need to get back to Ruxenhade as soon as we can, I figure another few hours wouldn't hurt. There's another reason why we need to leave this place as soon as we can, however. This place, the Outer Pole, is called that because it's beyond the reach of the mana streams emanating from the 4 mana poles. I know that much. And it's because there's so little mana that settlement costs so much, right? Indeed. By the way, how are you feeling right now? Well, I guess I'm pretty tired. We did do quite a lot of walking and all. That's not what I meant. It's true that we've expended quite a lot of our stamina. However, the exhaustion you're feeling stems primarily from the lack of mana. What? Our bodies are not accustomed to a land with this little mana. It's akin to a place that doesn't have enough oxygen. Is that dangerous? It will be quite taxing on your body, but it's nothing life-threatening. What is dangerous, however, is that your body will acclimatize to the lack of mana. Is acclimatizing a bad thing? Don't you think it's rather strange? Apart from special areas like these, mana is present all throughout the planet. If the mana present in that area is so lacking that it's obstructing your way of life, then you can just move elsewhere. So why don't the people of the Outer Pole do the same? The reason is simple. Even if they wanted to, they can't leave. Why not? Being raised in a land rich with mana, staying for a short while in a place that has much less of it isn't too difficult. Our bodies will eventually get used to the small amount of mana and we can continue with our lives as normal. However, the opposite of that is not possible. Why not? A person's mana system develops in the first 6 to 9 months of their life, based on the concentration of mana in their surroundings. This process determines their internal absolute limit for storing mana. For the rest of that person's life, their body will continue to take in mana from the atmosphere according to this limit. However, for people who are born and raised on the Outer Pole, this limit is as good as 0. Their bodies cannot metabolize mana. If someone like that were to go to a place with a high concentration of mana, there's a phenomenon where the mana present in the air forces itself into the body. Seeing as this mana cannot be metabolized by the body, do you know what it does? What it is to the body. It's poison. In other words, mana shock occurs. Oh no. But maybe they could just slowly get used to more and more mana? Even if they weaken their mana consumption rate, it's said that it's something that can't be trained up. The fact that there are no people leaving the Outer Pole is proof of this. For those who've grown up with mana, there's no resource more valuable. But for those who have no connection to it, there isn't a thing more dangerous. It's similar to taking a fish that can only live in fresh water and suddenly tossing it into salt. Into salt water, not salt. Not just salt. Oh god. This is the other reason as to why we need to leave as soon as possible. This is only based on what I've heard, but our bodies can only last for 5 days. We absolutely cannot spend any longer than that in the outer pole. If we don't take care, then we may be forever confined to this place. Knowing all this, do you still intend to wait till noon tomorrow? I'll wait. Very well then. Once we've gotten back to Ruxinade, I was gonna send Rune an invitation and ask her to come over and visit us. But with mana shock and all, that's not possible, is it? No, it's not. I mean, it might be for her. Because Rune doesn't seem human so far. Then that means our meeting tomorrow with her is our last. We've only known each other for a really short time, but it doesn't change the fact that Rune is my friend. Because if I can't even treasure my friends, then being able to treasure the people of my country would be impossible to me. Sorry, Rutona, I know that I'm being selfish and that I'm dragging you along into more danger. Nonsense, milady. Your will is mine. Really? I'm so sorry. Don't be. I think your sentiment is truly, truly admirable. Please, trust your discernment. I will stand by your decision, no matter what. No. She's late. I mean, she did say... she did say evening at first, and I was like, oh, no, noon. So she probably is, like, rushing things right now. It's 12:20. Let's wait a little longer. Just a little longer. And if she doesn't come... Are you two Selphine and Rutona? We turn around to find a tall man standing behind us. Oh. My full attention focuses straight on his eyes. They were sharp, almost combative, and weren't the kind to just let anyone get close to him. Maybe he was born with them? Maybe he was born with it. Maybe maybe it's Maybelline. Just what kind of life would one have lived to get such a sad gaze like that? And you are... My name is Rudo Zevitz, CEO of the Zevitz Company. No, I suppose that title means nothing to the likes of you. Long story short, I'm Sarah's owner. Sarah? Owner of Sarah? Is that some kind of store? That's the thing that was accompanying you the night before. The thing. Thing. Not nice. Last night? Do you mean the girl we were with yesterday? Rune? What? Upon hearing the name, his face stiffens up. Calling itself Rune now, is that right? Yes, she was. Ruda let out an exasperated sigh. Let's get one thing straight. I don't know what lies that thing has told you, but what you've spent the entirety of yesterday with is without a doubt Sarah. Could you please stop addressing Rune as if she were a thing? What's wrong with referring to an object as an object? Why you... glared at him with the intent to intimidate. Just what do you want with us? Oh, is that so? Ruda seems to have come to a conclusion of sorts as he silently approaches me straight on. As we stand right across each other, the differences in height becomes glaringly obvious. I only just barely come up to his chin. I mean... That's not true. I mean, according to I guess the visual novel doesn't actually match up then. Because then she should be, like, here. Unless they mean... The visuals don't... His upper chin, what above the eyes? Yeah. This chin here. The forehead is a chin, apparently. I instinctively got myself into a defensive stance, and then... Your eyes are absolutely exquisite. Time stops, my body is frozen still. I break out in cold sweat all over my body. The lush brilliance, the deep colors of your irises, such splendid eyes, as if they were radiating a faint glow of light. It's nothing more than cringe-worthy cliched lines one after the other, or it should have, had the gaze in his eyes staring straight at me not been swirling full of hatred and anger. Persona, I see. I heard you were travelers, but for you to have been outsiders. Excuse me. What do you want from us? So be it. Rudo distances himself again from us. Just who is this man? There has to be a limit to how far he can take xenophobia. Returner, are you okay? I'm fine. Just caught me by surprise is all. Back at the topic at hand. What on earth did you tell Sarah? Can't imagine what could inspire her to take such unexplainable actions. Just a moment here, I'm telling you that the girl we were with yesterday was Rune. If you're going to keep insisting she's Sarah, then we'd like to see some proof. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to explain everything just for you. Let's put it this way, I'm just her overseer. Rune's overseer? You haven't been making sense all this time. At all this time. This morning we found Sarah leaving my company's mines with sediment on its person. What? Mine? We're currently excavating it. Sarah must have thought we wouldn't notice it taking some class 4 sediment. Stealing from the mines just to give it to people like you. Outsiders. What is it thinking, I swear? Excavating? Well, it's just that the work I do is a little special. It's a pretty unique way of making a living in this place. Don't tell me. Samit, hello. I hope you're doing well. No way. Rune is... a mana mine worker? Just how slow do you have to be? Look, Rune does not exist. Okay, look, whoever we were with yesterday, Sarah, was it? Is she a laborer in a mana mine? She is. What of it? This is an outrage. Are you insane? Working in a mana mine with that frail, dainty body, she couldn't possibly be doing this of her own will. Own will? There's no such thing. I give it orders and it carries them out. That's all there is to it. Do you mean to say... she's a slave? What? Are you treating Rune as a slave? Does this country still practice slavery? This is too much. You say that you've made friends with Tara, but for it to not have told you something so important. Considering you're friends, you ought to be exasperated. Please answer me, is Rune a slave under your possession? Sophine. That's a preposterous question. My time isn't worth having to educate people who've misconstrued this entire situation like you from the very beginning. And I have little to gain once you do understand. So you go out of your way to meet us, but you won't even tell us anything. No need to look so disappointed. I came here to pay you back for your time. As he speaks to us, he takes out a finely shaped sediment from his pocket. The sediment was as clear as glass, without a single impurity. Class 1 sediment. Considering how much sediment costs in the outer pole, one has to wonder just how much this would cost. You too wanted some sediment, am I right? Here, I kept you waiting, so take this. No thank you. Rather than that, we'd like to hear the full story behind all this. That's too much trouble, so just skip to the end. Rune is not a slave. The two aren't even remotely comparable. To make things clear and simple, it broke the company's rules. And we have taken the best steps possible to make sure this doesn't happen again. If you want any more information beyond that, then conduct your own investigation. Now, if you'll excuse me... Wait. What? What will happen to Rune? No, Sarah. Why do you have to concern yourselves with that? Because she's our friend. Sophine immediately responds in a loud voice, her patience seeming to have run dry. Rune stole some sediment, that's the issue here, right? Then I'll just pay you back for it. So don't do anything to Rune. Here I was wondering what you had to say. You do realize that this entire incident happened because you don't have the money to actually pay for sediment, right? Well, it may be the case for us right now, but once we return home... You're telling me to trust someone who I've only just met. This isn't something you can solve with just your emotions. Rudo once again begins to walk away. Wait. I'm a mana crafter. Tona. If you can give me an empty sediment, I can fill it with purified mana. With stones the size that you're holding, I can easily top up 10, even 20 of them. Well, how about that? We still have a problem? You're a rather desperate girl, especially for you to make such remarks in a public place like this. But here I thought you had your head on straight. I suppose I overestimated you. Well, come on, purified mana from a human, that's an extremely valuable resource in these parts, right? I'd say it's quite a good deal. Good grief, how utterly naive. Look, let me share some insight with you. When it comes to crime and punishment, the system does not exist simply to fix the crime. It must be a system that can reform the behavior and psyche of whoever committed the crime. Apologies and reparations are not just a byproduct, a formality. In other words, nothing more. Isn't there anything at all we can do? Nothing. The fact that I, the victim of this matter, haven't demanded anything from you means that the matter's already been resolved. I simply came here so I could hear your side of things, but it doesn't look like there's any point in that. But, more importantly, both of you had better not forget about mana shock. Idle around here long enough and you won't be able to leave the outer pole. Especially you with the red eyes. Based on the glow in your eyes, I'd say you have 3 days left here. Excuse me? I'm talking about mana shock. You're from the outside, right? Then there's no way you don't know about it. You can find out that much just by looking into someone's eyes? Who is this man? Leave. That's the best course of action for you right now. If you want to end up being unable to leave the outer pole for the rest of your life, then that's a different story. Rudo finally parts from us, leaving behind that final sardonic remark. What do you think, Rotona? Rotona? I don't know. Sophine continues to stare in the direction that Rudo left, her face showing her refusal to accept the outcome. It's natural. Even I can't accept this. So Rune is a slave? I'm not sure. Rudo's explanation was extremely vague, as if he was intentionally speaking in circles to obscure something. Rotona. Yes? I was wondering, what would my father have done were he in my place, but I'm struggling to find an answer. Slavery, I've only heard about it in stories. If King Vala were here... I mean... From what I've heard of her father, he would probably intervene. The way she said he acted in with other people, and the common folk and stuff like that, I feel like he would intervene. I'm sure he would intervene one way or another, perhaps now or at a later opportunity. Yes, you're right. Rune, or Sarah, was it? Her safety is certainly a concern. More importantly, he would have found out whether or not slavery is still being practiced here. Probe and investigate. That was one of King Vala's favorite phrases. While other countries often took issue straight to the battlefield, Ruxenheid had always prioritized conducting a thorough investigation first to determine the proper course of action. On their culture, their character as a nation, their values, the maintenance of the path down, taking it all in consideration to find true justice. However, if slavery really was being practiced here, then that simply isn't an issue of differing cultural values. In this world, There are things that are absolutely evil, and I believe it is part of Ruxenhate's duty as a representative of the Alliance to stamp out these evils. There's no justice in allowing the exploitation of people for the selfish desires of others. Yes, violence is certainly out of the question, but we can get a little rough. In this day and age, lines between good and evil are blurred. That's why, as people, we can extend a hand to others. We must take more aggressive action. Even if we can't affect any change this instant, we must at least take action. At the very least, I'd like to confirm Rune's safety. Selphine's clouded, dissatisfied expression brightened considerably, but still, I don't think I can come to a decision. Her expression once again clouds up. Mana shock, right? Yeah. This isn't something for me to decide on my own. However, there's no need to worry about anything. I've already come to a decision of my own. Let's set a time limit. What? That man Rudo. He told us 3 days, but I feel that's cutting it too close. Let's pin it at 2 days. No matter what the outcome, we leave the outer pole the day after tomorrow. Until then, we do our best to help. Is that alright with you? Yeah. I mean, how long would traveling take? Because if traveling takes a day, right, then surely you don't want to cut it too close. Well then, your orders? Ortona. Yes? Let's help Rune out. Just run really fast like Sonic. Yeah, exactly. It shall be done, milady. We began our investigation by asking the residents of the town that we met. I recall the route we took as we did our shopping. This is the central district. The person closest to here should be probably the lady at the general store. We come across the well-rounded lady whom we purchased a map from yesterday as she was cleaning out her storefront. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Oh, welcome back. Is there anything I can help you with today? Actually, we have a few questions about Rune. Do you mind sharing a bit of your time with us? Rune? Oh my, who could that be? What do you mean, you don't remember us? What are you talking about? Don't play jokes on me. Of course I'd remember what happened just 1 day ago. She's the girl who was with us. The girl who was with you was Sarah, right? Looks like we'll have to use Sarah from here on. What's wrong? Your faces look pale. Yesterday, she introduced herself to us as Rune. Oh my, I wonder why she would do that. I apologize for my rudeness earlier, but I'd just like to clarify things. The girl who was with us the other day is named Sarah, right? Yes, that's right. The lady shakes her head. Sarah's been assigned to maintenance work on the power grid here, so I see her maybe once a month. Power grid? You see that box-looking thing like over there? She points to a box sitting in the corner of her store. There are a number of long cylinders jutting out of the box, extending down into the ground. What is that? You don't know about the grid? You sure are behind the times for someone so young. You know about the mana mine outside of town? They extract mana from there and send it through the pipes to every household in here. So there's some kind of filter or something or other in the box that has to be replaced once every month. And the one who does that for us every month is Sarah. So her work isn't just excavating the mines? That's why I'm sure of it. Maybe you heard wrong. That can't be it. She was very particular about her name when she was talking with Selphine, so I remember it very clearly. Why did she use a pseudonym? A reason to intentionally use a Paul's name. Perhaps she was part of some kind of scam? No, if this were a scam, then Ruder should have taken me up when I offered the mana. If they were both accomplices, then they would have made that would have made much more sense. However, Rudo refused my offer without a second thought. If this isn't a scam, then what could it be? Does anything come to mind when we mention the name Rune? Rune, huh? Well, it's just a normal girl's name. She stops talking mid-sentence. Her expression darkens as well, or so it seems to me. Now that you mention it, I remember one particular girl named Rune, but the story isn't a pleasant one. What do you mean by that? At the Zevitz's, there was a girl who was named that. I mean the family, not the company. But apparently she died about 6 years ago. She died? I don't really know the details myself. It's all just old rumors, so I don't know what is and isn't the truth. But it's a fact. The Zevitz family had a daughter named Rune. I've never seen her since, so maybe the rumor of her dying really is true. Could we have details? The details of that story? The girl was the devil in disguise. Some people believed that and others didn't, but I'm sure she was. The damn girl should never have been born in the first place. Please calm down. We're talking about a mere child here. Was she a little naughty? Regardless of what happened, she was still a child. Referring to her that way isn't very fitting. If we were talking about any normal child, I'd agree with you there. But you just don't know who she was. That's why you can still think that way. Are you certain? I'll have you know I have 3 kids of my own. I've experienced more than my fair share of bratty little kids. But that Rune, she was worlds apart. Everywhere she went, you can bet disaster soon followed. It's hard to imagine her lying about all this. But she was just a child, right? How do I put it? She'd make your hair stand on end. I heard rumors that she would be violent when out of sight. But when you meet her in person, she would be so prim and proper it was almost sickening. She acted very mature, even though she was just a little child. Every time you spoke with her, it felt like she was planning something. At the age of 7, she managed to put that kind of pressure on an adult many times her size. You'd understand what I meant if you'd met her too. I mean, not that you can, though, now that she's dead. Say, Retona. Yes? She mentioned Zevitz. Do you think they have anything to do with that Rudo person? Don't tell me you actually met Rudo. Just a little while ago in the Central District. Oh my word, that's just unheard of. What do you mean? I've never heard of him ever just walking around town like that. Was that Rune related to Rudo somehow? She was his little sister. Poor Rudo. He's still so young. But both his parents and his little sister passed away one after the other. Now he has to manage the entire company all by himself. Eh? Excuse me. I'll be right there. Sorry girls, look like story time's over. I've got a customer. Sorry for coming by during the business hours. We appreciate the information. Thank you. What the heck? Now I'm just more confused. That didn't help at all. His little sister? Looks like we've got more questions than we have answers. Yeah, exactly. Is the girl we met yesterday Ruda's little sister? I wouldn't bet on it. What makes you say that? Maybe the rumors that she died were all wrong? She did say it was a long time ago and that she doesn't remember so well. If that's true, then that means Rudo treats his little sister as an object and forces her to work in the mana mines like a slave, wouldn't it? Maybe it's something that isn't out of the ordinary for this country. No, I doubt that. Are you alright? You're looking a little pale. I'm feeling slightly lethargic. There's also heat I feel. It's quite unpleasant. It's strange, like every muscle in my body is slowly losing tension. The mana inside my body seems to be diffusing outwards thanks to the osmotic pressure from the difference in mana concentrations. I'm fine. But more importantly, how are you feeling, Selphine? I'm feeling perfectly fine. Alright. You must be feeling mana shock. Oh, you must be feeling mana shock, right? I wonder why I feel perfectly fine. This is just a theory. It is said that the use of mana has an effect of shortening one's lifespan. Royalty need to be able to live as long as they possibly can as well. That being the case, they don't use craft in their day-to-day lives. Using craft that they could instead of an attendant perform is actually considered taboo. They mustn't trouble themselves with the hassles of a daily routine. There are far more important things for them to concern themselves with. Naturally, Selphine is no exception to this. It's probably because, unlike me, you don't use Metacraft on a daily basis, which means the onset of symptoms takes longer. A small relief. If my symptoms worsen, I can use that as a basis to determine when the onset of mana shock will occur for Selphine. Retona. Milady? This is another order. Selphine looks at me straight in the eyes as she continues. Take care of yourself. If you feel that you're in danger, then I want to leave the outer pole immediately. So please, if it comes sooner than the 3-day limit, let me know as soon as you can. I understand. For the time being, I truly do feel fine. This is probably just my unfamiliarity with the sensation I'm experiencing for the first time. Okay. However, we don't have any concrete plan for while we're here in the outer pole. That's not exactly very good. Just asking around isn't very efficient either. Is there someone who knows the ins and outs of the city who we could speak with? Say Retona. Yes? How about we ask Hertzman? Growcley's Apparel, glad to be closed. Again? Closed right in the middle of the day? Is he at the tavern again? Tavern at this time of day? No, I think he's inside. I gently push against the door and it opens. I knew it. Can we just go in like this? Most likely. So you're not 100% sure? Wait for me. Hey Hertzman, you in here? I intentionally call out for him in a loud voice. If my hunch is right. Oh, there's someone over there. Looks like I was spot on. Delphine quickly hides herself behind my back. Hertzman, sorry to intrude, but we need to talk with you. He has a hangover, right? There's something there, Retona. I can hear some creepy creature's voice. It's alright, the creature's pretty weakened right now. The voice I hear from behind the shop sounds like the distillation of all the hatred in this world into a single audible groan. That hit the spot. Hertzman smacks his lips at the food that Delphine cooked up to help him recover from his hangover. If you want seconds, just let me know. This man just experienced the greatest luxury of his life. A country's princess just cooked him up a meal to help him through his hangover. You better be grateful for that meal. Are you mad, Retona? Should I cook you up something too? I'm not angry, no. Not in the slightest. Oh, that stuff just brings you back to life. Hey, Missy, how old are you? You sure know how to cook up a meal to sober up an old drunk like me. I just love cooking. And I've been cooking up stuff like this every time Retona gets drunk. I cover Delphine's mouth at the speed of light. Delphine, now we've settled down, why don't we move on to the reason why we're here? Oh, right. Please don't share information that doesn't need to be shared. No idea what's going on, but looks like I owe you one again. You got a question? Shoot. Thank you. But before we get into that, a toast for us meeting again. As he declares it, he takes a flask from inside his pockets. We're speechless. Of course. Sarah? No, can't say I heard her before. She was the other girl who was with us yesterday. I've never met her since yesterday then. Basically, the only people I know are the customers of my shop and the regulars at the tavern. Is that so? I suppose she doesn't come to this part of town all that often. He does have a point. She did say that it was a long time since she'd last had a meal at the tavern, which means it's very rare for her to come here. Does this store also use that power grid? Are you girls from a different era or something? Of course we're using the power grid. Apologies, we're rather behind on information about this place. It ain't just this place. There's not a single place on this entire island that doesn't make use of the grid. You've got your own issues to deal with, right? You need to look into that stuff, or else you're not gonna be able to follow the conversation. If you don't do your research beforehand, everyone's gonna give you the evil eye. Got it? Thanks for the warning. How many times have you been warned? How many times have you been warned about this already? Anyway, so about Sarah. She's apparently working with Zevit's enterprise. She handles changing the filters on the grid. Wouldn't she come here every so often for that? Nope. And if she's with Zevit's, then all the more reason for her not to come here. How come? Man on this side of town doesn't come from Zevit's. Ours come from Hives. Hives? Or Hives? That's right, they're the one and only rival of Zevit's. Instead of siphoning mana from the ground or mines like Zevit's, Hives extract it straight from the air and purifies it. From the air? The air here has no mana. We're in the outer pole, right? But the border between this place and the inner pole is just full of it. I don't really get all the details myself, but that mana from the air, what was it? Colored mana or something? See, colored mana isn't like the purified mana that you get from the ground. You can't just use it as is. Purifying that mana and then distributing it is what Hives does. Anyway, I don't know about their free time, but Zevit's employees aren't going to be coming here on company time, that's for sure. Then, do you know anything about a girl named Rune? Suddenly, Hertzman freezes. The moment he heard the name, he reacted just like this lady from the general store. Ew. Hertzman took a large swig from his flask and breathed a small sigh. That's a pretty heavy name to bring out. Was Rune really that much of a problem child? Problem child? That's way too light. She was the devil's spawn. Another comparison to the devil. She took out my nephew's right eye. Really? Huh? What? What do you mean? Sorry, but I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to spit on the grave of a kid who's kicked the bucket. No, what's the matter? I figured I shouldn't really stick my neck in where it doesn't belong, but you two did save my life and all. There's a man named Albus in Zevit's enterprise. If there's anyone who can answer your questions, it's gotta be him. For the meantime, head to the tavern tomorrow. I'm sure you'll meet him there. Interesting. There's Sarah, or Rune, however she wants to be called. In an ostentatious boardroom, 4 men wearing suits were exchanging arguments. They were positioned distantly from each other, as if they had all at specified seats, leaving empty seats between all of them. One man stood at the edge of the room, while the other 3 were seated. He had a gentle expression on his face as he argued with the others, with Sarah huddled close by him. Like I said, the original rule is that they must have one rest day, as well as proper compensation for their work. Please stop dragging this old topic back up. I know, but that was the old rule. This entire discussion is pointless. It's already been ages since Sid's regulations were abolished. None of the other sisters have taken issue with it either. Sarah, what do you think about all this? I apologize for my actions. See, you're the only one who's being selfish here, trying to make an issue out of it. Sarah, your actions here make me think you have somehow misunderstood your very reason to exist. You're the property of Zevit's enterprise. You do understand that, right? Yes. I'm not saying that we simply let this entire incident slide. Just that we need to reconsider who's responsible here. Good grief, Albus. Just how many times do you want us to repeat ourselves? The point is that we don't even want to touch on the subject of the sisters altogether. You understand that, right? What's all this now? This was something we all decided on together. You're right. The go-ahead was given by each and every one of us. That was because on paper the numbers all looked good, and most of the sisters are working well as minors. But the main reason why we allowed the project to continue was because Sid would take full responsibility of it. That was all in the contract, and you'd better not forget that. But we, the board of directors, decided that something happened to Sid. We did, all of us, decide that Ruda would shoulder the responsibility. He's the CEO of such a large corporation, and that position comes with obligations to match. Just how long are you going to keep that attitude up, Growcles? Huh. In terms of sheer workload, he's handling far more than Sid ever has. So wait, that's the tailor's name, right? Interesting. Just look at how many people have come to the meeting, and maybe you'll understand. It's sickening. This is why we kept warning you. Just look at that sad face on it. It just makes things even worse. I swear, why did Sid even use that expression? She's obviously doing this just to spite us. If there's a problem, fix it. Even better if you can just get rid of it altogether. Simple as that. You know we can't do that, right? That's why we're here talking about it. Sooner or later, moral problems like these were bound to crop up. I'm sure we all already knew that much. The way you talk is proof that you've lost sight of the real issues, and the only thing you care about is the numbers, the bottom line. Morals? Don't kid yourself. Numbers are everything. The bottom line is everything. This company isn't going to survive on charity. Oh, he's been taken by the devil. by the greed. Company greed. The numbers are what put food on your table, Albus. Calm down, you two. No need to get so worked up. Heck, I'd like you to explain to me why we have to waste our time on something like this. He makes a good point. While the arrangement is somewhat different from before, it's really unfair that we continue to push all the responsibilities to Rudo. Gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. Rudo. Chief, thank goodness. Rudo, now that you're here, I need to get something off my chest. Every single one of the directors acknowledges your management skills, they're top-notch. We have no problems with your qualities as a leader. But look at the attendance for this meeting. Out of 12 directors, only 4 are here. Not a single person from Lab 9 except Albus has shown up. Hothal and the others had other matters to deal with. They would have been here otherwise. Except it's only the 4 of you from Lab 9 that just won't shut up about this whole issue. Most of us on the board of directors don't even want to concern ourselves with this anymore. Honestly, all the trouble caused by this issue is doing nothing but creating unnecessary friction between us, and I want no part of it. I see now. The top 4 of Zevit's enterprise spent nearly an hour debating, with absolutely no real results to show for it, am I right? Why, you... This incident notwithstanding, I'm sure everyone has personally felt the monetary benefits generated by the Sisters project. Am I mistaken? Well, that is true. Sarah? Sir? I've already told you this. This silly compensatory pretend salary system has been annulled. Have you forgotten? No, I do remember. Rudo, we've already gone through this. Sid's condition was that the sisters are supposed to receive payment in cash or in kind for their work rendered. The system allows them to choose either... in this case, as long as the on-site overseer gave the approval for the use of sediment as her payment, then that still falls within the agreement. Sarah did just as she was told. I see. So basically you're saying that I'm simply trying to just pin some kind of blame on Sarah, is that it? What? When I say compensation has been annulled, normally you take that to mean that payment for your work has been scrapped, yes? The fact of the matter is that not a single sister has interpreted it to mean payment in cash is no longer allowed. There wasn't a single one that came asking for conditions about payment in kind. I believe this is proof that sisters, Sarah aside, have understood the intentions of the board of directors and myself. But... Also, while I'd rather not bring this up in public, we aren't in the lab, Albus. Outside of Lab 9, at the very least, I am your superior. You will have to respect that. I apologize. I'll keep that in mind from now on. Moving on. Regarding this incident with Sarah, this will be discussed in votation tomorrow. I believe this matter is heavy enough to merit discussion. Then it means this whole incident is your fault. However, everyone, you all seem to be making a very basic misunderstanding. Not once have I asked the board of directors about how to deal with this situation. All I've done is to sound the alarm. Perhaps some of you might have some kind of hidden agenda, or maybe it's simply a mistake on your part. I've given considerable thought regarding Sarah's actions. In any case, I consider this act to be tantamount to treason against the company. Rudo, I simply wanted to hear your thoughts on the matter. For it to have turned into some chaotic blame game, I'm not sure what to think. The entire board of directors may leave. I've noted your intentions and will keep them in mind. Sarah. Yes? Do you understand why I have a problem with the actions you took? I do. So you do then. Then why don't you tell me right here and now what exactly is the problem? It's because I tried to take sediment without getting permission first. Wrong. It isn't? You don't actually understand the problem then. But I... The issue at hand is that despite your understanding of the concept of the crime, you willingly committed the crime regardless. I... Sarah. Yes? I will contact you once the board of directors has reached a consensus. Until then, return to your usual duties. Work harder to make up for the time wasted here. Understood. You're not allowed to leave your quarters outside of your shift. Yes, sir. Now pay attention to what I'm about to tell you now. Your room will not be locked, nor will there be anyone monitoring you. You are free to obey or disobey my orders. You can just throw everything away and escape. You can even fight back and kill Albus and I if you so desire. Think hard about what exactly you want to do from now on. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I do. Good. You may resume your duties. Yes, sir. One more thing. Your emotions are an eyesore. Stop showing them to us. Oof. Oof. Don't ever smile in front of me again. That's... Jeez, man. So rude. That's an order. Understood. That's so sad. I wonder what Hirschman meant by that. I can't say either. Rune, she has quite a history. We may have sunk our teeth into something much, much larger than we'd expected. There's nothing we can do but head to the tavern at the time Hirschman gave us. Do you think we could head to the tavern before that and ask around? Don't see why not. Sorry, I just can't sit still like this. I understand. Let's head over and ask the people there a few questions. We may run into someone who knows this Albus person. Yeah. I don't know what I expected from this story. This is not it. This is not at all where I thought it was gonna go. Wait, it's already been nearly 3 hours? I might have to stop soon and spin the wheel again. My goodness, it's this early in the day and this place is already bustling. But I think bustling is a good thing. Oh, ladies, you're back. I'm so glad you've come back. You're like two beautiful flowers gracing this little tavern of ours. You remember us too? You have quite the memory. But of course, lovely ladies like you are such a rarity here. How could I ever forget? Hey all, better listen up. We've just taken our last orders for now. Oh. We ain't taking any new orders, got it? Oh dear. Sorry, you two. Even though you've come all this way, it looks like they're going to start prep for dinner service. Oh, actually, we didn't come here for a meal. Oh? There's something we'd like to ask. Would you happen to know a person named Albus? Albus? Oh, you mean Albus Falster? Of course I do. He's one of our regulars here. Could you describe what he looks like? Well, he's quite a quite middle-aged looking man. But he's got a real sharp mind. He's got a pretty high up position over at Zavis, if I remember. He really doesn't come as often as he used to, but when he does, he sits at the table over there in the back to have his dinner. The waiter points out a specific table as he tells us. Alright, you have my gratitude for the information. Man, that guy, so that's how it is. So the personality of his was just an act? Real smooth operator getting two pretty girls. Damn. What is this man even thinking? Just to make it clear, it's nothing like what you imagine. I swear. We were only looking for someone. The side comments are totally unwarranted. Retona, your face is scaring me. Well then, what should we do now? Our schedules are completely open until tonight. Retona, look over there. Rune? Good afternoon, Miss Delphine, Miss Retona. My hair stands on end. Your face, it looks so lifeless. It's not that she has a lack of expression, it's as if there was no life in her in the first place. I can't explain it well, as if she's just a moving doll, it just feels eerie. Is she really Alive? I have been looking for you two. I sincerely apologize for being unable to meet with you both at the appointed time. Rune's head seemed to just be hanging there, not a single hint of emotion showing. Rune, what happened? This is the settlement that Master Rudo was trying to hand you to earlier. Originally, I was supposed to have presented it to you myself. I would be more than delighted if you accepted it. Who cares about the stone? Just what happened to you? Who is that Rudo anyway? Master Rudo is my owner. As she speaks, Rune smiles very slightly. Despite it being a smile, the way she does it without a trace of emotion is nothing but eerie. Owner? Why are you treating yourself as an object? People aren't meant to be treated like that. I am not a person, I'm a thing. Runa replies instantly without a trace of hesitation in her voice. What in the world are you saying? Is that Rudo blackmailing you to do this? Master Rudo has done nothing wrong, nor is he blackmailing me with anything. I am willingly in the employ of Master Rudo, as I am willingly here meeting with you both. What was that? It's as if a slight hint of emotion had returned to her. No, wait. No matter how I look at it, you couldn't possibly be doing this of your own free will. Milady, come on, tell us, please. We might be able to help you out here. We're friends, aren't we? I do not have the authorization to become friends with anyone. And my name is Sarah. I sincerely apologize for giving you both the incorrect name during our first encounter. Although inconvenient, I request that you refer to me by that name from here on. I doubt we will meet again after this. Sarah then bows again, and after telling us that, and forms another artificial smile. No, that's just... artificial. That's the right word. It had always bothered me since we first met. Every so often she would perform these strange, unnatural actions. Like every single movement of hers was calculated. All of her actions are artificial, manufactured. Like she was thinking of the proper response, the proper expression for each and every interaction. I must attend to other business now, so unless there is anything else, I bid you both a good day. What? Wait a second. Rune... No, Sarah, was it? Let me just say this much. No matter what you yourself think, Sophine and I consider you a friend. Sarah had started walking away from us until my statement stopped her. If you need us to help you, then we will do everything in our power. So let me ask you again, are you being held against your will and being forced to work? Or is all this because you hold that man, Rudo, in such high regard? Perhaps she has her reasons, ones she can't disclose to others, or possibly ones that people won't understand. She's here of her own free will, supposedly. But as Sophine said, that couldn't possibly be true. However, people have the right to reject associating with others as well. If she insists that much, then we ourselves are limited on what we can do. If you no longer want us to get involved, then... Miss Ratona, she cut me off. I believe you are misunderstanding something. When a hammer is used, does it question its role as a tool? Does it curse its own destiny? I'm not being made to work against my will. Once more, I will explain thoroughly so as to clear up any further misunderstandings. People are the ones who have rights, the ones who are given rights, and the ones who benefit from rights. For someone like me, who has no authority, I do not have the right to reject people, as you so say. Likewise, I do not have the right to hold Master Rudo in high regard. That is because I am an object, a thing. Sarah continues to speak as if she were mindlessly dictating. How could anyone possibly say something that sad, that tragic, without a trace of emotion? This girl is no longer the Rune that we met yesterday. Now have a pleasant day. Just what could have happened? How could someone change so drastically? Sophine's eyes lost focus. Milady? I think I'm a little angry right now. Now that it's gotten this far, it makes me want to keep on meddling in this, even if she starts to hate us. Still, she's told us not to... she told us her stand on the matter. Have a nice day! Yeah. Oh my god. If you continue to get involved with her, all you may end up doing is getting her to despise you. It's not just that. Well, you did mention it before as well. Is she Rune? Or is she Sarah? Was her kind, cheerful behavior from yesterday all just an act? What I'm sure of is that I want to know the truth. But at the same time, I want to know more about this country and the outer pole just as much. I want to know if they really do practice slavery here, or if there's any other discrimination taking place. And I want to understand why I suddenly want to know about all these things. Delphine, do you think we could accept any kind of discrimination? Bigotry, poverty, war. These are things that have been eradicated from Ruxinade for the most part. When it comes to slavery, even if we understand the reasons for it, our mentality refuses to accept it no matter what. That doesn't matter, Ratona. Even if we can't change anything, we have to first understand the situation or else nothing will ever happen. Delphine's eyes were filled with the level of dignity I'd yet to see in her, as she gazed towards the direction that Rune had departed. Night. After Delphine had fallen asleep, I snuck away from the inn and headed for a certain place. I got a hold of some interesting information. From what I heard, there's a cemetery near the mana mine, on the outskirts of town. It's not too far from where Delphine and I were carried to by the stray effect. About 10 or so minutes after making my way out of the forest, I come across something that looks to be a cemetery. The place seemed to be fairly well maintained. None of it seemed to be in particular disrepair. A cemetery in the middle of a forested area in the dead of night. Awfully creepy indeed. The thick fog added to the unwanted sinister atmosphere of the situation. Well now. I push the gate open and take out the note that the innkeeper passed to me. Rune Zevitz. On the note was Rune's name, written in their language. Now I just have to search the place from top to bottom to find an engraving that matches. At the very least, I can be sure as to whether or not Rune, the little sister, has actually moved on to the next world. 20 minutes have passed. This cemetery sure is large. Thanks to the fog, I can't tell how far I am from the entrance, but this is quite a large cemetery. Damn. What terrible timing. Just at a glance, it seems like I haven't even explored a third of the cemetery. And then it starts to rain. Really, this cemetery is ludicrously large. Do all of Kadia's cities deceased end up buried here? In any case, I can't have the weather turn even worse on me. Need to hurry up on checking the area out. Not even 5 minutes have passed and already the drizzle has turned into a downpour. The rain's penetrated my cloak and coat, getting straight onto my skin. Not a good idea to keep on looking around now. As I was looking for a place to shelter myself from the rain. Hi. I'm paralyzed. Are you searching for Mistress Rune's gravestone? I couldn't even speak. My hairs were all standing on end. Hi. I was keeping my guard up this whole time. I was prepared to cast Manacraft in case worst comes to worst. And despite that, you... No, more importantly, she had no presence, just like when we first met. And on top of that, her eyes. This girl. Just who... What are you? Sarah's face remained expressionless as the rain battered against it relentlessly. It took everything in me just to keep my eyes open, but Sarah's eyes didn't even blink. You will not find Mistress Rune's headstone here. Why? Are you Rune herself? Who can say? Who can say? You're not making any sense. This property is under the Zevitz group of companies. Trespassing is not allowed. Miss Ratona, I hope you understand the situation you are in. She speaks softly but firmly. Please do not trouble Master Rudo or Zevitz Enterprise. Leave this city as soon as you can. Well then, if you will excuse me. And with those parting words, Rune disappeared into the forest. Might have just been me, but it felt like I saw loneliness creep into her expression for just a moment. Prepare to be exterminated? Luckily it didn't come to that. Just who was it that I encountered last night? Rune doesn't have a gravestone? Why? Does that mean Sarah is Rune? No, the townsfolk all said that Rune had died. Damn it, the more I think about it, the less it makes sense. I mean, was Rune made into something else? is that... Or maybe she did die, but they like... Because the whole thing with the sisters that they were talking about as well, it's weird. I don't know. Because it means that there's more than just her that are like that, I imagine. So all of that happened, huh? I see. I wish I could have been there too. Sophie made her displeasure quite clear for me to hear. She spoke out loud. I wanted to have a good talk with Sarah too. Oh. My apologies, but it was already so late, and if you don't get enough sleep, then mana shock might... I really wanted to have a good talk with Sarah too. Forgive me. I won't act on my own from now on. Please accept my apology. What should we do? What should I do, rather? Sophie continues to glare right at me. I didn't expect her to be this upset. Alright then. I'll have you make up for this sometime, okay? Understood. You know, Rotona, I know I'm not really all that useful. Not at all. No, it's fine. I'm not trying to put myself down or anything. It's just a fact. I'm not as smart as you are, and I can't use battlecraft either. And if something were to happen, I might end up just being a burden on you. But you know, it's times like these that I really have to be with you. What do you mean by that? Rotona, you're always putting yourself in danger just to protect me. Just telling you to stop isn't going to help us either. If this were Ruxnade, we could simply appoint someone else to take your place. But right now, it's just us two, in a place so far away it's like a different planet. We're travelers just trying to get back home. Your duty right now is to make sure I get back to Ruxnade safe and sound, right? It is. But if something happened to you, there's no way I could possibly make my way back all by myself. So let's split the risk between us, okay? So even if something happens, there's no hard feelings between either of us. If not, then I want us to be on equal footing. This isn't an order, but a request as your friend. I'm such a fool. Right now in this situation, the two of us need to act as one. It's so patently simple. I'm so sorry. I promise you we're equals from now on. Right. Even though I said I held her opinion in high regard, I ended up treating her like a child. It feels as if a haze clouding my mind is lifted. Now, I'd like to propose something. By all means. See, I also want to try using Manacraft. What? I mean... fair? Rudo awakened in the boardroom, having spent the entire time looking at documents prior. Mana shock for all, yay! No. He had had a terrible dream. Why did I have to dream after all this time? The thought occurred to Rudo, but the answer came just as quickly. Sarah. Truly abhorrent. Those memories from childhood that he didn't want to remember. This is absolutely the worst. He recalled the deep resentment he had harbored towards his father, and the feelings of pity and compassion he had had for his mother. With no one to receive those feelings, they continued to plague him endlessly. All this stemmed from 12 years ago. Oh? Memories. Memories. Rune was a truly violent girl since her youth. Not once would she take to heart anything said to her. She would have a way just getting on anyone's nerves. No matter how hard people tried to understand her, they couldn't find any reason. And Rune continued to be a source of grief. She would generate hostility and strife with others, and in the meantime slip away into gaps as she laughed her head off. Maybe that's why. She was someone who loved being violent. She was so intent on rebelling against something. It was like she was missing something important inside of her. She was that kind of girl. That day, her left eye was swollen red, perhaps having been stung by an insect. Concerned for Rune, her mother forced her frail, weak body as she tried to bring Rune to a hospital on the outskirts of town. Mom's waiting for you, Rune. No. Look, I'll give you my dessert tonight, okay? Just listen to what she says for today. I don't want it. Go away. Doesn't your eye hurt, Rune? If you don't get a doctor to look at it, you might never get to see with that eye anymore. You don't want that to happen, do you? I don't care. This eye can go die. Oh, come on now, don't say something so silly. Rudo, Rune, are you ready to go? Come on, Mom even pushed herself today and got out of bed for this. Whatever, Mom can go die. That hospital can go die. And Dad can go die too. Rudo, you go die. Everyone should just die. Jeez. This kid. Don't say something so sad. The truth is, I didn't particularly find what she said sad. Go die? I couldn't keep track of how many times she said that to me. Rune seems to have figured that, with her limited vocabulary, saying that would inflict the greatest emotional harm. Rune, I don't really mind you telling me that, but please don't tell Mom that. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Yet another meaningless endeavor. She was a little devil who'd do the complete opposite of what you wanted her to do. On the other hand, if you tell her the exact opposite of what you want done, then she'd do it without question. Maybe she just took pleasure in causing people distress. A conversation with Rune really amounted to nothing more than a one-way assault on you. Oh, Rune, have you changed yet? Sorry, Mom, she just wouldn't listen to me. It's alright, sorry for making you deal with her. Come on, Rune, let's have the doctor take a look at your eye now. No. Won't take no for an answer, we need to have that looked at right away. I found you a really good doctor. I'm sure he'll make it all better, just like that. No. Rune knew that there was no winning an argument with our mother, so... I don't want to go. She would just whine. This is the greatest form of resistance a child possesses. Wah. Once she started screaming, she would continue until her vocal cords were worn out. Rune, please, stop crying, okay? Once we're finished at the doctor's, I'll get you some ice cream from the Central Plaza. I don't wanna go. She just wouldn't do as she was told, so we had forced her to come along with us. 30 minutes after, Rune finally stopped screaming. While she was getting checked up at the medical facility, Rune kept trying to bite or lunge at the doctor in charge of her. The doctor silently continued the checkup, but it was written all over his face that he was already at his wit's end. If this hadn't been a hospital under our family, he probably would have told us never to come back again. On the way back, we stopped by the central square for a breather. Goodness, whatever am I going to do with Rune? I'll try harder to deal with her. I'm sure if I'm just a little more patient with her, I can talk with her and she'll understand. I could stand to learn a thing or two from your patience with her. I swear, if you weren't here for me, I wouldn't know what to do. I'm sure Rune doesn't mean bad. I had to believe that, otherwise I couldn't possibly continue. Maybe when she grows a little older, then I'm sure... Continue considering her as my little sister. I'm sure this is just a phase. It's just for a while, it won't last. Once Rune grows just a little older, even she will... I'll be fine. So don't worry about a thing. Mom? Rune came back with a broken stick. Who knows where she found that? Hey, don't play with that. It's dangerous. Yeah, dangerous, dangerous. She continued to run around screaming as she kicked up dirt with the stick, then dashed off to who knows where. Ugh. Goodness gracious. We need to get her back here. Who knows what sort of trouble she may cause. I'll go and get her. Just wait here and rest, Mom. No, I'll go with you. If she causes problems outside, I need to scold her properly. If only that could have prevented what came next. Yeah. Just moments later. Took us a moment to even realize that the blood-curdling sound we heard was a scream. Hee. What are those noises? What was that? I ran towards the source. I see a boy convulsing on the ground while being straddled by someone. Oh god. Yeah, that's Stabbers. Stabbers. That someone was Rune. She continued to stab the stick from earlier into the boy's face over and over while laughing hysterically, as if she had completely lost it. What? The whole area was just stained red. With how unreal, how unbelievable the scene was, my mind just completely zoned out. I thought to myself, is this what it would look like if I splashed a whole bucket of red paint here? I mean, that's weird. I mean, maybe? Weird side tangent, like, what if I just threw a bucket of paint? Is this the same what would happen? I mean, maybe. Hey, answer me. The boy wasn't even trying to dodge the stick. It kept coming to bear down upon him. He was clearly unconscious. Rune! Die, just die already, you stupid. Rune's voice, already hoarse and raspy, kept screaming at the child to die. It no longer sounded like a child's. Die, die, die! Nor did it even sound remotely human. For your information, there's an achievement for looking at that picture in the gallery for 2 hours. Interesting achievement. The next moment, my body just lunged forward unconsciously. When I came to, my clothes were drenched and dyed with various shades of crimson blood. I'm fairly sure I managed to pull Rune away from the boy, but I don't have any clear memory of doing so. The boy was immediately brought to Zevitz Medica General Hospital. Patient name, Marku Growlis. Age 8. Growlis. God, I can never... I keep saying Growlis, but there's no K here. Crowleys, right? Crowleys, whatever. Doesn't matter. But it's the Taylor family. Age 8. So it was the younger brother, probably, of the guy who keeps drinking? Is that... That's what I assume. The doctors performed the appropriate surgical measures, thankfully managing to save the boy's life. Or was it the guy? No. No, it must be like a younger brother, right? Because he's 8. The Taylor guy definitely isn't 16. Because this was 8 years ago, they said? 7 years ago? His nephew. Okay, yeah. Right. He actually said that, you're right. However, they weren't able to save his left eye because of the extreme lacerations inflicted. The stick had pierced through his eyeball and created a large fissure in the sphenoid bone of his skull. Also, hi Darius, by the way. This caused a huge mana imbalance in his body. Marku would have to suffer chronic migraines for the remainder of his life. Samesies. No, that's not... I mean, I don't think my migraines are chronic. Not in the same sense. They're usually caused by environmental factors. And definitely not by being stabbed into the eye. Luckily. The reason for why Rune attacked him was discovered later. According to her, he made fun of me because of my eye patch. This incident occurred when Rune was 6 years of age. Yeah, so... make him lose the eye because he made fun of your eye patch. Oh my god. Why is Twitch constantly saying that my stream is unstable? It's not stopped saying that. I think it's been saying it's unstable for over 3 hours. How is it? Why? Stream is fine, stream is scared. Maybe. Yeah, that's why I'm just curious why. Because the bitrate shows in red and everything. I'm like, it seems fine. I don't know why it's complaining. Twitch is being silly. The doctors remarked the entire incident was quite bizarre. How resilient the child's eyeball was, its position, size, the durability and sharpness of the stick Rune used, all of the factors had to have been just perfect for this whole incident to have happened. Apparently, it was practically impossible for a girl 6 years of age to have inflicted such serious wounds on a boy 2 years older. There must have been some element of surprise for her to have been able to stab at such a small vital point. One of the doctors said the incident was truly bad luck, or so he said. But he's wrong. There's no way that was just sheer bad luck. This wasn't just some incident where Rune simply lashed out due to emotion. Somewhere deep inside her, she must have had clear intentions to harm or destroy from the very beginning. This little incident was just an excuse to exercise that malicious intent. After the incident, Rune received the absolute worst scolding of her life. She apologized to every single person involved, bawling all the while. I'm actually surprised she would apologize, considering how she sounds. Frame rate in the red like her blood. Well, that's the thing. I'm not dropping any frames. Like, the stream is super stable at 60 FPS. Like, there's nothing wrong. Twitch just says there is. I don't know why. I wish I could tell you. But it's making me keep looking at it and being like, unstable. Why is it unstable? And I'm looking back at OBS and it's like, nope, there's nothing wrong. But it makes me just want to do something to fix it, but there's nothing to fix. It's really stupid. The peacekeepers, police in other words, gave a direct order to place her under indefinite house arrest. For some time, Rune simply stopped talking altogether. Of course, the responsibility of dealing with the aftermath fell solely on my mother's and father's shoulders. The Zevitses did everything in their power to make things right for the Graucles family. We had Zevits Medica provide the latest of medical technologies. The extravagant cost of treatment were all paid for by the Zevitses. Marco Crowley's education was fully paid for. Even his parents, who were experiencing troubles with work, were promised a livelihood as well. It all added up to be a very generous offer to the Growleys family. At first, the Growleys turned it down. However, as time went by, the family began to quarrel amongst themselves, arguing that it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. In the end, Marcus's parents divorced. He and his mother left the city soon after. A day, a week, a month, a year. Time had passed. The Zevits conglomerate continued to grow in power. Although deep, the scar left in the Zevits family slowly began to heal. With the passage of time, Rune slowly began to learn how to interact with other people. She began to speak more politely. It was as if the violent menace that was her had completely been overwritten, instead turning into a proper lady. She was much more considerate of other people, disturbingly so. In reaction to her indescribable behavior, I harbored doubts. Did Rune truly learn anything from the incident? While I was initially doubtful, the skepticism eventually faded away. More time passed since the Crowley's incident, another 5 years. Mom, where's Dad? He should be home soon. You should get ready too, Rudo. It's been a while since we've gone out to eat this dinner as a family. That day, my mother's voice had a distinctly cheerful tone to it. Get ready, but we're just going to Avel's, right? I don't think I need to dress that nice, do I? No can do. We're going out in public, so you need to dress properly. Rune, are you all dressed yet? Yes, Mother. My dearest brother, you still haven't changed? Yeah, Mom and I were talking just now. Oh, brother. Well then, shall I help you? Help me with what exactly? Why, with the change of clothes, of course. Don't be silly. It's fine, Rudo. Just let Rune help you out, why don't you? Come on, brother, from the top. Don't joke around. I'll head back to my room. I'm going to change. Dad's coming home soon, right? Well, if it ain't my two favorite little runts. Daddy's home, kids. Welcome back, Dad. Hello, Father. Welcome home. Well, hello to you too, my wonderful son and daughter. Wait, what's with that outfit, Rune? It's a dress for going out. Mom said it's because we're going out to eat. Oh, you crazy? Jeez, who needs to dress up all fancy like that? We're eating at a tavern, you know. I was telling them the exact same thing. Sid, where's your necktie? Oh, well, come on, work's already over. Why can't I take it off? You do realize you're still the president of the Zavitz company, right? If you dress that way, none of your business partners are going to take you seriously. Come on now, put your necktie back on. We're already about to leave. We won't get back early if we don't. My mother continued to yell at my father as she hurried him on, storming up the stairs to the second floor. I finally come home early for once, and now your mom's giving me the third degree. Maybe she's mad because you don't come home like this. Interesting family dynamic so far. You've got an important announcement to make. Goodness gracious, Mother, Father, you both look overjoyed. Oh, daughter of mine, starting next week you'll become a prisoner of society. What? A prisoner of society? Yeah, betcha. Now you're gonna have to play by the rules. Be quiet for a moment. Ow, stop squeezing my cheekies. Rune, we formally enrolled you into an academy. You'll be going to school starting next week. Really? Oh, really? That's awesome. Congrats, Rune. You mean it? Oh, we're serious. Hella serious. No one ever mentioned the word hella. God. It's kind of funny to have the mom just go like, hella serious, man. It was so hella serious. It's so stupid. For real, exactly. They're so down with the kids. So next week, I really will be going to an academy with other kids. You made a really good impression on them during last week's orientation, they said. Even the principal said they'd love to have you on board. I'm so happy, I can't believe it. I'm going to the academy? I must be dreaming. I'm happy for you, Rune. I hope you can make a lot of friends. There's Hertzman. Yo, if it ain't Sid. Hertz, if you were here, you could have at least given me the heads up, you son of a gun. Took the words right out of my mouth. Just what are you doing? Stuff your face full? You come here to get smashed. Hertz, don't make Sid drink too much. You can't even take a little bit of alcohol, you know. Aw, come on, Aline. Don't be such a hard ass. We almost never get to meet these days, huh? Oh, and you two are... Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Hertzman. If I remember right, it's Rudo and... Rune. Don't believe my eyes, Sid. I take my eyes off you two for a moment and now you've grown up this big? Rudo, come here for a second. Yes? You sure got real tall, huh? At this rate, you might end up growing past your dad. Yo, Hertz, you pulled me out of here and now you're gonna keep me waiting? We're doing a chugging contest, right? Looks like Zavitz president and Hertzman are gonna do a speed drinking contest. The president of Zavitz? He's way too damn rich to be gracing the likes of this tavern. Who the hell is that? Blah, blah, blah. Don't be stupid, just cause I got money doesn't mean I can't go to a tavern. Ain't one bit more special than anyone here. I came here to take down the king of the tavern. Hey Hertz, let's do this. Oh my god, chug. I swear, we finally have a dinner out as a family. Don't worry, I'll send him back to you in a jiffy. I haven't seen this guy in so long either. Let me just do a little catching up with him, okay? Jeez, fine. Sid, if you're doing this, then you'd better beat him. Take the damn Hertz down. Mother? You got it. You can deal with giving the judges some incentives too. Hey everyone, if Sid wins, then everyone in the taverns gets a free drink as a present from us. Real? Hey guys, you better keep Hurts from chugging. Hey, no cheating. I thought this mess was fair and square. Even with all this going on, you seem to be enjoying yourself, Mother. Ew. Something wrong, Mom? No, it's just... time is really amazing, isn't it? It heals everything, no matter how deep the wounds are. Even when you've given up, it gives you the strength to keep going once more. There was a time that I thought we'd never be able to speak with Hurts again. I apologize for what I've done, Mother. No matter how young I was, I brought shame and disgrace to our family. I truly am sorry for what I've done. It's fine, Rune. It's all in the past. Rune, as long as you two grow up well and happy, then that's all I need. Mother? You two can work side by side, leading the Zevitz companies together. And for that to happen, you need to study as hard as you can. Yes, absolutely. I'm so confused. Well, not confused, it's more like curious. Like how it went from... like where it's going. Why Rune went from being a psychopath to like this. Which could still be seen as kind of psychopathic because she's being super like proper. Too proper almost. It's interesting. Well, Rune's gonna go to the academy? Academy Schmackademy. Even if people don't go to school, they'll turn out perfectly fine. I hear you, Hurts. You hear that, Rune? Even if you don't go to school, you'd be a perfectly upstanding citizen, just like me. You're just saying that because the alcohol's getting to your head. Howie, Howie, stop screaming my cheekies, I was just joking. Listen, Rune. It's true that your father or Albus didn't go to school and still managed to become greatly successful. But don't forget there are exceptions to the rule. You may get fired up like that, especially when you two are around, but Sid's been sponsoring a compulsory education program for the entire Outer Pole through the government for years now. Compulsory education? It's a system that makes sure children have the right to education. A society where kids have that right? You two need to keep this in mind. The people of the Outer Pole can't use craft. So you two need to study as hard as you can, or you won't have anything to help you survive. Oh, don't be silly, Aline. What? Person's worth ain't determined by how much crap they shove in their heads from school. It's the sense of how they can change themselves from the knowledge they've learned through the experience. Hell yeah, Hurts. You sure know the right things to say for a drunkard. For heaven's sake, stop ruining the whole point of my story. Look, Rune, you're going to school next week, okay? Understood, Mother dearest. Oh my god. Combat, hello. I hope you're doing well. Welcome. How was your day? Ow. Sid. Oh, you brought Rudo with you. Oh, hello, Mr. Albus. Sorry, it looks like I left a few papers and stuff. I see. Sorry, Rudo, I need to speak with your father in private if you don't mind. Okay. Guess you could just go do something to kill time. Yeah, I have a bit of work I still need to do. Gotcha. Alright, see you later. Well, the music is interesting. What's going on? You're looking pretty grim? You're not looking too good yourself. Did you have that much to drink yesterday? Oh, something about drinking with Hurts. Remember I told you that we'd be enrolling Rune in school again? I figured it's already been a while since that incident, so it should be alright now. Have you already told Rune about this? Yeah, we celebrated it yesterday. She felt overjoyed. She should have been there, Albus. Is that so? What's wrong? You've been making a real scary face the whole time. It's quite the issue, Sid. Here's the cross-sections of Rune's brain from her MRI the other day. This is the cross-section when she gets mad. Here's when she's happy. This is when she's sad, and this... Did the scans get mucked up or something? No, those are perfectly accurate. Even I wasn't sure at first, but this is exactly what was captured without a doubt. This scan shows Rune's entire range of human emotions. That makes even less sense. There's no change here at all. These are all just copies of the same thing. Sid, I need you to calm down and listen to me. Rune has no emotions. Huh? Unlike you, or me, or Rudo, her brain lacks the portion that controls emotions. I think it's a kind of congenital disorder. No. No, that's not possible. What? I mean, I've seen her laugh. She wasn't even sulking when Rudo was ignoring her just the other day. Just what do you call that? I can't say. But looking at the results of this MRI, don't mess with me. If it weren't you, Albus, I'd be punching the living daylights out of you. I'm being perfectly serious, Sid. This is no laughing matter. So my daughter isn't human? Is that what you're saying? What? You are, aren't you? A person who has no heart, no emotion? Who are you kidding? We're human precisely because we have hearts. Look, I'm not just trying to pull your leg here, okay? I'm telling you this has to be an error. And I'm telling you this has to be an error. The MRI is still pretty new technology. How can we be sure how accurate that thing is? And this is coming from the mouth of a person, from the mouth of the person who invented it. You of all people should know just how accurate the MRI is. Do you have any idea just how many advances in medical science were possible these last few years because of your creation? Rune not having any emotions? No, that can't be true. And the whole incident when she was a kid? It must have been some kind of mistake. Is that all true? Rudo. Of course he overheard it. A few months after that, Rune was able to mingle with her peers in the academy without incident. Despite all that Albus had said, nothing out of the ordinary took place, and we continued to live peaceful lives. We were still worried about Crowley's incident, but most seemed to have already forgotten about it. Ever since the incident, Rune had always been homeschooled, so there were many who didn't even know the Zevets had a daughter. With Rune's sociable behavior, she quickly became a popular student in the academy. She made many friends there, perhaps because her home tutor had been very strict. It seemed as if her classes were a little too easy. Her anxieties that were born from Albus's conjecture also ceased, and her peaceful life went on as usual. Until one day, I came across Rune on her way back home from the academy, heading deep into an area of the park where most people normally don't enter. Just what could she be doing, going that far in, I wondered. Curiosity getting the better of me, I snuck inside. As I got closer, what? I was able to hear the dying cries of an animal. What animal exactly, I wasn't sure. That's how wretched its last screams were. No, it can't be. I ran towards where Rune was. What the? Oh my god, oh god. Okay, so still very much a psychopath, okay. Yeah. I was right, okay, yeah. I did think. I don't think she would just change like that. She's just hiding it better. What the? Oh no, it looks like I've been found. Since when have you been following me? Could you be stalking me, perhaps? What are you doing? Well, I suppose whether I've been found out or otherwise doesn't really matter. But you know, when people know, it's just such a pain. Right, Rudo? The tone of her voice suddenly changed. Answer me, Rune. What if you... No, it didn't change. What? It had occurred to me how cunning she was, and that she didn't change one bit. What are you? Who knows? But seeing as I have no emotions, then I suppose I'm not human, at least. She knew? The theory was only known between Father Albus and myself, so how did she find out? When did she find out? Here's your reward for finding my secret out. An explanation. For my dear oblivious big brother, who cannot seem to grasp the situation. The only time that I feel emotion is when something which has been so full of life meets its demise. When I take away the happiness of anyone. When a person dies. When years of precious memories and love all crumble away in a single moment. Do you understand? I take pleasure in observing the loss of others. that day. Seeing the hideous twitching and spasming. The unsightly way something clings to life so desperately. The very moment something turns into a mere lump of flesh. It truly resonates with the emptiness inside me. The moment I saw Rune's fake smile, I thought to myself with conviction. Living beings are truly well-oiled machines. I cannot possibly let this thing grow into maturity. That night, I spoke to our parents about Rune, but they didn't take me seriously. I needed some concrete evidence to shatter the illusion she had built up those past 6 years. Please just get along with her, Rudo. You're her older brother, so look after her, so my mother said. Every single day didn't even feel like living. My doubts weren't wrong in the slightest. If I took my eyes off her for just a moment, who knows what she could do? Rune's grown in wisdom. I doubted there would be any more sudden outbursts like the Crowley's incident. Whatever she was going to do next, it was going to be a planned and calculated incident. I lived from day to day, constantly preparing myself for the worst. For a while, I started to probe into her actions and routine. I even asked the local peacekeepers. When I asked about any peculiar incidents, I couldn't believe what they told me. Dead animals? They're in the news anymore. These past few years, there have been numerous reports of corpses of small animals spotted, murdered. Because they all involved some kind of bladed implement used to mutilate the bodies, it was clearly a human who was responsible. These disgusting acts continued to increase. I was told to report anything suspicious as soon as possible. I was at a loss as to what to do. Do I turn Rune in? Right now? Without a single shred of proof? Merely claiming to have seen her do it is paper-thin evidence. No, more than that. When I imagined my mother's face, I just couldn't bring myself to report Rune. I had to stop Rune. I couldn't allow my mother to experience any more pain or suffering. From that day onward, I had to do something about it. Myself. Whenever possible, I always kept Rune on a tight leash. I've noticed you've been paying extra special attention to me recently, brother. I'm so happy. As each and every day went by, hearing Rune's emotionless words, I was more and more convinced. Rune had continued to observe everyone around her, creating a facade in order to gain her freedom and our trust. And that. But you know, I'm getting tired of this. She truly was planning something. Twitchy, hello. I hope you're well. You've come in at an interesting time. Several weeks later, my mother had collapsed. The tea my mother drank was discovered to have contained a poisonous mana-infused substance called Process 1. However, luckily, due to her weak body, her body had rejected the mana before her body had taken in a lethal amount. She managed to escape with her life, at least for the time being. Upon being informed, the peacekeepers conducted a formal investigation. At the same time, Rune disappeared from the residence. A few days later, it came to light that Rune had snuck into the Savitz Medica drugstore room. She had stolen enough Process 1 to kill over 10 people. Several days after that, several top executives of companies beyond the Outer Pole, with whom Zavitz was to form partnerships, were found dead. Poisoned by Process 1. The negotiations between the Outer Pole and the Second Sector were immediately cut. The plans for expansion that my father had been working on for 4 years were all scrapped. It was a huge blow to the Savitz companies. The next day, a cargo ship docked at the port nearby and unloaded Rune's corpse. An autopsy was conducted. The results showed a huge amount of colored mana inside her body. The cause of death was acute mana shock. Anyone from the Outer Pole who goes beyond its borders will die from mana shock. Even a child would know this. Hence, it was hard to believe that Rune could have tried to leave of her own intent. Did you hear of the new Doki Doki inspired game Tsunagari Chess School? I have not, but I've also never played Doki Doki Literature Club myself, so I never really keep up with that news very well. But hi, Mineral Berry. I hope you're doing well. It was hard to believe that Rune could have tried to leave of her own intent. Eventually, it was declared a cold case. Just what was Rune trying to accomplish? Was her death an accident? It hadn't dawned on me at the time, but I would realize eventually. My mother's spirit finally broke and she refused to eat anything. Several months later, she passed away due to wasting away. My father could no longer speak right and confined himself in his laboratory. The Zavitz family was ruined. No, it had long been ruined. The very moment that Rune was born into this world. Yes. Those 6 years of peace since the Growlies incident were all nothing but a sham. Rune's death was not an accident. It was just like destroying a carefully stacked house of cards in an instant for her. Her suicide was a calculated move in order to deal the greatest possible blow to the Zavitzes. There must have been no other reason. In order to destroy, she had destroyed herself. That was Rune in a nutshell. Well, that's one way to do it. Oh, look, we're back here. Yay! Yay! Very short flashback, yeah. We're back in the tavern. Nothing happened. What are we talking about? What were we doing again? Excuse me, would you happen to be Albus? Hmm? And you are... You can write this up for your book club? Yeah. Sure. We're Sarah's, friends. Friends? Unfortunately, I have to inform you that Sarah doesn't have any friends. Perhaps you've misunderstood. Again with this. Beating around the bush isn't going to help. Let's just get straight to the point. We're travelers. When we arrived at the city and were completely clueless, Sarah was extremely hospitable and accommodating to us. We are incredibly grateful to her. However, it seems that her goodwill worked against her, as I hear she's now being punished for her actions. The leader of the Zavitz organization that you work for is apparently going to take measures against her. I had heard about this from Rudo, so it was you that... Please, could we speak with you, even for just a moment? Sorry, but we have our own issues to deal with as well. Even if you've come to me with all that in mind, this isn't a matter that can be taken lightly. About Sarah, when we first met, she had introduced herself to us as Rune. What? What did you just say? Albus's brusque expression changed in an instant. It seems that anyone deeply connected will have quite the reaction to the name Rune. Now we just need one more push. I promise you, if this matter is not of your concern, then we will not press you any further. I understand that this is extremely presumptuous of me, but I simply want to confirm a few things. I seek to have a discussion with you. Shall we take this elsewhere then? Yes. Our lodging is just on the outskirts of town. Is that alright with you? Just the two of you? Yes, what of it? Don't you feel that bringing a man back to your lodgings at this time of night is rather careless? Careless? What makes you say that? What does being a man or woman have to do with anything? I suppose this can be chalked up to cultural differences. Regardless, the answer is no. If you want to talk, then let's do it in the park. Do so in the park in the central square. At this time of day, there are still people around, and it should be much quieter than this place. Please go ahead. I'll leave as soon as I settle the bill. Just what was with this attitude? Sophine? What's the matter? I have a feeling that in this place's culture, men are still predominantly in a position of power. Huh? That can't be. Considering how much their civilization has progressed, that's rather hard to believe. You never know. You never know. Without any crafts, then a normal girl can't really beat a guy in a fight. Ruxenade was like that before too, right? A male-centered society where brute force means everything? Just how long ago was that? That does explain his initial demeanor. Can't quite tell whether the city is progressing or regressing. Is something on your mind? No, it's just... I just thought that it's kind of scary if that was the case. Violent crimes, though seldom, still occur in Ruxenade, but ones born from sexism are just about non-existent. That's true, but when even things as simple as this have to be explained to be understood, do you think we could ever understand each other? You do have a point. However, if you become fearful from just that, the name Ruxenhate will be tarnished. As long as there are no major obstacles between us, I'm sure we can talk and reach a mutual understanding. Yeah, I know. Okay. To the square. There we go. Why am I... I really should spin the wheel again, but I'm too invested. Sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you for the time to meet us. By the way, who advised you to talk to me about all this? Oh. We give Albus a short rundown of the events till this point. I see, so it was Hertz, Is he doing well? Doing well? I suppose he is. If he weren't, he couldn't possibly be able to down that much alcohol. I see. That's just like him. If I may presume, does this mean that it's been a while since you've last met? It's been quite a while. Let's just say things happened. In any case, why don't we introduce ourselves properly? My name is Albus Folster. I serve as the CTO of Zevit's Enterprise. I'm Retona, a traveler. I'm Selphine, Retona's fellow travel companion. It's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Yeah, we're just travelers. Just travelers. Excuse me, I have an unrelated question that I was hoping you could answer. It's been bothering me since yesterday. You mentioned some sort of title, but I don't quite understand what it means. Rudo also mentioned something similar. CTO? It's sort of short for Chief Technological Officer. You can think of it as the person in charge of the technical side of things. I see. I think. Rudo is the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer. In other words, he's at the topmost position of Zevit's Enterprise. Whoa. That's a lot easier to understand. It seems that these titles serve as positions when introducing oneself. Chief Executive, so basically like the President? Well, technically not quite, but, well, the nuance is the same. I see. I take it your home country doesn't have entities such as corporations. Wait a minute. Do forgive me for commenting, but if I'm not mistaken, you appear much older than Rudo Zevitz. How is it that he is allowed to wield absolute authority? You sure are straight to the point, aren't you? Well, you have a point. Rudo is a mere 22 years of age after all. 22? Just 3 years apart from me? He's just 3 years away from Retona. Is that expression of his? Amazing, isn't he? He's so much younger than I am, but he's been able to keep a company this huge running so well. Do you mean he's the leader of a really huge organization? That he is. In terms of sheer scale, Zevitz is the largest on the entire Outer Pole. Well then, is there some kind of ceremony for those people for them to become leaders? Ceremony? Yes, ceremony. It's not quite a ceremony, unless you're referring to promotion parties. Party? It's a celebratory event. Oh, well, during our travels we've heard of this country. Whenever they choose their next ruler, using a ceremony called Pass Down, they inherit all of the predecessor's memories, experiences, and knowledge. It's kind of a culture wherein the descendants of the next generations will be able to gain the qualifications they need to be the next ruler. A path down that continues across many generations bolsters the country's strength and also shows a strong unity with the citizens. Is that true? For someone so young to inherit such a large kingdom, or company in this case, he has to be qualified to be... So you'd need a ceremony like that, right? By inheriting knowledge, can I take that to mean that you are educated and groomed by their predecessors? Educated? Well, that is part of it, but it's not something as indirect. The experience and knowledge are directly transmitted. Albus tilts his head. Directly transmitted, not via speaking, writing, or teaching. There's no such thing, then. As folk in the Outer Pole have to use words, speech, more concrete forms of communication to convey what we're thinking and feeling. There's no other way for us to do so. It's impossible for us to directly transmit knowledge, as you say. So I suppose that in the Outer Pole's culture, there's no such ceremony to install leaders, as you mentioned. Why do you ask? Well, that's because... We're wandering around different countries, traveling to learn and study more about the world, you see. By experiencing all sorts of cultures, we'd like to expand our knowledge on the vastness of this world. That sounds like quite the undertaking, especially considering the world's state of affairs lately. I envy you both. If I weren't from the Outer Pole, I would have loved to travel the world as well. But I digress. Let's get back to the heart of the matter. For confirmation's sake, you said that Sarah introduced herself as Rune, correct? Yes. You knew about Rune, didn't you, Albus? Did I know her? We were like family, up until she died. Rune and Rudo's father, Sid, we had been very good friends. Sid and I built Zevit's empire from the ground up. Impressive. He's quite the influential individual. Hertzman sure knows all kinds of people. Had been. Does that mean Sid is... He passed away about 3 years ago. But Rudo's still 22 years old. He must have still been awfully young. There's quite a long story behind that. Well then, could you please tell us about the relationship between Rune and Sarah? Are they one and the same? Yes, we're completely in the dark about what's going on. Please tell us more about Sarah. Just who is she? Is that her real name? Her real name? That name is a term we use in order to pertain to Sarah. As for whether it qualifies as a name, I suppose that depends on your definition of what a name is. Judging by how you're referring to her, should we take that to mean that she... Judging by how you're referring to her, should we take that to mean that she really is being treated as a slave? Excuse me? We're merely travelers and know nothing of the customs of this land. However, from where we come from, treating people like belongings is something that should not ever be tolerated. So right now, we cannot even hide our astonishment regarding this state of affairs. I see, you two were born and raised in a very good country. But just to clear up any misunderstandings, I have to inform you that she's no slave. It was just a few decades ago that slavery was outlawed in this country. Although there are still some wretched folks out there who still practice it in absolute secrecy. Then it makes even less sense. Why do you refer to her as if she were an object? Precisely because she is an object. You asked about her name earlier, yes? The word Sarah is a term we use to refer to her. It means Synapse, Architecture Review and Assessment. We took the first letters of each word from the title of the report written up when she was first constructed. That's why it technically isn't a name, it's an acronym. What? Constructed? That doesn't make sense. Sarah was made? Sarah is a product of Zevit's Enterprise's last president, Sid Zevitz, created to handle mana-related tasks in the Outer Pole. Sarah is a machine. You must be joking. A machine? Although our company, Zevit's Enterprise, is well known for mana to energy conversion and energy supply services. Wait just a minute here. A machine? By a machine, do you mean something like a clock? Certainly on a completely different dimension of complexity, but yes, in a sense, I suppose I do. With all due respect, I just cannot believe that. I suppose most people wouldn't. Machines do not possess sentience, do they? Whoever was with us yesterday was clearly sentient and had a strong sense of self. She was aware of her surroundings, knew right from wrong, exercised judgment, and was able to display compassion for others. Intriguing. Would you happen to be acquainted with philosophy? Not really. I wouldn't say that I'm familiar on that level of familiarity. When asked on the difference between what is and isn't human, being able to go straight to questions about its perception abilities proved that one has been thoroughly educated in these matters. Your homeland really must be rich in a variety of aspects. I'm envious. Wait just a moment. In regards to your assertion that Sarah is a machine, all I can see is an excuse for you to treat her as you do now. I'm answering your questions, fully aware that you most likely would be in disbelief. You're free to believe me or otherwise. In fact, if I were in your place, I probably wouldn't believe it myself. Realistically speaking, there's no way to verify your... Retona, let him speak, okay? In any case, we're both at a dead end anyway. This way we can see if he's telling the truth or not, okay? So she does mean to use that then. Very well. The younger looking girl seems to hold the power in the relationship. Quite intriguing. Regardless, we still find it difficult to swallow your claims that Rune is indeed a machine. Perfectly sensible. To be honest, much of it remains a mystery to myself as well. Albus? Yes? If you don't mind, we'd like to show you a kind of craft, if you so please. Mana craft, you say? Are you too mana crafters? Yes, we are mana crafters who've come from a country far away from here. You said you were travelers, but to think you were from the inner pole, are you sure about this? Consider where you are right now. What about mana shock? According to Rudo, we had 3 or 4 days remaining. We are shouldering that risk by voluntarily being here. I see. I think I now have a grasp on how gravely you two view this matter. Seeing as you're willing to divulge all this, should I take it to mean that you're deadly serious about us? It wouldn't be fair to keep one-sidedly asking you for information after all. I do appreciate the sentiment, but unfortunately I don't have the time. I'll essentially be trapped in the office from tomorrow until next week or so, with little to no free time to spare. I still have some matters to attend after this as well. That won't be an issue. This craft will be over in the blink of an eye. Just as he says, this craft won't take much of your time. Not quite sure I follow. What should I do exactly? For the meantime, all we need is your trust in us. All we wish to do is exchange information with you. If there's any information or knowledge you'd like us to impart, then we can share it directly with you at the same time. Sharing information directly? Before we go any further, this means that you don't have any reservations with talking to us, right? Yes? Though I do have my limits. It's just that I don't have time to explain everything in full. It's alright, you'll understand in a few minutes. Will you trust us? Okay, I trust you. Thank you very much. Alright, Turna, could I have a little mana? Your wish is my command. Good grief, this sure is quite the turn of events. I can't believe I get to see Manacraft performed in the flesh. Now I'm a little anxious. We'll explain further on the other side. Ellie! Hello! Welcome everyone! Thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream? Oh, I had to tab out for a second. Unless... Wait, is Aura here? Aura, if you can do the shout out, that would be better. Instead of me doing it. Are you late for Wheel Wednesday? So strangely enough, I've only spun the wheel once because I've been playing this game for 4 hours. There has only been one spin. I really should go back to the wheel soon. I've been too invested in the story. I can't help myself. But hi, Luna Request, Ellie, of course, Shadowy Luke. Welcome, welcome, everyone. I'm Adelity. We're playing. God, what is the Fault? Fault is the name. Milestone 1. It's very interesting so far. There's been a little girl who was a psychopath and murdered people. Or, no, I mean, did she murder people? She assaulted someone, at least. That was interesting. Yeah, it's been an interesting game for sure. There's just a lot going on. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I will give you a shout out because Aura is apparently not doing it, so... How was Rocket Rats? What is Rocket Rats even? I hope you all are having a wonderful time. And of course, if you have to go and get food and stuff like that, then I completely understand. It is Wheel Wednesday. I kind of want to spin the wheel again, but as I said, I've been invested in the story and I haven't found a time where I was like, okay, this is where I'll leave it off, you know? It's really difficult in a game like this to like cut it off somewhere. It's a bit of a Vampire Survivors kind of game, not bad. Nice. That sounds great. I love those types of games. Very chill. I'm glad you had a good time with that. Now, other side. What is she doing? Selphine? Selphine had already begun converting mana. She's so concentrated on the task that she doesn't even notice my speaking anymore. There's no naturally present mana, so my internal mana isn't stabilizing. I didn't expect conversion to need this much concentration and stamina. Just how did Retona create her sword so quickly? Alright, this should do it. Selphine opens her eyes wide. Seems that she's finished preparations. Is it just me, or are her eyes more radiant than before? The sheen of her hair too, even her skin seems to be radiating a weak light. Shall we begin? Oh, yes. Excuse me for a moment. Selphine pressed her right index and middle fingers together and lightly touched Albus's temples. Are you alright? It seems to be taking longer than usual, perhaps because we're in the outer pole. Yeah, it's been a while, so I'm a little nervous. No need to tense up so much. This craft isn't going to be of any harm. Your body will warm up a little, as if you've done some light jogging. I see. Now, if you please, bless. Understood. Whoa. Whoa. Why? Okay. What a strange sensation. I can feel my physical body, but my consciousness is sinking like it's getting sucked into a deep darkness. Okay, I've established a link with you, Albus. Next is Retona. Retona as well. Selphine serves as the intermediary, connecting the three of us. That allows all of us to share our consciousness. Is that even... What we will now conduct is referred to as a mind dive. It's a type of compcraft which is mainly used to establish links between the consciousness of one or more parties. How do you feel, Albus? This all feels very strange. The sounds around us are slowly fading away, and my consciousness is becoming trapped inside. Inside there's a girl, Selphine, whose existence is growing more and more pronounced. You're just about ready too, Retona. Could you bless, please? Understood. There she is. Suddenly, now Retona is joining my consciousness. All of this, truly, there are no words I can use to describe this. Let's begin. Oh, memories. This place is... Nap 9? Party up in your soul, yeah. Suddenly 2 girls in your mind and you're like, what the heck? Why are you in my mind? At least they told him before. Before doing it. How did we get to this place? This place is called... What? Media Story? It's a space serving as the materialized form of your subconsciousness. The manifestation of my subconsciousness. Did my thoughts just flow out without my knowing it? We are currently in the realm of your subconsciousness. My subconscious. All the things you wish to ask us, and anything, any information that you allow us to know is conveyed to us purely as is. In that sense, you ought to be able to hear my own thoughts as well. Her mouth isn't moving, but I can still hear her voice. I'm sure it comes as a surprise to you, but I'm sure you'll quickly get used to it. Oh, I see. How do I put this? It's as if I've wandered straight into a fairy tale. Normally this craft, a mind dive, is supposed to last but a moment or two. A conversation that would normally last a full hour will only take a split second. Though sometimes circumstances can cause it to take longer. Most of the time when there are multiple people like this, it does take quite a bit longer. This time, since there's 3 of us, and so that it's less alienating to Albus, I've structured it as more of a conversation between us. I'm grateful for that, I suppose. Should I? No, I'm the one who can't follow the conversation. I can tell you're pretty nervous about all this, so I'll try to explain it a little better. Yeah, you can't even hide your thoughts, because everything is just being sent out. Oh, that would be so weird. That's fine, yeah. Also, Fiend said earlier, media story is a space manifested from your subconsciousness. In here, there's no distinction between truth and lies. The only thing here is the mana within your body and mind. It contains your pure unadulterated memories and the unconscious mind that allows you to convey them. Conveying my memories, both my conscious and subconscious? Humans do have some memories which they'd rather not let others know of. Your conscious and unconscious self have the right to choose what to show us, and what not to. There are things you feel you must tell us, and things you feel that you mustn't. For those sealed off memories, even someone like me who can freely use a mind dive cannot peek into those. Essentially, except for the things you choose to tell or show us, the rest of it will not be conveyed to us. I can't believe such amazing technology actually exists in this world. The mind dive is quite a peculiar craft. Only those who can use the path down are able to utilize it. Basically, it's a craft only royalty can use. It's not something that needs to be shared, so I'm keeping these thoughts and memories closed off. Is that so? I don't fully understand it, but that means we can take our time here and discuss whatever we wish to at our own pace? No, we don't need to go about it in such a roundabout manner. You should be able to communicate via senses as well. Once you open up, the information we need to exchange, whatever you'd like to share with us, should freely flow out. Nothing's happening. Looks like we need a little more time. I suppose this is what it's like dealing with someone from the outer pole. The flow of internal mana is still a little stagnant. All your thoughts about Chad will be revealed? Oh no. They're only good thoughts, I promise. Only good thoughts. It will take some time for it to react. Why don't we relax a little until you get used to it? Sooner or later you won't have to speak. Instead our consciousnesses will just freely share information. Alright. Still, this is a really quite strange experience. It's like I can see straight into the two of you. Your personalities, your humanity, I can perceive you directly. And we can say the same to you, Albus. This room represents who you are as a person. The space is clean and well organized, the lighting is just right, and the entire area is stable. It's a sign that your thoughts are coexisting amicably with ours. If the compatibility is off, then the incongruities in one's personality would either reject the mind dive entirely, or the space of the media story would be dark and warped. I see. I appreciate the compliments, but I'm not exactly the nicest person there is. The truth is I've had some doubts about you two, that you may be industry spies. For all I know, you might have been sent by Hives. We've known, rather we felt that from him some time back. But now, I see it so clearly now. Like the anxieties in my heart are being cleansed. The two of you truly simply want to talk with me. And more than that, the two of you truly are that worried about Sarah. Aha! It's begun. Oh. When discussing the Zevitz siblings and Sarah, there's another vital person we must discuss, Sid Zevitz. He is the founder of Zevitz Enterprise and the father of Rudo and Rune. The Zevitz family was never an affluent one. Born the eldest son of the family ever since he was a child, he was different from his peers. I'd been with him since I was young, and we were practically brothers. Of all the people who I'd grown up with in the slums, he was the only one who I'd remained friends with till the very end. Sid's father was reprehensible, a worthless man, an alcoholic who would become violent with his own family, truly savage. He wouldn't lift a finger to do any honest work, instead using his shady connections for get-rich-quick schemes to smuggle a large amount of purified mana into the outer pole. When Sid was 9, the man said that he would leave to find work elsewhere, and promptly disappeared from Cadia. Sid had to take care of his weak mother all by himself. All the time, the idea of using mana for energy hadn't existed in Cadia. Instead, we had to use coal or kerosene to make it through the winter. The winter cold was so harsh that there were numerous casualties every year. It was where we lived, the slums, that was always hit the hardest. If only we had some kerosene. Until he lost his mother, Sid has often repeated the phrase, "He and I did our damnedest, working with everything we had to keep his mother in good health, But of course, we were still only 9 years of age. Whatever we made never amounted to much. After 2 years of painful struggle, Sid's mother passed away when we were 11 years old. That year, something inside of Sid changed. He had always been prejudiced against the world, cursing it every chance he got, but that changed completely. Perhaps he came to an epiphany. Unless he changes, the world will swallow him whole. That if he goes on like this, his life will have amounted to nothing but him crawling in the dirt. He accepted the unjustness and brutality of the world. With his mother's passing, Sid was alone and free to do what he wanted. Whenever he had time, he would talk about mana. At the time, it was all so completely beyond me. Sid's father, whom he so hated, was obsessed with mana. Although he had hated it, he continued to pursue it, which wasn't something one would expect. Unlike his father, however, he wasn't interested in short-term, get-rich-quick schemes. While we continued working in the coal mines, he would pilfer sediment that had trace amounts of colored mana in them, bringing them back as research material. Owie! Oh my god, flashback. Getting his quick schemes, yes. Get rich quick. Oh god. It's hard to keep talking this much. The foreman's in a pretty bad mood today too. I knew this was gonna be hard work, but I tell you, being a coal miner ain't something a human ought to do. Barely pays enough to put food on the table too. Oh, my joints are all screaming in pain. We ought to consider ourselves lucky to even have work. Looks like this year's winter is going to be incredibly cold as well. At least it's freaking hot while we're working. I'd rather be moving around and working than just sitting around in school all day. It's way more fulfilling. Who the heck would want to waste their childhood in a dump like that? Not me, that's for sure. You have a point there. Alright, Albus, let me show you something really cool. Oh, that's right, it's sediment. There's not a lot of it, but there's definitely a little bit of colored mana inside. Where did you even... While we were mining, the coal mine might always actually be a mana mine. What have you done, Sid? Don't tell me you're going to sell that. No way, that's dirty money. They'll find you and throw you in prison. Oh, don't be stupid. Like I could sell such a valuable sample. Sample? Actually, this isn't the first sample I found. The first one I found was actually smaller than a pea. But the deeper I dug, the sediment just kept getting bigger and bigger. You've been sneaking out sediment for that long? Look, just listen to what I have to say first, okay? I made a pretty interesting discovery. Come by my laboratory later. Laboratory? You mean your house, right? Oh, come on, the name's pretty important, okay? If I said my place, it wouldn't get you fired up. I'm struggling to understand your logic here. Look, just pay me a visit, alright? Besides, we couldn't just head straight there, couldn't we? Oh, well, I suppose we could, but... Today's the day when my mom, thought I'd leave her a flower or two. I see. It's already been that long, Anyways, just meet me at my laboratory. See you there. You could spin the wheel into one of the other text-heavy games. That's true. Fast forward to a few years later. We began to immerse ourselves in colored mana purification research. We conducted all sorts of absurd experiments. Sid loved high-risk experiments, a trait he may have inherited from his father. On one occasion he suffered mana shock and ended up being unable to move his left arm. As I continued to support Sid, we both spent our adolescent years in mana research. Every day, every single day of it, we toiled as if possible, possessed by the gods of mana themselves. After countless failures, we finally succeeded. But finally, we were able to purify colored mana. This isn't self-praise or exaggeration, it truly was the discovery of the century. The news quickly spread throughout the entire outer pole. Then one day, we began to look for investors who were willing to commercialize the mana system. Why? Tell me, just what was all that hard work for then? What exactly are we going to do if we don't look for investors? The conversion efficiency with just this filter isn't good enough. If the sediment is low mana concentration, then that means this isn't going to be enough energy. Just how much time do you think it takes to convert enough energy to match a candle that lasts burning for 2-3 hours? At this point, mining coals is still more efficient. Well, of course, our research is just in its initial stages, so if we continue our line of research, then Have you heard of electricity before? Electricity? Are you talking about the person in the third sector who's trying to control the energy from lightning? That's right. But from what I hear, the technology is still in its infancy, and not only that, it's quite dangerous. According to the opinion of the Board of Science, it probably won't see any widespread use anytime soon. The opinion of those idiots over there at the board ain't worth the salt. If mana didn't actually exist, then they sure as heck would be looking into electricity too. Besides, if we're talking dangers here, mana's just as guilty. Heck, it might be that the mana is way more dangerous than electricity. What would make you say that? My left arm's been acting up again lately. Does it still hurt? Not exactly. Feels like it's, I don't know, it's weird. Like it's slowly being eaten away or something. What in the... Has it been that way since you were able to move it? No, just recently. I didn't say anything at first because it didn't really get in the way of work, but it's been hard to ignore lately. I wonder what's causing it. No clue, but one thing's for sure, there's still a whole lot of unknowns we're yet to discover about mana. As a result of further research, we succeeded in generating a stable, usable amount of mana. In the meantime, we managed to meet willing investors who were interested in our work despite our youth. We sure got lucky, I commented, but Sid said no, we made this happen, in response. He was the type who hated any fatalistic mindsets. A few years later, everything was going smoothly. Thanks to the investors, Zavit's enterprise was established without a hitch. At the same time of the founding, Sid married the girl from a neighboring town who had entered the company. Her name was Aline Crossrow. She had unnaturally beautiful emerald eyes and purely white skin, outspoken and imbued with a strong sense of justice. However, she had been born with a weak constitution, much like Sid's mother. Her, Aline's wish, was to benefit other people in the world. She was the type of person who could change the atmosphere just by being there. No matter how rebellious or contrarian someone is, they would immediately become docile and obedient when faced with her. One couldn't help but think of her as a good person, regardless of logic or reason. She was a simple, truly lovable human being. There wasn't anyone who wouldn't be inspired by her zeal. As Zavitz grew in power, so did its profits and efficiency, as it continued to devote itself to the greater good. It didn't reach its peak efficiency, but when winter came, it managed to cut casualties down to less than half. The company continued to gain influence. As we continued to grow in fame and fortune, Rudo was born. Rudo. He was truly a brilliant child. I don't have water age. I can't hydrate. I'll get some. Had to leave the outer pole to get some good mana water? Yeah. Straight from the tap. Having inherited both Aline's kindness and his father's wisdom, Rudo was truly a good person. We lived our days in happiness. At the time we hadn't realized, somewhere unbeknownst to us, we had created a great and powerful enemy. I said, Aline, have you heard about Hives? That's the company of that idiot who tried to control lightning, right? Of course I have. I have two, and none of it is any good. The filter they're using... Oh, the filter they're using, that's the one Sid designed. Shouldn't we do something about them? Who cares? Honestly, I don't even know what they're trying to do with those old relics of filters. But that clearly means he's painting a target on your back. He must be bitter that you ruined his plan for electricity. Nah, the bastard can do whatever the hell he wants to. He failed to make electricity succeed, he's got a grudge against us, and now he's sticking his neck into the mana industry. And to top it all off, he uses the product that his rival designed to start his own company. Sure has guts, I'll give him that. That kind of audacity sure reminds me of a certain someone. Don't be stupid, I wouldn't do anything like that, he's got no vision. Touché. But you have a point. What does he hope to accomplish by using those filters? That's a losing strategy when going up against us. Who knows? We're up against someone who's trying to use his enemy's ideas against him and live. You'd be surprised how tough a nutjob like that is to take down. What's wrong, Aline? You're looking pretty pale. I have a bad feeling about all this. How come? Everything had been going so smoothly for all of us. Something's got to happen sooner or later. Hey now, you talking about karma? We ain't done a single awful thing to anyone. Why do you think we need to pay back for all the happiness we've been experiencing so far? I suppose so. A few years later, Rune was born. With almost inexplicable timing, Hives experienced an explosion of growth. Despite being of no competition in terms of both experience with mana and the underlying technologies, they managed to one-up us in terms of business acumen. Their expansion was absolutely unprecedented. No one was able to anticipate that Hives could gain enough power to compete with Zavits in just a few short years. Mana is likely to become a highly dangerous substance to us residents of the Outer Pole, just as it had been to Sid when his left arm was affected. Make one mistake and you could lose your life. Sid knew that well. Because enough investors for the company were secured, Sid was able to prioritize development of medical treatments when Zavit Enterprises was first established. Aline spearheaded the charge, having Zavits assemble every skilled doctor around and founded Zavits Medica. People had to undergo proper training to handle mana as part of their work in Zavits. Oh my god, so much. Zavits dedicated its resources to educating and training its employees. However, it takes time to develop competent mana miners and sediment handlers. Regardless, developing skilled, educated personnel and providing a safe work environment were top priority. On the other hand, Hive's strategy was to completely ignore all such safety protocols and exploit the poor economic situation. Hive's strategy? Process 1. It's a drug extracted from mana, creating humans who could continue to work without sleep or rest, and who could produce antibodies that could combat mana. Furthermore, the subject of this drug were promised lifetime employment. Immunity to low-level mana shock and superhuman strength. Hives poured its effort into marketing itself as an entity that could grant these kinds of abilities, serving to excite its subjects all the more. The masses ate up Hive's hyperbole-filled slogans. It was a devious strategy that resonated with everyone at a time when employment was at an all-time low. Hey, that was just too much. Yeah. The after effects on subjects, I can't believe they're that horrible. Completely losing it because of insomnia. Turning into nothing but skin and bones. Bodies rotting away due to partial mana shock. That abbey was filled with the victims of Hive's operations. Some patients even had to be carried off to a church in the neighboring town. I know. And Sid, we have another problem. I brought Alina and the Medica's chief over to the friars to propose the construction of a general hospital under Zavits, but it gave you the stink eye. Yes, or rather, we were assailed with some rather unbecoming speech. It was because of people like us that the god of mana was angered, causing these victims in the first place. That this was divine retribution for being blinded by our greed and desire for convenience. Damn. I can't exactly tell whether or not the priest was right. But this isn't the time for that. I believe we need to pursue the Medica project even more now. Why doesn't the government just outlaw the human testing of Process 1? That would solve the problem altogether. I'm sure that if the Board of Science would just do something, then the government would... I doubt that. Why? People are dying here. The technology to create Process 1 from mana was developed on the Outer Pole. Only those who've been trained can make it. And of course, you need to use machinery that's only available on the Outer Pole. So here's my take on the whole situation. The government, the Board of Science, and Hives are all in cahoots, secretly exporting Process 1. What? Why would they do that? First possible use for it that comes to mind is the same thing that Hives does for their workers. Drugs to dope up crafters. Performance enhancement for armies. Maybe they've even found ways to weaponize the stuff. Still pretty new substance. Depending on where the research goes, they could find all sorts of uses for it. No. Not that I have any proof or anything, it's all just a guess. Sid, the worse your predictions get, the more likely they are to be true. Anyway, putting that aside, let's get back on track. Like Albus said, I don't plan to give up on getting the hospital set up. But Sid, the vast majority of those patients would rather seek salvation from the church than medical attention. I'm sure they'd try to get into an overcrowded abbey than a newly built hospital. And that if that isn't possible, they just resign themselves to death. Do people hate us that much? That can't be. We didn't do anything for people to hate us that much, right? I suppose to the average layman, there isn't much difference between hives and us. And in any case, I don't see any real point in constructing a hospital with the way things are going now. What do we do then? I have a plan. What you said about the government and hives earlier got me thinking. Why don't we just make the church allies with Zavits? Huh? Financial backing is a given. We renovate their facilities, get them new equipment, maybe even build a new abbey altogether. Then we name the hospital after the church, put it under their management. But in exchange, the actual hospital's operation will be under Zavits Medica. What about that? As they say, Rex regnat et non gubernat. They will reign, but not govern. Wait just a minute here. This entire thing's gotten so huge I don't even know where to begin. Besides, they clearly hate us. What makes you think they'd even want to work with us? I have a good idea. An idea? I heard that quite a number of sisters passed away the other day due to a contagious form of mana shock. There were some who put their life on the line, trying to subdue the patients who had grown violent and unstable. They tried to quell some men who were many times stronger than they were, muscles swollen from the doping effects, with love as their only weapon. They did absolutely everything in their power to provide their utmost care for the patients. We should dedicate our project on absolute obedience automata to the sisters. And rather than models specifically made for the mana mines, we should focus on creating humanoid models to help support the sisters. That way they can protect the sisters from any contagious forms of mana shock, or any patients who get too violent. Aline, that's quite an ambitious plan, but it might actually work out. I'll pass the proposal to our mechanical engineering partners about this. Okay, so that's how it started when they were like, we're gonna make robots, basically. To make sure the humans don't suffer. The Sisters Project, exactly, yeah. For people like us who make a living of science, probably the least theistic thing to do there is to be saved by religion. Like, we have to pay attention to the little details like that. We have to focus on caring for the patients and minimizing the victims. A few days later, we headed to the church. We are indebted for being allowed an audience today. Of course, anything for the famous president of Zavit Enterprise, whom the church so despises. Now, what is it? What is it that you and your organization need from us? My wife told me about your circumstances here the other day. I've heard that many of the sisters here had become victims of the subjects they were trying to save. This is the unfortunate truth. The state of affairs was brought about by the competition between you and hives. By playing with mana, you treat the blessings of God like mere toys. Do you understand that is blasphemy? Do you have anything to say as a fool who chose to ignore their faith and blindly pursue science until its bitter end? I have no words to offer in my defense, but we at Zavits have no intention of just giving up. Even if Zavits Enterprise were to abandon this mana race and let hives win, that won't put a stop to the victims. I can confidently say that we are on the side of good here. We conduct our business with the highest moral and ethical standards. To me, the nature of your business and hives is one and the same. I'm well aware of that. However, I want you to understand that we will not back down against hives. We have our own beliefs to adhere to. Why do you continue to rebel against God like this? It is God's will that we must simply accept so we can carry out His divine plan. Is it that difficult to simply accept what have been given to you and live a life within your means? Science is nothing but the height of folly. It is proof that you are ungrateful of the blessings and the life that you've received. Oh my god. Sure, that might be the case for you, but let me tell you this, Father. As long as we humans have this thing called curiosity, the march of science will never stop. We just had to find out. about the hidden possibilities of mana. No, it's not just about mana. You tell a human being to live in this world without trying to satisfy their curiosity? That's just plain impossible. And curiosity is another one of those gifts that God gave us humans, isn't it? Blasphemy. Did you want to meet with me face to face simply to lecture me on God and human nature? No, we came here because we'd like to pitch something. Pitch? What could this be now? We're currently developing machines to assist with work in the mines. They'll be powered by mana, be able to understand what we have to do, and can carry out those commands. However, we've decided to stop work on that. Instead, we've decided to devote our time to creating machines that provide support to the sisters of the church. Why exactly would you do that? Do you want to work with us at Zavitz? I beg your pardon? Right now, even if we built a general hospital in town, there would be far more people who would seek the help from the church. But Father, that just isn't going to work out. Sorry to say, but what you're doing isn't going to save a single life. The only way to save people who are dying from mana is mana itself. We have completely different values, but I'm sure that we share the same fundamental desire to save as many people as we possibly can. Let us work with you. I'm sure patients wouldn't have any problems if you have them go to the hospital that has your blessing. And there we're going to have our machines take the place of the sisters instead. We've already partnered with an engineering company to make sure that they look perfectly human. They'll just have as much humanity as we do. If you let the machines deal with any dangerous patients, then I'm sure you can prevent any sisters from losing their lives. This Sisters project is our way of showing our sincerity in the proposition. Won't you consider? I see how it is. Truly a suggestion that could only have been put forth by someone so entrapped in worldly desires such as yourself. A suggestion that completely and utterly ignores the demands of our church. Well, no, that's enough. This is no longer something we can discuss. However, you wish to save as many as you can, correct? Your sentiment reeks of arrogance and lack of concern for the souls of the deceased, but very well. I can understand your reasoning. We're very grateful for. However, we cannot accept those machines of yours. Why not? Don't you want to prevent any more of the Abbey sisters from becoming victims? Of course we want to put a stop to the victims, and I wish to save as many people as we can. However, these patients have all come here seeking salvation from God. Although I suppose you atheist heathens won't understand. You heathens! No matter how well they can mimic human behavior. Like how a hymn sung without heart won't heal. Prayer from something without a soul will not save anyone. Was said just silenced by a member of the clergy? Still, for such non-believers to save lives in the name of the church, your convictions have come through. I'll need some time. Oh my. The mine sink was cut? The connection just... Oh no. Sorry, I'll get it patched up now. Milady. More importantly, how is your condition? Well... I mean, how do you feel? Yeah. And what I mean is... God, this is such a pain. This is the first time I've had so much difficulty connecting a dive right. Is this case that much different than usual? It has to be just the right amount of pressure from external mana so that internal mana can stabilize. Being able to refine mana consistently is quite a difficult feat. Even though we look to be the same people, it's amazing how differently our bodies can function. It's like we're a completely different species. I beg to disagree. It all boils down to the presence or absence of mana. If we were to stay here too long, then our mana systems would end up deteriorating, and we would end up with the same physicality as you. Albus, you and me are all just the same human beings. I see. If I may, about the memory just now, you referred to a church. Does that mean there are mana-related religions on the outer pole? There certainly are. That was only 10% of the flashback? Oh my god, I hope not. In fact, that is why a company like ours was able to grow so much despite being anything but religious. It's thanks to Aline's idea that we partner with the church. Even in the outer pole, there are plenty of people who seek help from the god of mana. The owner of a pawn shop said that the god of mana had forsaken this land, which is what led to the development of science. That's pretty accurate. Even though our principles and religion contradict each other, they can still coexist with each other. When it all boils down to it, us humans need something to believe in, even if it is a god who abandoned us. I thought that this land was nothing but self-serving individuals, but that wasn't the case. Sid and Aline have such a strong sense of duty and concern. Those two are truly amazing. Switchleaf, hello. Yeah, welcome. We're playing Fault Milestone 1. It's a visual novel. My voice is ruined. I'll probably feel it after the stream. Oh god, it's almost been 5 hours. God. It's all your fault. True. It's your fault. The game fault. Right. Whatever. Your voice sounds fine. I guess, I mean, yeah, it sounds fine, but to me, it feels rough, you know? I can feel the strain. Even if it sounds fine. There's so much I could learn from such wonderful people. Agreed. I was fixated on working on simply conducting research, but those two, they were always wholeheartedly directing their efforts into making the Outer Pole a better place. I was often reminded of the differences in our personalities when they were still around. What do you mean? I'd heard that Sid had already moved on to the next world, but has his wife Aline also passed on? Yes, several weeks after Rune died, she had also passed away. Your voice sounds as terrible as it always does. How dare you, H? How dare you? But I mean, it's not that bad. It's just talking for 5 hours is just gonna put a strain on your voice. Especially if I'm trying to voice characters and doing different voices. Even though it's all starting to sound more and more more and more the same, I feel like, but I don't know if that's true. You see, Aline was killed by Rune. She laced the tea Aline had always drank with Process 1 before it was refined into a drug. Ah. She was killed by her own flesh and blood daughter? I can't believe it. Rune, who often frequented Savit's labs, had actually snuck in and stole Process 1 that was kept for research purposes. She had taken enough to kill 10 adults. Directors and executives of companies from other Outer Pole regions who were all supposed to merge with Zavits, who were later found dead. Poisoned. Rune then committed suicide after. Thanks to that one incident, our dream, Sid's, Aline's, mine, our dream to expand Zavits throughout the Outer Pole was completely scrapped. I was at a sincere loss for words. Just what could possibly have driven Rune to do all that? At just 10 years of age, we had heard that she was a problem child of sorts. Now this is far beyond that. The devil spawn certainly does live up to that nickname. What was her motive? There must have been something that pushed her to do that, right? We couldn't find anything like that. Rune had an abnormality in the brain, you see. A portion of her brain wasn't working. Even if she was able to understand emotions like happiness, sadness, and anger, she couldn't feel them herself. She didn't feel fear or guilt, nor was she able to develop a sense of compassion. But could someone have developed such destructive tendencies simply because of a lack of emotion? I don't know. Maybe Rune was special, but at this point there's no way for us to find out. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I finished the connection. Are you alright, Delphine? You're looking a little pale there. Yes. Do we continue from earlier? Yes. Alright. Here on, it'll be about the Zavit siblings. I have to warn you, it's going to be rather disturbing. Are you sure you want to keep going? We are. Okay, here we go again. Trigger warnings. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of stuff already with Rune earlier. Murder, animal mutilation, basically, and stuff like that. Really bad stuff. A few years had passed since Sid spoke with the priest. The number of Hives' victims continued to multiply drastically. Then one day, someone from within the church came across evidence exposing the collusion between the government, Hives, and the Board of Science. That was the clincher. A fissure formed in the long-standing relationship of the church and government, leading to an agreement between Zavitz and the church. The energy industry versus the governments versus the church. The level of discord among the three parties was truly unprecedented. In the midst of all that, Rudo was immersed in his studies daily, both in the academy and at home, in preparation for becoming Zavitz Enterprises' next president. Just like his father, he also had a strong interest in mana and didn't have any difficulty studying. Rudo simply loved to learn. I remember him often telling Eileen that he was bored by the lessons at the academy. However, Rudo, intelligent as he is, had one big concern: his little sister, Rune. At the time, Rune had behavioral issues. She always had a frown on her face, and the only time she ever smiled was when people got hurt. Everything she did had some trace of malintent to it. Whatever her actions were, they were always to cause people problems. One day, Rune finally did something that put the final nail on the coffin. Rune stabbed the Growley's family's son's eye with a stick, causing him to lose it. The whole incident with the Growleys, what a mess. No kidding. What caused Rune to do that? Was she not satisfied with something? I don't know. Aline, she's just heartbroken. On the outside she puts on a smile and says she's fine, but she's starving herself and her body is just... That's terrible. And I feel sorry for Rudo as well. I hope he isn't getting shamed or mistreated in school. This might be a good opportunity for him. Maybe it's about time. Age-wise too, sounds about right. He's lost in his own thoughts. What? Interesting. After the Crowley's incident, Rudo had stopped attending school. The reason was never said out loud, but it was obvious. Rudo was just around 10 years old when he began to work as a trainee at Zavitz. Oh, okay. So he was pulled out of school and just started working. He studied daily in Lab 9, said to be the very best in the industry for producing top researchers, and started becoming more and more introverted. Now that I think about it, it must have been tough for him. As a child, Rudo was somewhat lacking in imagination. To be blunt, he wasn't fit to be a researcher. Both I and the other members of the lab thought so. Rudo truly had a talent for learning. However, he had difficulties coming up with anything new that was outside of what was taught to him. They were expecting him to have an eccentric imagination, just as Sid did when he was young, but unfortunately it was all for naught. On the other hand, he was very careful not to offend people with his words or actions and was very considerate of others. As time passed, everyone around him slowly came to see him as someone who couldn't succeed Sid. A few years after Rudo began working in Lab 9, Rune's house arrest, the consequence of the Growley's incident, was lifted. Rune was often brought by her home tutor to visit the lab. As time passed, it became clear. Though Rudo was said to be a prodigy in his aptitude for learning, Rune greatly exceeded his capabilities. Just a few months after Rune started to take trips into Lab 9, she was able to answer the unsolved battery problem that had been plaguing the sisters' machines for years. Everyone was speechless. It was then that I saw a glimpse of Sid's inventiveness and creativity. No, she trivially solved a problem that Sid himself couldn't. Probably everyone in the lab thought she would surpass Sid as a researcher someday. Rudo began to slowly lose confidence in himself. Even after things calmed down from the Growley's incident and he began to get along with Rune, Rudo was lost and didn't know what to do. It was written all over his face. Eventually, Rudo only did administrative work in the lab. It seemed to have dawned on him that he couldn't compete with Rune. And even then, Rune joined in the administrative work just as an assistant and took his job away from him. sometimes it looked as if Rune was deliberately driving Rudo up the wall psychologically. Probably, yeah. She was like that. There was a slight air of hostility to it. No, hostility isn't the right word. There didn't seem to be any motive to it. From an outsider's perspective, it was just a little sister helping out her older brother, nothing more. Whether it was intentional or not, a normal person wouldn't have noticed. One day, Sid and Aline came to me for advice. Look, I'm not against sending her off to school, but I just don't see the point. I've heard you already, Sid. I want to hear what Albus has to say about the matter. What do you think? Could I have your honest opinion? Should Rune go to school, or... I don't see any problem with that. 6 whole years have passed since the incident. That's not the point. She's been studying at Lab 9 all this time. What do you expect her to pick up at school? I think it's a waste of time. I'm not referring to her studies. We need to reintroduce her to society. She doesn't even have anyone her age that she can call a friend. We need to at least try to live a normal life. And just who exactly determines what's normal and what isn't? I agree with Albus. Rather than holding her up in the dimly lit laboratory, I'd rather she live and behave more like the young lady that she is. Pretty surprising to hear that from you, Aline, considering how insistent you were about her education. Of course, she still has to maintain her studies. However, I think we're pushing Rune far too hard in that direction. She may look perfectly comfortable with how she is now, but I think she needs time to interact with other children her age as well. You really don't share that opinion, Sid? If you're asking me for my personal opinion, I don't think people's skills are all they're cracked up to be. If she keeps up that work, keeps at that work, then she's gonna end up picking them up, whether she likes it or not. I swear, why is this man so... Sid, you really should think about your abilities a little more. Your standards are well and far removed from what is considered normal. All that aside, my final decision is to let Rune choose what she wants to do. I don't plan to rob her of the ability to choose, she's got the right to. I knew it. Do you agree with him then, Albus? I do. Considering Rune's age, it really should be the both of you making the final decision. But I certainly agree with respecting her opinion as well. I'll go have Rune undergo a physical examination. I'll let the hospital know too. Oh my god. Really? It's so much. Thank you, Albus, really. I hope Rune appreciates the sentiment. It was a few weeks after that, just before Rune was to be enrolled in an academy. She had a physical exam done in the lab. Using the MRI device that Sid developed, I examined Rune's brain. What the? Is the machine malfunctioning? No, it isn't possible. We just conducted maintenance on it yesterday. It's calibrated just right too. Can't be a problem with the machine. Albus, these are Rune's scans, right? Is this even possible? This means that she can't feel any emotion. That's absurd. A human like this couldn't exist. Don't tell anyone about this, Nietzsche. Lothal. Aline's in an especially sensitive time right now. When the timing is right, I'll make sure to tell Sid. The portion of Rune's brain which controlled human emotions was non-functional. What exactly this meant, none of the members of the lab nor I knew at the time. While concealing Rune's name, we asked other staff in the Medica, but not a single person even knew of the condition. It was obvious that something was wrong. MRI itself was still a new, young technology. However, the very first person to respond to this was Rudo. Rudo clearly knew something that we didn't. It was a few months after Rune was admitted into the academy when he revealed it to us. What's this book? Lie Spotting? It's a book about the psychological nature of lies and how to detect them. Oh, Albus. Good evening, Rudo. I have to talk to you. What's the matter? Rudo's story came out of nowhere. Rune is killing small animals at a park nearby. Honestly, it sounded so absurd that I couldn't believe what he told us. Ever since the Crowley's incident, Rune had grown up to be a good girl. Deep in my heart, I harbored a small doubt. What if Rudo was using that brain scan as a pretense so he could get revenge on Rune? He had more than enough reason and motive to do so. Against the gentle Rudo must have felt desperate given their positions. I don't expect you to believe it, though. How do I even react? Have you told Sid and Aline? No. Well, not directly. I kind of played it off, saying that Rune might be up to something bad again. If I didn't, I'm sure Mom would get hurt again. I see. The only other person I could talk to about this is you, Albus. Sorry, Rudo, but I think the only thing you can do for now is to keep an eye on the situation. If I could do anything else to help, I'd be more than happy to. But right now, even if everything you've told me is true, it's still not enough justification to take action right now. If I brought up the topic saying that I heard everything from you, if they decide to ignore it, then that'll be the end of it. You're right. By the way, what is this book for? Is this for taking measures against Rune? Yes. Rudo, do you think Rune is a chronic liar? I'm not sure. But Rune displays far too many tendencies that are described in that book. Such as? For example, people who lie habitually are very capricious by nature. They hate staying in a single place. Once they get bored with things, they head elsewhere. Now that you mention it, she did say that she wanted to see the outside world. It's not just that. They're always smiling, but it's only their mouth that's in a smile, while their eyes remain expressionless. Whenever you talk with them, they end up looking at you straight in the eye too much. There are a lot of people in and around town who haven't accepted Rune. When I asked them why exactly, they told me they couldn't, on a biological level. I think it's an instinctive repulsion to her behavior. It doesn't matter whether the person in question is an adult or child. When they have something that feels foreign to us, they become the target of fear and alienation. I think Rune already knows that she's causing people to feel disgusted at her, and is intentionally behaving that way. More than that, Rudo, I'm sure Rune is planning something. She's building up her knowledge so she can trick us. There's got to be something she's planned. Something much worse than the Growlies incident. Wait just a moment, Rudo. Aren't you jumping to conclusions here? She's been such a good girl this whole time. Now, I'm not going to completely ignore what you're saying, but as an adult I have the obligation to look at everything fairly and impartially. I'm sorry. I may have said too much. I wasn't exaggerating. Even now, I still remember that conversation clear as day. I paid no attention to Rudo's warning. That was the greatest mistake I'd ever made in my entire life. A few weeks after that, Aline collapsed, and several days after that, 12 of the top brass from Zevit's business partners all died from Process 1 poisoning. Rune disappears from the mansion. Another few days after that, a transport ship arrives at the outer pole. Rune's body is found on board. A few weeks later, Aline breathes her last while in Zevit's Medica. Those events constantly play themselves back in my mind over and over and over. From that point forward, Zevit's began to collapse in on itself. Sid, having faced no greater calamity than this, was broken. Even though he had endured all the trials and difficulties of his past, Sid just completely broke down. He wouldn't even listen to me or Rudo. His work at the company went practically untouched. Instead, he holed himself up inside Lab 9 and barred anyone else entry. It was on one of these days. It was just as the Sisters project was approaching completion. In the end, the church refused to make use of the Sisters, but the frames that were built were repurposed to work in the mana mines instead. During a meeting to discuss where the Sisters were to be deployed, Sid suddenly showed up. Okay. What? You want to pay the Sisters for their work? That's right. I want their service compensated. What brought this on? Why? We're just barely scraping by as is. Why should we pay machines of all things? Because that's an order. Anyone who objects is fired, ends of story. Sir Sid, are you serious, sir? Well, you guys deal with that then. Wait a minute, Sid. This is an abuse of power. Just tell us why. We'll listen to you. Why the hell do I have to explain every single damn thing I have to say? Even if I took the time to explain it, you're all just a bunch of idiots who wouldn't understand, so I don't even bother. All you need to do is just follow what I say, like the servant you are. What is the matter with you, Sid? If all these people weren't here with you, Zevitz might as well have never existed. Who's the one who holds the power? Me. I don't need to take any smack from people without any vision. What the hell? You just abandoned your job like that? Do you have any idea how deep in danger the company is right now? What did you say, boy? Open your damn eyes, you senile old man. Your job as the CEO of this company is to reassure everyone working here. Did you forget that? What the hell happened to your sense of right and wrong, your morals? Were you this weak that you can't stick to them now that your wife's gone? You're sure spouting some pretty big words for someone who isn't even half a man, huh, Rudo? Get a grip, Dad. With how things are right now, I don't need your damn sympathy from the likes of you, frickin' kid. You all can pretend to run the company for all I care, but this is my company. I built it from the ground up, and I can raise it to the ground if I damn well please. Now you better follow my orders, and anyone who gets in the way of my research, oh god, that's not good. Sir? He's vomiting blood? I said, are you alright? Don't touch me. Sir Sid. Damn it. That night, I was called by Rudo. Rudo. Just who exactly is Rudo Zavitz? Come again? This morning, when I looked at the mirror, I saw a man I didn't even know. That man didn't have a shroud of sadness in him when his little sister passed away. In fact, I'm feeling nothing but relief. Rudo? My little sister should never have been born. She should have just hit her head against something and died when she was young. Now I'm finally free. Such were the man's sad, heartless thoughts. Now, Albus, is the Rudo Zavitz you know the kind of young man that would harbor those thoughts? Was he a person with such a warped heart that he would instead rejoice in his sister's death rather than mourn it? However, there is still something I owe my gratitude to that thing for. That devil in disguise taught me one thing and one thing only, that people are always controlled by their emotions. In this era, what we need are logic and rationality. The only people who have the right to talk about emotions or sympathy are those who have thoroughly pursued logic and rationality. My father was unable to do that. He's a weak man who tried to devote himself to some sorry excuse for philanthropy, but couldn't even follow through all the way. Rudo. There are far too many barriers in this world. Sid Zavitz has been taken over by madness. His time is over. From now on, I shall lead Zavitz. I have the power to. That day, the dam that had been holding Rudo back finally broke. His growth since then has been incredible. The kind, warm Rudo was nowhere to be found. He had truly changed as a person. Although he was just mediocre in terms of research, his track record in management easily dwarfed Sid's. Rudo put forward an avant-garde plan to save Zavitz. In order to deal with the mass murder that Rune committed, he established a corporate system. By taking in outside investors as members of the company's board of directors, he succeeded in changing the company's image from a family business to a corporation. Rudo, why wasn't I prepared a seat here? Well now, your seat certainly has been prepared, Mr. Crowley's. Because I demanded for one, that's why. You didn't tell me you've forgotten what your sister has done. Thanks to that girl, I lost my family and my life has been ruined. Your father seems to have understood the circumstances. What about you? Don't tell me that you just... because you've taken his place, you consider the past all water under the bridge, do you? For the love of... The father has gone completely insane, the son freely abuses his position, and the daughter is a damn murderer. Just what is wrong with your family, huh? I've been working in this company for 10 years. And if you don't treat me accordingly, you better watch out, you little punk. Crowley's, did you just... I see. If I don't treat you accordingly, I'd better watch out, is it? My, you sure have quite a head on those shoulders. What did you... You little kid, you just try to say that again. Mr. Crowley's. Do you understand the situation you are in? Right now, you are dancing on the stage, front and center. Listen. To this company, you are nothing but a persistent little stain on a glass window. Leaving you on or wiping you off, there's no real difference. However, The more it stands out, the more of an eyesore it becomes. Don't worry, Mr. Growlies. No need to flounder about like that. Having gotten remunerations for both your one-eyed son and your wife, you can truly consider yourself a success in life. You can relax and let that fat belly of yours hang out as you enjoy your life to the fullest. Why, you son of a... Oh my god, this guy, he's going for the throat. Oh, oh, I can scroll. I can scroll. Wait, that's why there's no log. You can scroll up. I shouldn't even realize. I hit the scroll wheel by accident. Apparently you can just scroll up. Well, that explains things. If some talentless burden like you even thinks of trying something, I'll have you swept out like the garbage that you are. Why you... Who do you think you are, you son of a bitch? I don't have to take abuse from a little shit like you. Son of a bitch. You don't have to say it again. Don't think I'm gonna take this lying down. Scroll back 5 hours, test the limits? I'd rather not. I'm going to whittle you down to your goddamn bones, mark my words. Ruda, I can see what you're getting at, but don't you think you went a little far back there? Too far? What do you mean? About Crowley's. He's nothing to concern yourself over, Albus. More importantly, now that we've become a publicly traded company, there are far bigger things to worry about beyond Crowley's. The problems are only about to start. Just as Ruda said, we had lost a great number of excellent employees. However, we have also gained as many talented young employees. With the passage of each year, Rudo continued to rescue Zavitz from the brink of closure. The company full of worms that Sid and Aline had once protected now changed into an efficient system. Zavitz grew to many times its size since Sid had first established it. It had even recovered to the point where it could trade blows with hives. Rudo's system of corporations and stocks planted the idea of investing even among the common layman, and created an interest in business as a whole. Thanks to that, hives found it difficult to get by on just marketing alone. Since then, hives and Zavitz have been competing primarily on the technological front. Sisters, subjects, medica, energy, pharmaceuticals, information technology. A new era of mana dawned on the outer pole. The people of the inner pole could no longer look down upon us. I believe we were able to build up an equally respectable level of technology. It was then. An appointment? What do you mean I need an appointment? Well, it's company policy. Oh, come on, miss, don't be such a hard ass. I just need to talk with them for a couple of minutes. I like the music just being like, yay. Considering what all just happened, just happy music for a bit. Well, I am hurts. Oh, Albus, perfect timing. Marla, you can forget about him. I'll deal with this. Yes, sir. What the heck happened? Everything's gotten all by the book here now. The direction of the company's changed and all. Time's changing. Change, eh? Ah, I hate it. I hate it, I tell ya. Everyone's trying to be a goody two-shoes now. What's the point of following the times over and over like that? Richmond, you never change, do you? But really, why didn't you just tell me... Wait, why didn't you just tell her your name? If you just said the name Growlies, she would have easily patched you through to your uncle. Stop it, man. Just thinking about how me and that guy are actually related is depressing. Duly noted. Has your dad still not reconciled with... You mean with me? Or my uncle? Your uncle. Can't say. I suppose when one of them kicks the bucket, the other will probably show up at the funeral. My dad, he took Marcus in and cared for him like he was his own son. Whatever happened in their place is none of my business, but my uncle's let the money get to his head a little too much. He's got filthy rich, but he didn't give a cent to help raise the kid. Ah, that's in the past now. As long as he doesn't show his mug around me, then I ain't gonna do anything. Really has been a while. Just hearing that laugh of yours puts me at ease. That's cause for someone like me. My only selling point. And how are you doing lately, Albus? Looking more and more like an old fogey, I see. Oh my god. You should Stop playing businessman and drop by the tavern once in a while. I'm sure Sid and Rudo's got a lot on their plates, but you need a breather once in a while too. It is true. By the way, what brings you here today? Oh, that's right. You see, Sid stopped putting in orders for clothes all of a sudden. He's always had me work on something at least once every half a year, but we haven't met for a whole year now. I decided to drop by and pay a visit. What's with that look of yours? Something happened? Sid's not doing well right now. He's been like that ever since Aline and Rune passed away. He'd holed up in the lab, working on who knows what, like a man possessed. Who knows what? So it's not work? He isn't even in the right condition to do any work right now. Sid just refuses to listen to anyone, and when he talks, he either gives some nonsense order or says something outrageous. Rudo's taking the reins and is leading Zavitz right now. Rudo is? That's amazing. The shy little kid's taking over? You might not even recognize who he is if you met him, Arch. Rudo's completely changed. Actually, ever since that incident with Rune, everything's changed. Is that so? Let me see. Let me meet with Sid. Oh god. Eh? You should leave him alone for now. Ah, come on, it's fine. If he was busy with work, then I'd think twice, but if he's just twiddling his thumbs, then that's a different story. It's a lot more serious than that. Serious? Ah, that's just what you think. Hurts. That's just what you think, but you haven't seen what Sid's like now. How do you think I'm gonna see if you won't let me? Hurts. Look here, Albus. In my whole entire life, Sid's the toughest son of a bitch I've ever met. He's always stuck to his guns no matter whatever life threw at him, and you're telling me he's broken down? That just means he needs a little tune-up is all. I'll slap some sense into him. Alright, but you'd better not regret this. Is that you, Albus? The only people who have the mana signatures to open that door's lock are you and Aline. Told you not to come here, didn't I? Hey Albus, answer me. My good old Hedgeman is here too. Sorry Sid, I just had to talk Albus into letting me drop in. Hedgeman? What do you want? What do I want? What don't I want, Sid? You've been my regular for over 15 years now. If you're suddenly just showing up, then of course I'm gonna worry. Which is why I'm here paying you a visit. That's so. Albus? Hedgeman? Anything? Get out. I'm busy. I know, what's with the greeting? I'm telling you to get the hell out of here. I don't got time to waste on either of you. Oh my god, he coughs up blood again. Sid. Don't touch him, Albus. What? We need to get him to a doctor. Sid. Just how long have you been hacking your lungs up? That ain't none of your damn business. I'm getting a doctor now. Don't you ever even dare calling a doctor, Albus. What? Why, he's bleeding profusely here. If we just leave him like that, then don't make me repeat myself. You call a doctor and I'm gonna beat the hell out of you. Why? Speak up, Sid. When did these symptoms start showing up? Damn it, answer me. Why is everyone just making noises? What is... I can't even watch this. See, can't even speak straight. Look me straight in the eye and nod or shake your head. You damn sure you don't need a doctor? No. No, we're pissed off. Look. Alright. If that's how you want it, Sid. Albus, we're taking off. But just shut up and get over here. Come on, we're leaving. Why didn't we call a doctor, Hertz? How could you stay calm after seeing Sid like that? Oh, well, calm down. How could I possibly calm down? It looked like he was on the verge of dying. If you leave him be, then... You don't get it, do you, Albus? Get? What is there to get? You've been with him for too long. You can't see the big picture anymore. Relax. Once you've calmed down, you'll figure it out. What are you talking about? At this rate, he'll... If you really care about Sid, then you just need to leave him be. Let him do what he wants. Albus, I'm going to say this once, so listen up. The best thing you can do for Sid right now is let the man die doing what his heart desires. I've said my piece. Whether you decide to listen or not, it's all on you. Stubborn son of a bitch. But I can rest easy now. See you around, Sid. Entry number 9. Just a little longer. Almost. It was a week later. I simply could not let Sid be and decided to head back into Lab 9. It was then... Albus. So Albus, we have an emergency. Bethal, Nietzsche, what's wrong? You look aghast. Sid activated Lab 9's emergency protocol. He what? All the backup mana lines have been cut. That's absurd. The emergency protocol fills the entire lab with colored mana. If a living being was in there, he'd... Do you think Sid's trying to commit suicide? Bethal, get Rudo here, now. Kirky, come with me. We need to find a way to stop the protocol. Yes, sir. Of all the interruptions. Oh, how much time has passed since activation? Rudo. You hear the backup mana lines have all been severed. Is there any valuable equipment inside? Who cares? Sid is still in there. He is? So he is. Oh well. Let's get a doctor on standby just in case. I swear I'm already pressed for time as is. I don't have time to deal with funeral arrangements. How dare you? Why do you look so exasperated, Albus? Sid Savitz died a long time ago. All that's left in there is the deranged hollow shell that's remained of him. Enough, Rudo. If he died doing whatever it is he wanted doing, then good for him. Enough. How dare you speak like that about your father? Is that how you address the person who gave you life? Sir Rudo, Albus, the door's opening. Seems that the cleansing's finished. I found Sid's body inside the lab. He died from acute mana shock due to the sudden influx of colored mana, just as Rune had. Sid, what were you trying to accomplish here? In the entire company, Lab 9 was packed with the most expensive equipment. Among the equipment there were some sensitive instruments that constantly had to have mana flowing through them, otherwise they would break down. Kirky, lend me a hand. We need to restore the lines. We can't see a thing in this darkness. Understood. It was when Kirky and Votal reconnected the backup mana lines, which Sid had disconnected, that we discovered... What? Time froze. What lay beside Sid's corpse was... her, yeah. I don't believe it. What is this? Is that a new sister prototype? No, that's impossible. She's got to be human, right? Clearly. No, there's no mistaking it. It doesn't seem to be a pulse, and I can see the irises in the cameras in its eyes. It moved. Alright, who activated it? We didn't even touch it, it just started moving on its own. Can you talk? Do you have a voice feature? Hello, world. Seems to be the type that can speak. Nice. Gotta start with the hello world, of course. Yeah. Classic. Do you have a name? Name? What is a name? Looks like there wasn't any basic information loaded in. A name is a term that serves as an identifier for oneself. My name is Vothal, this guy is Kirky, he's Albus, and that man over there is Rudo. Rudo? It seems you recognize Rudo's face? Rudo. Brother. Must be some kind of mistake. You don't have a name, right? Name. Something that serves as my identifier. I cannot remember, but I remember being called by something a long time ago. Then from now on you're Sarah, remember that. The Project Foul title? How arbitrary. Sarah? Indeed, if you're asked by anyone, then you are to introduce yourself as Sarah. That's an order. Understood. Is this going to be deployed at the church? The church? It's something that happened before you joined the company. Before, when both Sid and his wife were still alive, there was an agreement with the Abbey. We would create sisters who looked just like humans for the Abbey, and they would take care of the victims of Hive's operations. Ultimately, we weren't able to create any sisters to the standards of quality that they demanded. They said that even though they looked human externally, they were lacking on the inside. Damn it, Dad. What were you even thinking? It was later discovered that Sid had falsified financial records without the accountants knowing. He had laundered vast sums of money to develop a new prototype sister. Did Sid not leave us even a single memo on this? All of the documents and the malware and the software and the terminals and equipment, they've all been purged because of the emergency protocol. And his planner? Sid always carried a planner around with him, making sure to take notes on everything. About that, it's been burned to a crisp. Burned? That's not all. Every single document Sid's kept here for the last 2-3 years were all burned. Seeing how all of his notes and documents have been destroyed so exactingly, he must have intentionally gotten rid of it all. But why would Sir Sid have kept working to create this sister prototype up until his death? I've already told you about this. He was frustrated with the greatest failure in Savage Enterprises' history. When we partnered with the church, he promised the abbot that we could would make a sister. This is not why. Definitely not. That we would make a sister that would be no different than a human being, but ultimately we just couldn't deliver on that. I mean, it might be part of it, but I'm sure he wanted to put the final nail on the coffin on that before he died. He must have wanted to finish his greatest failure in life, the Sisters Project. That couldn't be it. What makes you say that? If he wanted to create sisters for the church, then wouldn't he truly have met his goal if they could be produced en masse? Yeah, exactly. Like, especially burning all his notes and everything, being unable to reproduce it, that's terrible. Why would he do that? He wasn't thinking about mass production or even the company himself. He must have wanted to settle his personal conflict with himself. Otherwise, why would he have felt the need to steal funding from his own company? What is the meaning of destroying all of his documents? There must have been some other driving force behind it. Gentlemen, you are sorely mistaken about the problem at hand. Whatever my father was thinking, there's no way for us to ever understand it. To question the motives of a madman, the mere act is another waste of time. Albus, we don't have the time to waste on foolish things like this. The amount of money that Sid has illegally channeled into this project of his is enormous. I'm sure there will be a meeting with the board of directors about whether or not this new sister prototype justifies the cost. I must go make preparations for that. Please return to your respective workstations, everyone. You're right. It's rather hard to swallow right now, but I understand. Rudo, we need to talk. I hope this isn't more useless banter, Albus. Enough, Rudo. Look at that model of sister. Doesn't anyone come to mind? Look. It's clearly Rune, right there. Right, and you thought I didn't notice earlier? Then why didn't you say anything about that? Because it's a matter of trivial importance. So what if she looks like Rune? That minor detail has no bearing on our current situation. There's something I'm now certain of, which is, Sid Savitz was truly ill. While still bitter about the loss of his daughter, he was infatuated with pretending that he could bring her back to life. How disgraceful. Sid Savitz, the renowned scientist of the era, certainly had fallen far. Now, it goes without saying that the issue at hand is the numbers, or finances. I believe it best we not discuss this with anyone else. I don't want to cause any additional causes of concern for the board of directors. On that and only that point do I agree with you. I sincerely hope that this thing has enough value to warrant its construction. Albus, please start preparing for the meeting as well. I'm against this. Look at it. Look at Sour's mannerisms. Tell me, have you ever encountered a machine that could possibly respond this naturally, this humanly? Regardless of Sid's psychological instability, the sister is still the work of a genius, the work which he put his entire life into. Until we can understand the origins behind its construction, I believe that we need to continue observing it. It's almost disgusting the way it looks so realistic, as if it really were a human. Why? What's just that expression on its face? on your face is some kind of function to upset people on purpose. No, I apologize. It's as if it has emotions as well. This has to have been a sister for the church's use. For it to have emotions recreated this well, it has to be a model of a sister created for an original purpose, no doubt about it. Impossible. We need to scrap this, or get rid of it as soon as possible. Despite the small frame, it possesses the strength of 10 men. If it decides to rebel against us, then who knows what could happen. Refusing to listen to other people's opinions as always, I see. Always screaming, no, no, and you still call yourself an adult? I was asked for my opinion, and I gave it. And I believe the same goes for you, regardless of how you choose to view it. To be honest, this scares me. I cannot in good faith... Oh, why did it... Okay, whatever. It just suddenly poof, went away for a second. I cannot in good faith agree with letting a machine whose thought processes we don't even understand lose anywhere near us. I don't think those fears are really justified. Sarah can speak perfectly well and is able to understand what we are saying. You only have to approach it to understand that it is not something dangerous. Thought the stream finally freaked out and ended? Yeah. Honestly, I've been going so long. There's not gonna be another wheel spin, is there? Besides, Sid couldn't have built something intended to be harmful to others. Considering Sid's mental state at the time, I find that assertion rather hard to believe. All this aside, everyone please, have you forgotten about the money that was poured into making Sarah in the first place? Was it created to serve as some kind of trophy? To be put into a fishbowl of sorts? If that was created as a mere pet project, then I refuse to stand by it. We need to do something right now to mitigate our losses. But if we don't have any time to observe her, then... Looks like we'll need to take a vote on this matter. Still your fault. Yep. Still your fault. But I'm loving it, so it doesn't matter. By a majority vote, it was decided to observe Sarah. In the few weeks since then, Sarah slowly formed memories, and a personality began to emerge. At first, she spoke very curtly, and did only what she was told. As time went on, she slowly became more and more human-like, to the point that other people wouldn't even notice that she was a machine. Although there were many skeptics among the board of directors, they all eventually accepted that Sarah was something special. Soon after, she was placed in this field test to work in the mana mines temporarily, under my supervision. Wow, there's so many first-generation models of the sisters here, Albus. About 90% of those working here in the mines are sisters that we built, in fact. Good morning, everyone. Pleased to make your acquaintance. All the sisters here don't speak. They're all purpose-built miners, so they don't have any access functions. I see. It's going to be a little lonely. Do you really think that? Excuse me? Does that really make you feel lonely? Well, wonder, why did I think it would be lonely? I'm not sure if feel is the right word either. The first thing that came to mind was that it would be lonely. Sarah worked diligently at this job. However, when compared to the sisters designed specifically for work in the mines, its results were nothing spectacular. Ultimately, it was determined that Sarah was not designed for mining work. And at the very least, we had determined that Sarah had no particular abilities apart from bearing incredible likeness to humans. Seems that its memories are constantly growing day by day. I have absolutely no idea just how it's built. Shall we dismantle it and find out? If you wish to know what makes it tick, then that's the fastest way to do so. I can't do that. If we dismantled it, then we'd be unable to reassemble it. That's the consensus of all the members of Lab 9. The board of directors wouldn't ever let us dismantle it, given our current level of technology. Excuse me. What is it? I don't think my name is Sarah. What? I don't quite remember very well, but I think a long time ago, Rune used to be my name. Do you mean... And you're Rudo, my brother... Sarah. Between your imperfect, faulty memory or what we say, which do you think is more credible? Everything in those so-called memories of yours is all a veil, a lie, a sham. All of that was implanted by your creator, Sid Zevitz, as some kind of sick joke. Don't ever, ever utter the name Rune again. That's an order. Understood. Ever since Sarah's confession, Ruder's attitude towards her completely changed. Why does Sarah have Rune's memories inside of her? Did Sid actually intend to bring Rune back to life like this? Calling herself Rune? Behaving like Rune? Something as simple as that would have been child's play for Sid. But that isn't Rune. That would have been nothing but a fake, created copy of Rune. Just what was Sid thinking? There is no merit to this. It's not true at all. Sid's original plan for these sisters was to introduce them to the church and let them take care of the patients. As proof of that, I brought Sarah to the abbot the other day. Not once during the entire time we were there did he realize that Sarah was a machine. And despite all that, they still gave us their disapproval. Honestly, it was just disgusting. There isn't a man alive who would ever feel comfortable around that bucket of bolts. I can't even tell when it's around or not because it doesn't look alive. And just look at that face. Who knows what's going on in its head? I'll wholeheartedly agree with you. Even if, as the members of Lab 9 also passionately assert that Sarah has the mana mechanisms to mimic emotion, what merit is there in being able to reproduce that function? I'd love to hear some concrete, useful applications of this. Well, the fact is that the church has denied the proposal. This means that there will be another hurdle to jump when it comes to using them in Zevitz Medica. If we continue to shove this model of sister down their throats, then we would be sowing unnecessary discord between us and the people who we've worked so hard to partner with. We will not use it in Medica, nor will we use it in the church. In other words, there is no merit to mass producing these. Ruda, why are you so stubborn about this? I wouldn't have expected that opinion from you. She may be the one and only automaton built in the entire world that's been built and equipped with this so-called emotional mechanism. If Sid was able to create something like that, then who knows what other mana-powered inventions lay ahead. Just what is a person? What is the conscious? What are emotions? This may lead to huge discoveries about the very philosophies of humans themselves. Certainly mass production may be out of the question, but does that mean we can just disregard her entirely? I too refuse to change my opinion on this. At the very least, I believe that it's far too early to scrap her. And here we are back at square one. Exactly. Alvis, what do you think of all this? I think that it's far too early to dismantle her as well. While the systems running inside her certainly pique my interest, I can't even begin to understand what Sid's intentions were. I'm slowly beginning to think that Sid wasn't entirely mad when he created Sarah. Not quite the answer I was expecting, but that means you're also opposed to dismantling, yes? Very well. We shall continue to observe it. See you all tomorrow. Excuse me, Albus. Sarah? What are you doing out at this hour? Have you completed your tasks for the day? Just a short while ago, actually. I see, which means you're off the clock now. May I have a moment to speak with you? Quite a formality all of a sudden. Well, just what am I? That's quite the frank question. Am I, on the inside, at least, really? Don't worry, Ruda won't know a word of this. Speak your mind. Well, I was created just 2 years ago, right? You were? It's strange. Inside me are what seem to be childhood memories. They stretch back all the way to years and years ago, but I was just created only recently, so that can't be true. Albus, just what am I? Am I a machine that was just born to be a tool? If that's the case, then why was I born with those memories? I have no idea. And as for what those memories are inside of you, the only person who could answer that question is no longer on this world. That's Sid, right? Correct. Was Sid Zevitz an integral part of your life, Albus? Yes, he was my best friend. We were practically like brothers ever since we were children. Does Ruda take issue with the fact that I have these memories? Well, they certainly don't put him in a good mood, that's for sure. Sarah, let me just give you one word of advice, okay? Okay. Do not ever cause any trouble. I'll be frank with you. Ruda has been wanting to dispose of you under the guise of dismantlement. He will find even the slightest excuse to do so, regardless of how minor or trivial the reason is. Is that because of the memories inside of me? That's right. Look, Sarah, I want you to listen carefully. If and only if you're about to do something wrong, consider that you're betting your entire being on the line. Do it with the resolve that this will be the end of everything. My entire being? That's right. You seem to have an ego, a proper sense of self-identity. There will come a time for you to assert that sense of self, I'm sure of it. Myself? But am I not the property of Zavit's enterprise? If that's the case, then I shouldn't have the right to bet myself, do I? If only you weren't just a machine. This is important. You'll come to understand someday or another. Another year passed. Lab 9 was able to produce 3 new prototypes using Sarah as their model. However, not a single one operated as well. There was clearly something fundamentally different about how Sid had created Sarah. Far too much time had passed with us not knowing what it really was. The board of directors had been split between those who wanted to observe and those who wanted to dismantle Sarah. Some members switched from observe to dismantle. This was about a month ago. With that, Sarah's dismantlement seemed all the more a reality. As the days went on, Sarah's intellect grew rapidly. Using her own methods to measure and improve efficiency in both the mines and the routine work in residential areas, she began to finish her tasks ahead of everyone else. That kind of work ethic and behavior was just like Rune's. Exactly like Rune's. From there, more and more people began to develop a disgust for Sarah's very existence. I think it was because she was too different. There was something about her existence that just triggered something in you instinctually, just like Rune did. A great deal of people began to consider her a threat, subconsciously. The one who had been most affected by this was none other than Rudo himself. Rudo, is it true? Did you erase Sarah's memories? Seems like access to Sarah's brain is protected by several layers of levels of security. Fatal, Nietzsche, and Kirk managed to find a way to bypass the first level. I'm not asking you to explain how. I'm asking why you erased her memories. All of the experience, the information, the knowledge she's accumulated. Albus, you should have realized this by now. Seems that Sid succeeded in recreating Rune's memories quite faithfully in Sarah. How he managed to do so, I have no idea. The way she moves and acts, they're all very reminiscent of Rune's own behavior. And what does that have to do with why you erased her? What does that have to do with it, you ask? Plenty. If by some chance even some small portion of Rune's own personality exists within Sarah, then there could be no greater threat. I'm sure you're fully aware of how dangerous Rune was. But I'd like to hear an explanation for all this. Do enlighten me on why things have turned out this way. I'm sorry, sir. I honestly have no clue. Theoretically, all of our methods should be working. Do you know what your name is? Yes. My name is Sarah. It was given to me by you, Bruto. Looks like it's not working. It's strange. We're doing the erasure procedure by the book. There shouldn't be anything wrong with it. Bruto, this is just a guess, but we probably need the highest level of access privilege in order to erase the memories inside Sarah's core. We can't do anything with only our mana signature. What about purging its internal mana altogether? If we did that, it would likely cease to function. That's not just a likelihood, it'll completely and utterly shut down. It'll be as good as scrap. Dismantling it would be the least of our concerns. So Sid, I'm honestly not sure as to why all these complex safeguards were put in place. It's almost as if he's making sure that no one could ever tamper with it. Indeed. Damn. What should I do? If your memories haven't been erased, then you ought to know already. Go back to work. Leave. Rudo is being such an asshole. Sarah, what's wrong at this time of night? Albus, you said that Sid was your best friend and an integral part of your life, right? What brought this on all of a sudden? Friends are important, right? Well, of course they are. There isn't anyone more important in your life than your family and friends. Thank you. Sarah, why of all times for you to do... why of all the times for you to do cause trouble, why at this critical point? You knew that there was going to be a votation regarding you 4 days from now. I remembered. I remember the advice you gave me a long time ago. Advice? Good grief, what is it this time? I swear, another emergency summons. Oh, Sarah, well, don't you even know how to greet someone? Good afternoon, Mr. Growlies. Sure he is nothing but a defective piece of junk. I heard you even stole sediment at the mines earlier. What an absolute waste. We really should just have dismantled you as soon as possible. I apologize. Discussing that matter is exactly why we have gathered here today. It's like he wants to get killed by Super Robo Girl. Yeah, feels like it. Full circle, yep. We're there. We're getting there. Please reserve your arguments for until the other members have come. Just how many do you even expect to come? You academics in your ivory tower may not know, but the other members of the board of directors are already speaking as if dismantlement has been assured. You ought to be grateful that I've even bothered to go to the effort of attending this meeting to confirm this. Just a small flashback? Yeah. Tiny one. Sarah. So that's how it is. I finally understand. You don't seem to quite grasp. The entire series of events has been quite bizarre. What Sarah is exactly, yes? Indeed. However, I absolutely do not want to see her dismantled. Something inside me tells me so. Tomorrow her dismantlement will be decided upon. I must come up with a way to protect her from that after our meeting. Is that even possible? Isn't the board of directors or something going to determine that by majority vote? If Rudo, for some reason, changes his mind, then I'm sure the direction of the entire meeting will change as well. There are many members who don't really have an opinion and will simply go along with whatever he decides. Albus? Yes? Please let me meet with Rudo. I was actually thinking the same thing. But I'm sure you've already known that, right? Correct. Albus' suggestion, we perform a mind dive on Sarah. If we did that, then we can find out Sarah's real identity. However, when it came to Selphine's desire to perform the mind dive, it's alright, Ratona. I'm sure he'll understand. Selphine had her own plan, which she had kept only to herself. Even I was unaware of what she had in mind. With only a lingering trace of doubt, we head over to Lab 9, where Rudo was. Well, I think I need to call it. I think that's as good a place as any to call it. Because honestly, otherwise I'll just keep going. And we'll never know. Yeah, it's a good cliffhanger for next time, you know. It's a good cliffhanger. God. Not many wheel spins today, but I mean, it's my own fault. I just wanted to keep playing. I should have just, after like 2 or 3 hours, probably called it. That's one of the chapter ends, but I just kept going. Hopefully can rest up and reset well by staying up all night. Yeah, exactly. Stay up all night, all day and all night. Let's see, where do I send you? I think I'll go send you to Anna, who's playing Sam and Max Hit the Road, actually. Should be very fun. Bit of a retro game. This should be very fun. But yeah, thank you everyone for being here, for the raids, for the lurks, everything. I hope you had an enjoyable time being read to. Because that's basically what it was, right? I was just reading. Um, Tale got too compelling to stop. Exactly, yeah. I will probably play it again at some point, and we'll see where it goes after that. Tomorrow I'll play more, what's it called? Anode Heart, which should be very fun. The Pokemon-like game, um, which has been very fun so far. And then on Saturday, more Legend of Heroes. So yeah, go say hi to Anna from me. Send some love over there. And I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the day and week. Um, I don't have much more to say. So yeah, go say hi to Anna. Stay 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 cozy, stay safe, stay hydrated, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye, everyone. Bye bye.